Chapter 15:15. Xianxia vaguely felt that he had seen this gaze somewhere before. However, he could not immediately recall it. However, this was not the time to think about this. He wanted to see the results. Actually, Xianxia already had a vague guess in his heart. However, he was not willing to think about it or guess. Right now, all that mattered was whether this divine lightning could truly injure the other party. The three bolts of tribulation lightning tangled with each other. The piercing electric light made it hard to look directly at it. Before this intense light, everyone either closed their eyes or squinted slightly. Only Xianxia did not close them. Instead, he opened his eyes wide, even silently activating his heavenly eye. Xianxia faced the dazzling electric light, wanting to see it clearly. Even if the intense light injured him, he did not care. Bang! The tribulation lightning struck the treasure master very quickly. There was no way to dodge. In reality, the treasure master did not even bother to dodge. The vast lightning-attributed energy quickly exploded. The impact knocked the surrounding immortal statues into the courtyard. A hazy mist rose up. That was the lightning-attributed energy, instantly vaporizing a large amount of seawater. Sparks flickered in the mist, crackling endlessly. When refracted by the mist, the sparks flickered with resplendent light, turning the mist into a glazed color. No one could clearly see what was happening inside. No one knew whether the treasure master was dead or alive. "Is he dead?" someone asked. Someone said in a novel. The world was strangely quiet, so quiet that it made people feel a little scared. Even if he is not dead, he should be severely injured. It would be best if he is dead. Who knows how many people of the heavenly starry ocean that fellow killed. I heard that many cultivators were taken away as sacrifices. Many people discussed this in whispers. No one dared to speak loudly. The cyclic astral lord frowned and said, "How strange. Such vast lightning-attributed energy actually exploded so quickly." "That's right. The shock waves are also smaller," the Myriad Law Fiend Master said in agreement with a nod. "This feels somewhat strange. Experts could always see things differently from ordinary people." The three primes all found it strange. The power of the three bolts of tribulation lightning layered over each other. Even primes found that terrifying. After the explosion, the shock waves should have reached Heaven Dragon City. However, in reality, the shock waves only reached 1 kilometer around the treasure master. Xianxia could not wait. He stretched out his right hand and pushed. This seemingly ordinary palm strike exploded with power that shocked everyone. More than 7,000 streams of energy formed by roaming dragons appeared behind Xianxia. His vital chi had already reached 7,000 dragon power, only 3,000 less than the heaven-punishing corpse god's 10,000 dragon power. He withdrew his palm gently, and the mist was pushed away like a piece of floating ice. This scene once again shocked everyone. 7,000 dragon power was already terrifying enough. Furthermore, Xianxia was able to use his vital chi so proficiently, grasping such skillful moves. This was simply incredible. Could it be that the 7,000 dragon force was only the tip of the iceberg that Xianxia had displayed? What shocked him even more was not Xianxia, but the result after the mist was pushed away. When the mist scattered, the treasure master's true body was revealed. His aura remained the same, looking like he was not injured at all. "Not bad. Unfortunately, you are still unable to truly injure me," the treasure master said calmly without any fluctuations. "Impossible." Everyone was in disbelief. How could such a powerful, lightning tribulation be unscathed? Even if he didn't die, he would be heavily injured. That was what everyone was aware of. Even the three paragons were stunned. At the same time, they felt despair. Even such a strong lightning tribulation could not injure the treasure master. In that case, was there any hope of victory? Only Xianxia maintained a calm expression. However, he closed his eyes in disappointment. When Xianxia opened his eyes again, the disappointment was gone. Replacing it was an unfathomable look that was like a 1,000-year-old cold pond. "Imo-chan, let's go," Xianxia said without turning his head back, staring at the treasure master. Imo-chan said with some difficulty, "I tried once before." However, With 17 immortal statues working together, I could not leave at all. Don't worry. We can leave. After obtaining Xiaoqin's promise, Imo Chun soared into the air. Then, she held up the formation plate and activated the formation once more. Together with the thousands of Dragon's Gate disciples, she controlled Heavenly Star Island and soared into the air again. You can't say that we can leave. Only I can say that, the Treasure Master said casually. His face was hazy, making it hard to see his appearance. The 17 immortal statues leaped into the air. Their bodies were as huge as mountains. Their bodies were clearly as huge as mountains, but when they moved, they were as nimble as a cunning rabbit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. This time, the 17 immortal statues were even more violent and direct. Each of them stomped on Heavenly Star Island's light barrier. The light barrier had already been destroyed many times already. If it got struck again, it would shatter on the spot. And Mo Chun, who was in charge of the formation, would definitely suffer a huge backlash. She might even die from severe injuries. 3 seniors, please help me imitate the Treasure Master. Xiao Chun left those words in a hurry and shot out of the light barrier. With a thought, he clenched his 10 fingers tightly. The instant his 10 fingers clenched, vital chi surged in his body, forming countless roaming dragons around him, roaring ferociously. 10,000 dragon force. When the 3 primes saw it clearly, they were all startled. The vital chi that Xiao Qin displayed was actually no weaker than the heaven-punishing corpse gods. What a fellow! What exactly did he experience in the Blue Dragon Palace? The cyclic astral lord could not help exclaiming. The myriad law fiend master muttered, I feel that he went through some kind of metamorphosis. In the past, it was his cultivation that broke through the restrictions. Now, it is his physical body that broke through the restrictions of the Kunlun realm. The myriad law fiend master was right. The vital Qi Dao was also prevalent in the great thousand realms outside the Kunlun realm. Many cultivators substantiated their Dao with the physical body, focusing on vital Qi. After they became powerhouses, they could move unhindered. The power of a supreme existence could even shatter a star with one strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god substantiated his Dao with the physical body and achieved 10,000 dragon force. However, he also reached a bottleneck and could not continue cultivating. However, it was different for Xiao Chun. The medicinal pool in the Blue Dragon Palace was from the ancient era. It was used for pure-blooded true dragons to undergo their coming-of-age ceremony. Once they successfully endured it, they would be reborn. The essence blood of an ancient ferocious beast was 1,000 times more precious than Xiao Chun imagined. Even 10,000 times. It looked like the feet of the immortal statues were about to stomp down in the sky. Xiao Chun roared, and 10,000 dragon force quickly gathered above his head. There was no bright light in the center of the gathering of 10,000 dragon force. There was only a wild aura, simple and natural. Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the 10,000 dragon force gathered and formed a 3-legged treasure cauldron. Faint dragon patterns appeared on the cauldron. 10,000 dragon force gathered into one cauldron force. Outside the abandoned land, 10,000 dragon force was a bottleneck for all vital chi cultivators. After clearing this bottleneck, one would enter a brand new realm. During the Great Desolate Aeon, when the 10,000 races fought for supremacy, every strong tribe would forge a cauldron to show off its strength and prosperity. Any treasure cauldron would be forged from mountains and rivers, astral divine iron, and the remains of ancient ferocious beasts. The cauldron was a symbol of honor and authority. After the monarchs worshipped it, it even gained a lot of divinity. During that era, strength was measured by cauldron force. One cauldron force equaled 10,000 dragon force. More importantly, this was a kind of sublimation, a sign of vital chi reaching the palms level. When the 3-legged dragon cauldron formed, the treasure master's expression immediately changed drastically. He took out the puppet pearl and sent out strands of thought to get the immortal statues to retreat. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone saw Xiao Chun throw 17 punches. To others, it looked like he had created countless clones, and all of them punched at the same time. However, in reality, it was just that Xiao Chen's punches were too fast, giving the illusion that he punched at the same time. Bang! 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 With every punch, a three-legged dragon cauldron shot out from the fist light. The dragon cauldron contained an ancient aura from the great desolate Aeon, faintly flickering with the light of divinity. Kasie! Kasie! Shattering sounds rang out. Half a leg of each immortal statue broke on the spot, and they fell like small mountains. The 17 immortal statues were knocked back at the same time and fell into the sea, kicking up waves. After throwing 17 punches, Xiao Chun appeared somewhat fatigued. He spun around and landed on the city wall again. Blue Dragon War Body. The treasure master muttered to himself with a somewhat complicated expression. 10,000 years ago, that person who swept through the world and used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao also displayed the Blue Dragon War Body. After 10,000 years, the treasure master saw the Blue Dragon War Body again, a clearly superior Blue Dragon War Body. Chapter 15:16. Xiao Chun punched out 17 times in a row. Each punch contained a cauldron's worth of power. He even broke one of the immortal statue's legs. In a short period of time, the immortal statue's battle prowess would definitely be greatly reduced. However, it was clearly not the time to be careless, because the treasure master had not truly made a move yet. Xiao Chun stared at the treasure master, not relaxing for a moment. The Blue Dragon War Body that Xiao Chun displayed triggered a memory of the treasure master, causing him to fall into a momentary daze. By the time Xiao Chun startled to his senses, Heavenly Star Island had already flown into the clouds, moving further away. You want to leave? It's not that easy. The treasure master snorted coldly, and a medallion in his hand suddenly burned. A certain order was quickly sent to the people who also had medallions. In the astral battlefield, the 18 demon monarchs of the abyss led their subordinates and waited quietly. They formed a circle, and within the circle, there was a huge teleportation array. Every demon emperor was waiting quietly. The Arrow's demon Lung Yu was also among them. Her charming face did not show any emotion. They were all major characters of the deep abyss demonic world. When a demonic monarch was enraged, blood would splatter for thousands of miles. But at this moment, none of them said a word, only quietly waiting for a certain order, who could make 18 demon monarchs bow their heads and follow their lead. Naturally, he was a mysterious sect master of the Nether sect in the deep abyss demonic world. Everyone in the demon world believed in the demon god. From the moment they stepped onto the path of martial arts, they had fused a strand of their soul with an oath and offered it to the demon god. As for the Nether Church's sect master, he was the demonic god spokesperson in the world. His words were like divine decrees. No one dared to disobey him. Although the sect master rarely showed himself, and most of the sect affairs were handled by the Nether sect's 2 vice sect masters, no one dared to disrespect the sect master's authority, because those who were disrespectful would become private. Of the 18 demon emperors, the top 9 were all supremes. The last 9 demon emperors were not supremes. They were existences second only to primes. Furthermore, with the innate abilities of the demon race, they were even stronger than some of the holy lords of the Kunlun realm. Lung Yu, who appeared to be expressionless, was actually feeling complicated. She knew very well what was waiting for her. She was not afraid of fighting. She was only afraid that she would not be able to face someone. Xiao xiao xiao. All of a sudden, a command medallion flew out from each person's body, ignited, and then embedded itself into the nodes of the formation. In just a short while, the formation shone brightly and emitted a vast demonic aura, causing every demon monarch's expression to become extremely grave. Let's go. Sect leader has already given the order. The celestial demon monarch was the first to enter the formation, followed by the earth demon monarch, the thunder demon monarch, the shadow demon monarch, and the dark demon monarch. The charmed demon monarch, Lung Yu, sighed in her heart, but still entered. After the demon's sovereign entered, the various abyssal demon race experts behind him also waited quietly, preparing to be transported over in batches. When one looked around, one would discover that the square formations of the various demon cultivators stretched as far as the eye could see. All the cultivators of the demon race who could fight had already come out in full force. This was the final battle. They had to cut off all means of retreat. They would not allow any forces to remain. In the air, there were also countless cultivators wearing black robes with the symbol of a black lotus on them. They were the most mysterious nether sect cultivators in the deep abyss demonic world. Their status was higher than the demons. Among the many nether sect members, there were two extremely strong auras, not at all weaker than primes. These were the two vice church masters of the nether sect, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. These two were the true controllers of the nether sect. This was because most of the time, the church master did not see anyone. Xing Wang controlled the life and death of the people, dealing with those who judged the nether sect and those who violated the rules. Fa Wang managed the members of the nether sect and was responsible for offering sacrifices to the demonic god. The two had a clear division of labor, equal in status. Strange. According to the church master's intentions, we should not be going over so early. Xing Wang frowned slightly and said with some misgivings, "Could something have happened?" Fa Wang appeared more optimistic. He smiled and said, "It is also possible that the church master dealt with the problem there in advance. Right? No matter what, we have been preparing for so long this time. We will definitely succeed. There will not be any accidents." At this moment, the many cultivators on Heavenly Star Island watched as the treasure master did not make a move. It looked like Heavenly Star Island was about to enter the clouds and fly to the Kunlun continent. Everyone released their bated breath. Only Xianxia kept staring at the treasure master. He clearly saw the other party burning a strange medallion. Xianxia did not know what the other party was planning. "Little friend Xianxia, what's wrong?" The 17 immortal statues have temporarily lost their combat prowess. The treasure master should not dare to charge over alone. The myriad law fiend master explained when he saw that Xianxia still had a grave expression, not relaxing at all. Xianxia shook his head and said, "It's hard to say. From the start to the end, this treasure master has not revealed his strength." The cyclic astral lord said with deep emotions, "We still can't relax." Back then, although I knew that this treasure master had some connection to the demonic world, I did not care about him. Now, it looks like I was gravely mistaken. The Bright Moon Empress nodded and said, "That's right. However, we should not raise the other party's morale. With Xianxia here and the three of us, the treasure master will not dare to take the risk alone." These words were right. Xiaoqian's current strength already surpassed that of a prime. He could knock back 17 immortal statues alone, reaching an unfathomable level. The three primes could no longer understand Xiaoqian's strength. They did not know how far he had progressed. An existence that rivaled the Qing Emperor back then, with the three primes assisting from the side, did not fear the treasure master charging over alone. The treasure master did not fear charging over alone. However, while this was the theory, no one had seen the treasure master make a move before. The result was hard to say. Xiaoqian withdrew his gaze from the treasure master and sighed softly in his heart. Then, he said, "Do be careful. I keep feeling that something is wrong." Right after Xiaoqian spoke, a mysterious energy suddenly parted the clouds in the sky. Many figures appeared in the sky. On the orders of the church master, the celestial demon monarch is here. On the orders of the church master, the earth demon monarch is here. On the orders of the church master, the shadow demon monarch is here. The 18 demon monarchs appeared at the same time. Overwhelming demonic might spread out in the sky. A formless aura spread out from the demon monarchs, and a huge pressure landed on Heavenly Star Island. 9 primes worked together with 9 Holy Lord, level demon monarchs. When their auras merged, they looked like a majestic mountain range stretching out endlessly, pressing down on the sky above Heavenly Star Island. As the 18 demon monarchs slowly descended, the pressure suddenly increased, slowly pushing down Heavenly Star Island. And Mo Chun, who was maintaining the formation, immediately paled. Wuxia. She simply could not endure the pressure, and blood leaked out of a corner of her mouth. 18 Demon Monarchs. Xiao Qian's heart sank. When he looked up, he saw that it was the real deal. It was indeed the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, and Lung Yu was among them. However, the other party did not dare to meet Xiao Qian's gaze, purposely avoiding it. He is the Dark Church's Churchmaster. Only the Dark Church's Churchmaster can command the 18 demon monarchs. The cyclic astral lord showed a startled expression. As he looked at the treasure master, horror flashed in his eyes. Although the cyclic astral lord had long guessed that the treasure master had a connection to the demonic world, no matter how he thought about it, he could not guess that the treasure master was the Dark Church's Churchmaster. As Xiao Qian looked at the treasure master, his mood turned even heavier. He immediately figured out all the details. It turned out that the other party had already laid out this trap 10,000 years ago. All sorts of doubts suddenly cleared up. All the clues connected. So that was the case. Xiao Qian revealed a bitter smile as he looked at the treasure master. He really wanted to ask why. However, he managed to endure in the end. 3 seniors, come with me to face the enemy. The cultivators in this city are the final flame of Heavenly Star Island. As long as the flame still exists, the Heavenly Starry Ocean will be rebuilt after the calamity. Xiao Qian looked at the 18 demon monarchs and made up his mind, not thinking about anything else. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the other 2 did not hesitate at all, following Xiao Qian and charging out of the barrier. With the auras of the 3 primes and Xiao Qian, they immediately blocked the demonic might of the 18 demon monarchs. The pressure on the entire city decreased. Heavenly Star Island, which was continuously being pushed down, soared into the air together. Chapter 15-17. I obey. The demonic monarch's expression did not change. As he prepared, he sent a voice projection to Lung Yu. Don't send me a voice projection. The treasure master is extremely horrifying. If we're not careful, we might give ourselves away. Compared to the cultivators of Heavenly Star Island, Xiao Qian was clearly more important to the demonic monarch. Xiao Qian, did you hear me? Why are you not using martial techniques? To many people, the 18 demon monarchs were legendary characters. It was difficult to see any of them. Today, they all appeared at the same time. It was hard not to be nervous. Everyone felt nervous for Xiao Qian and the 3 primes. Xiao Qian was confident of knocking back the 17 immortal statues alone. However, when facing the 18 demon monarchs, Xiao Qian brought along the 3 primes. Many thanks. The celestial demon monarch stretched out his hand and pointed at Xiao Qian in dissatisfaction. Unexpectedly, Xiao Qian attacked at the drop of a hat. A strong wind blew, and Xiao Qian's figure vanished from everyone's vision. This was especially so for Xiao Qian. He had interacted with the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Cyclic Astral Lord, and the Bright Moon Empress before. Myriad Law Fiend Master, I only defeated you in a somewhat sorry state. Why hold a grudge against me? After saying these 2 simple words, Xiao Qian instantly attacked without hesitation. The blue dragon divine wings appeared on his back. With a ferocious flap, he turned into an afterimage and launched himself at the celestial demon monarch. I do not dare to offer advice. I heard that you are now the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, so my hands are itching. Before the great battle begins, will you exchange one move with me? The celestial demon monarch narrowed his eyes and finally saw Xiao Qian's figure. What appeared before him was a simple and unadorned fist light. Xiao Qian showed an indifferent expression as he explained softly. A miserable shriek rang out, and the celestial demon monarch was immediately blasted back. As he looked at his missing right arm, he looked at Xiao Qian again, horror flashing in his eyes. Demonic shadow palm. Rumble. Countless bolts of lightning roared in the sky. That was the rage of the heavenly Tao, not allowing such an evil thing to appear in the world. The smile on the celestial demon monarch's face froze before it disappeared. In the past, during the minor devil tribulation that happened once every 1,000 years, They had fought several times, so they were quite familiar with each other. An invisible aura spread out between them. Xianxia nodded slightly and said softly, "You can say that. What can I do for you?" The treasure master, whose appearance could not be seen clearly, revealed a cold smile on his face, and a chill flashed in his eyes. Whoosh! A projection of a demonic god that gathered the faith of countless demonic worlds, as well as the foul and evil aura of the world, appeared behind the celestial demonic emperor. Bang! The three primes exclaimed in their hearts. The might of the demonic shadow palm was well known. It was one of the 10 great martial techniques of the deep abyss demonic world. Xiaoqian's group of 4 guarded the periphery of Heavenly Star Island, coldly eyeing these 18 demon monarchs. Celestial Demon Emperor suddenly said, "You're the Blue Dragon King?" A smile appeared on the Celestial Demon Monarch's face as he said, "How bold. Let's begin." Xiao Chun, be careful. The Celestial Demon Monarch will not exchange moves with you so easily. He will definitely have a backup plan. When he exchanges moves with you later, he will definitely use the demonic shadow palm, materializing the image of a demonic god. It is extremely horrifying. Be careful. You don't understand? You will understand very soon. Don't agree to him. I've interacted with this celestial demon monarch before. He is very crafty and incredibly crafty. Although he said that he wants to exchange moves with you, he definitely has other plans, the Myriad Law Fiend Master whispered to Xiao Chun. This battle was destined to be the official start of the demonic calamity. After receiving the Treasure Master's order, the 18 demon monarchs instantly turned around and quickly flew towards Heavenly Star Island. The 18 demon monarchs moved to the side, leaving the celestial demon monarch to face Xiao Chun alone. The 3 primes felt helpless, so they gave Xiao Chun some space. The demon monarchs were different from the immortal statues. They were also primes. In a one-on-one battle, the immortal statues could not compare to the cyclic astral lord and the others. Suddenly, a voice rang out in Xiao Chen's mind. His heart skipped a beat, and he immediately knew who the owner of the voice was. The celestial demon monarch's spiritual sense was very sharp. When he heard the Myriad Law Fiend Master's words, he laughed loudly. This was especially so for the other party's crafty means, which were hard to guard against. The moment the gigantic image of the demonic god appeared, it gave off a boundless demonic might. The celestial demon monarch clearly understood the strength of the demonic god monarch. As the celestial demon monarch threw a palm strike, the demonic god image smashed toward Xiao Chun. Clearly, the celestial demon monarch did not dare to be careless. "I agree," Xiao Chun said indifferently with a calm expression. The celestial demon monarch's true target did not seem to be Heavenly Star Island. Clearly, he was more concerned about how strong Xiao Chun was. The many demon monarchs in the air bent one knee and said in unison, "Greetings, Church Master." The demonic god image was even larger than the immortal statues. Its figure seemed to block half the sky, shrouding the entire Heavenly Star Island in darkness. Among the 18 demon monarchs of the deep abyss demonic world, the celestial demon monarch's position was equivalent to that of Emperor Forsaken, the strongest of the demon monarchs. When the demonic god image vanished, the celestial demon monarch raged. "Blue Dragon King, I respect you as the strongest of the Kunlun realm, which is why I fought fairly with you. You are not even using a martial technique. Are you insulting me?" Xiao Chen's answer did not answer the question, stunning everyone. They could not understand what was going on. The arm that the celestial demon monarch used to point at Xiao Chun exploded with a scarlet light. All the cultivators on Heavenly Star Island held their breaths, not even daring to breathe loudly. It's over. Why is Xiao Chun not using a martial technique? The celestial demon monarch cursed in his heart. Then he instantly executed his killing move. Damn it! Is he looking down on me? To think that he did not use any martial technique. Of course, the celestial demon monarch had heard of Xiao Chun before. However, it was hard to say whether he was itching for a move or not. The instant Xiao Chun clashed with that palm strike, he felt like he was clashing with a world and not a palm strike. Xiao Chun's internal organs were significantly injured. He could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood. "Young man, you are indeed a newborn calf that does not fear the tiger. I'll show you this move." The celestial demon monarch made an inviting gesture as he looked at Xianxia. The celestial demon monarch moved very quickly and decisively. A flowing light flickered, not hesitating at all. It was like the celestial demon monarch drawing his saber, never pausing or panicking. After all, the celestial demon monarch could not cultivate martial techniques. Even though their bodies were nimble, their thinking could not compare to that of a living person. However, the celestial demon monarch had the advantage of numbers and stature, suppressing the 3 primes of Heavenly Star Island. This punch of mine condenses all the veritable essence energy in my body into one cauldron force, working with the Blue Dragon War body. It does not matter whether I use a martial technique or not. Do you understand now? The huge Heavenly Star Island behind Xianxia started shaking intensely. It flew up again, wobbling unsteadily like it would fall back down. Very few people could cultivate it. Furthermore, cultivating it to the peak was something that only the celestial demon monarch could do. Both sides looked ordinary, not showing anything outstanding about their appearances. However, this was the scariest confrontation at the peak of the entire Kunlun realm. Xianxia wiped off the blood on his lips and looked at the blood on his hand. Then he entered deep thought and muttered, "The might of a demonic god is really horrifying. It is just an image, and yet it can erupt with such might." Xianxia and the others soared into the air, preparing to fight the 18 demon monarchs. Who could have imagined that the 18 demon monarchs would fly directly to the treasure master? Xianxia had only experienced such a feeling when he executed the cycle chop. To think that a casual palm strike from the demonic god image could easily achieve that. The treasure master did not say anything, not reminding the 18 demon monarchs of Xiaoqian's strength. In terms of strength, the treasure master was even stronger than Emperor Forsaken. Back then, when the Myriad Law Fiend Master clashed with the treasure master, he lost to the treasure master, leaving a deep impression on him. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the 18 demon monarchs faced each other, the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch led them. The 3 did not move rashly. Instead, they sized up Xiaoqian's group of 4, checking out their strength. I see it. In the darkness, everyone could only see a demonic god image that was even darker than the night sky. Even the light of lightning was engulfed in the boundless darkness. The only one that could not understand was Xiaoqian. He felt that this person was like a deep spring, bottomless. Xiaoqian's body gave off a mysterious aura that only the treasure master could see. Just as everyone worried for Xiaoqian, a loud explosion resounded. Light returned, and blood leaked out of a corner of Xiaoqian's lips. This palm strike sent Xiaoqian flying back 1 kilometer before he could stabilize himself. The 3 primes worried that Xiaoqian was injured. They wanted to go forward and protect him first. However, Xiaoqian stretched out his hand and stopped them. The treasure master did not say anything more. With a wave of his hand, he got the many demon monarchs to stand up. Then he looked at Xiaoqian's group of 4 and said, "Block that island." Lung Yu felt warmth in her heart. She knew that the other party still cared about her. However, her expression remained cold, not showing any doubt at all. Chapter 15:18. The force of one punch shattered the celestial demon monarch's arm. Xiaoqian's strength shocked everyone. Attack, surround, and kill him. The celestial demon monarch roared in a fluster. Flesh continuously regenerated on his arm, and his injuries healed at a visible rate. The physical body of the demon race was stronger than that of the various races of the Kunlun realm in the first place. Furthermore, the celestial demon monarch was a prime-level existence. His recovery speed was even faster. However, even if this arm regenerated, he would need at least a month before he could use it as freely as when he was at his peak. The flesh needed some time to regenerate. It would not be as good as new so quickly. With one arm crippled, the celestial demon monarch's combat prowess dropped by at least 20%. He posed no threat to Xiaoqian. The chaotic battle started. The first to bear the brunt was a bolt of lightning descending on Xianxia. That was the Thunder Demon Monarch's lightning-attributed attack. After that, the Iron Demon Monarch charged over. The Winged Demon Monarch flapped its wings and flew over to harass Xianxia. The Shadow Demon Monarch was like a phantom, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. He continuously launched sneak attacks at Xianxia, annoying him to no end. The Ice Demon Monarch held up a cold sword. Together with the Iron Demon Monarch, he clashed head-on with Xianxia. The Cyclic Astral Lord and the other two also quickly joined the battle, helping Xianxia share some of the pressure. However, the three's strength was limited in the end. Even with their full power, they could only delay 5 or 6 Demon Monarchs for Xianxia. Most of them were not even primes. Xianxia faced 6 primes and 7 Holy Lord, level Demon Monarchs alone in the air. 13 Demon Monarchs surrounded Xianxia, fighting a chaotic battle. Although Xianxia surpassed Prime and had the horrifying Blue Dragon War body, he still could not defeat the Demon Monarchs alone. Compared to the immortal statues, these Demon Monarchs had many more tricks up their sleeves. They knew how to harass and sneak attack. Their martial techniques were nimble, and their advance and retreat were orderly. When they worked together, their combat prowess was not something the immortal statues could match. More importantly, the Demon Monarchs all had protective treasures. It would be very difficult to seriously injure them in a short period of time. Xianxia, who was surrounded, was in a bad situation. He was in great danger, but he did his best to stabilize himself, not suffering any serious injuries. The one Xianxia fought with the most was the Iron Demon Monarch. This Iron Demon Monarch had met Xianxia once before. It was the Iron Demon that saved him in the savage battlefield. It's only been half a year, but your strength is getting heavier and heavier. I really shouldn't have saved you back then. Now, Xiaoqian's punch contained a cauldron strength. Even the Iron Demon, who was born with a strong physical body, could not withstand it. The Iron Demon, who was being continuously attacked by Xianxia, was in great pain and could not help but spit out a mouthful of saliva. Even without your help, I can still escape from the 3 holy masters, but it'll be more troublesome. You, on the other hand, should thank me properly for becoming the Demon Emperor so quickly after returning. Ha, good. I'll give you a punch to thank you properly. The Iron Demon Monarch laughed loudly. Suddenly, his 5 fingers, which looked like metal, glowed faintly. Martial technique? Xiaoqian's gaze sank. To think that a creature like the Iron Demon learned a martial technique. However, after thinking about it, this Iron Demon before him was intelligent and knew the principles. It was not strange that it could learn a martial technique. The Iron Demon's heavy punch was like a ferocious beast charging over. When the punch was thrown, boundless beast roars rang out. It was like an ancient ferocious beast reappeared in the world and roared ferociously. After Xianxia dodged many sneak attacks and knocked back the Ice Demon Monarch's sword, he had no choice but to clash head-on with this punch. Xiaoqian's veritable essence energy and vital qi merged. Dao might appeared behind him as great Dao energy infused into his fist. In terms of sharpness, the saber was slightly inferior to the sword. However, in terms of absolute tyranny, it was the king of weapons. The great Dao energy of the saber, Dao, infused into this punch, made Xiaoqian's ordinary punch seem tyrannical. He became tyrannical, and an aura of supremacy burst forth from his body. As for a creature like the Iron Demon, it was like a natural tyrant body, invulnerable to weapons. However, the Iron Demon's talent was low, and its comprehension ability was 0. However, this Iron Demon Monarch before Xiaoqian became an anomaly. The martial technique that the Iron Demon Monarch executed was not only very ferocious, but also extremely smooth. Clearly, he had already practiced it to the peak. Unfortunately, the Iron Demon Monarch ran into Xiaoqian, who had already cultivated the Blue Dragon War body. From the moment the Iron Demon Monarch wanted to clash with Xiaoqian, he was destined to fail. He could only blame himself for being born at the wrong time. Bang! The two fists clashed. A loud sound rang out, and the Iron Demon Monarch was immediately sent flying. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Iron Demon Monarch's body, and black blood leaked out. His skin looked like it was covered in black cracks, looking extremely terrifying. Not bad. Many thanks for your gift. Xianxia moved back 100 meters. His palm felt slightly sore. Although he had knocked back the Iron Demon Monarch, the other party's punch was not weak either. Die. Taking advantage of the time, Xianxia moved back. The other 12 Demon Monarchs attacked at the same time, as if they were connected, charging at Xianxia. The Ice Demon Monarch executed a vast ice sword light. Everywhere the sword passed, cold chi spread out. A starlight flickered at the tip of the sword, looking boundlessly resplendent. The Winged Demon Monarch kicked up a strong wind, kicking up tornadoes that spanned 500 kilometers. The strong wind stirred up the clouds, bringing out lightning. The terrifying, mysterious phenomenon flickered continuously. The Winged Demon Monarch was trying to form a superstorm. The Thunder Demon Monarch was the most tyrannical. Boundless lightning shot out of his body, and thousands of electric lights exploded on his body. Finally, he merged with the lightning and turned into a lightning bolt that surpassed the lightning tribulation, hacking at Xianxia. The 12 Demon Monarchs executed their killing moves together, triggering an overwhelming, mysterious phenomenon. The surrounding 50,000 kilometers looked like the end of the world. The might and pressure of the various killing moves merged and pointed at Xianxia. This pressure was even more horrifying than that of an inanimate object like the immortal statue. The vast heavenly star island behind Xianxia wobbled under this pressure, finding it hard to fly. And Mo Chun, who was maintaining the formation, felt like she could not endure it anymore. Her pale face drained of blood. The cultivators in the city were startled when they saw this. It was like they were there, sweating profusely for Xianxia. Xianxia showed a grave expression. He did not dare to underestimate this. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he drew the Lunar Shadow Saber. Flawless Saber Techniques, Final Move, Heaven Swallowing Stance. This was the first time Xianxia used the Lunar Shadow Saber to execute the Heaven Swallowing Stance. It was also the first time he executed the Flawless Saber Technique after his strength improved significantly. Heaven Swallowing represented the greatest ambition of the Flawless Saber Technique. The Flawless Dao was a kind of comprehension that Xianxia had. No matter what martial technique he cultivated, he would infuse this comprehension into it. There was no such thing as a perfect and flawless Dao in the world. There were only people who pursued flawlessness, endlessly perfecting it. After Xianxia drew the Lunar Shadow Saber, he instantly unleashed all sorts of martial techniques related to the flawless Dao, forming thousands of mysterious phenomena. There was a soaring bright moon burning like fire, as if it was being watered with hot-bloodedness. That was the 1,000-year flame. There were the 4 seasons of reincarnation. That was the 4-season saber technique. Spring, summer, autumn, winter, flawless 4 seasons. The various mysterious phenomena were vast and boundless. Xiaoqian's flawless Dao vaguely formed a silhouette of a Dao. As the saber light chopped down, the thousands of mysterious phenomena formed a huge mouth to block the attacks of the many martial techniques. The huge mouth opened and swallowed up all the martial techniques, drowning them in the flawless Dao. All sorts of horrifying, mysterious phenomena within 50,000 kilometers vanished, devoured by Xiaoqian's saber strike. I'll return them to you. Xiaoqian smiled faintly. Just as he could no longer hold on, the saber light spun around in the air. Then, the huge mouth opened again and spat out everyone's martial techniques. Icy sword lights, strong gales, berserk lightning. Under the guidance of the saber light, they all appeared. Like a dam breaking, they surged towards the 12 demon monarchs. Pu Ci. The 12 demon monarchs were immediately stupefied. What kind of strange martial technique was this? All of them got hit, severely injured by their consummate techniques. Just as the many demon monarchs felt helpless, A brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the silent treasure master. Suddenly, he said, "Continue fighting. He is already an arrow at the end of its flight. He cannot last much longer." When Xianxia heard that, his heart sank. He cursed in his heart, "Wily old fox." Earlier, when Xianxia knocked back the immortal statues with 17 punches, he had already put in a lot of effort. Now, he executed the heaven-swallowing stance to resolve the situation. Xiaoqian's veritable essence, energy, and vital qi were already on the verge of drying up. Fighting 12 demon monarchs at the same time was still somewhat taxing. Enough! Just at this moment, a furious shout came from the air. Xianxia, the Fox King, Emperor Forsaken, and the heaven-punishing corpse god appeared at the same time. At this critical moment, they finally rushed over. Chapter 15:19. Xianxia, Emperor Forsaken, the Fox King, and the heaven-punishing corpse god arrived at the same time. They instantly deterred the restless 12 demon monarchs and the 6 primes fighting the cyclic astral lord, the bright moon empress, and the myriad law fiend master. They all stopped in regret. The two sides met up and faced each other. "Big brother, you came at the right time," Xiaoqian thanked Xianxia. Xianxia smiled helplessly and said, "We are still too late. We have been guarding against a sneak attack from the 18 demon monarchs." Unexpectedly, the 18 demon monarchs would use the heavenly starry ocean as a breakthrough point and descend here. The 4 primes guarded their respective races and dealt with the aftermath. Back then, during the storm in the Blue Dragon Palace, when the 4 primes fought, their subordinates and friends fought even deeper battles because of their different stances. The damage they caused was extremely great. It took more than 2 months to deal with the aftermath before everything stabilized. At the same time, the 4 primes feared that the demons would take this opportunity to charge over. Hence, even though they found out about the chaotic situation in the heavenly starry ocean, they did not rush over immediately. After confirming that the 18 demon monarchs arrived in the heavenly starry ocean at the same time, they rushed over. That was not too late. At least, it gave Xiaoqian a chance to catch his breath. Xiaoqian's recovery ability was startling. The 4 primes could not defeat him in one go and wanted to continue attacking him. The 12 demon monarchs were already injured in the first place and would be exhausted to death. "What's going on?" The heaven-punishing corpse god asked in confusion when he saw the 18 demon monarchs standing behind the treasure master. The myriad law fiend master sighed and said, "He is the Dark Church's church master. He's been hiding in the heavenly starry ocean all this time. Today, he truly exposed himself." Emperor Forsaken narrowed his eyes as he looked at the treasure master. "Your distinguished self really hid deeply. To think that you even managed to fool me." The treasure master smiled leisurely and said indifferently, "I have fooled many people before. You are not the first, nor will you be the last." "Humph. Very well. In that case, I will settle this debt today. Let's see how strong you, the Dark Church's church master, are." The last time Emperor Forsaken fought the Dark Church's church master, they only managed a draw. Today was the right time. "Ha ha ha, you are still not a match for me. If not for me not wanting to expose my identity too early, I would have made it so that you would not be able to return last time." The treasure master laughed loudly, not caring much about Emperor Forsaken. Arrogant, Emperor Forsaken was enraged. He stretched out his hand and circulated the boundless power of faith. His body released rings of divine light as a huge deity finger pointed at the treasure master. "Impudent! How dare you disrespect the sect leader?" 3 figures flickered. The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the ice demon monarch stood in front of the treasure master, each making a move to block Emperor Forsaken's finger. Emperor Forsaken was slightly stunned. He did not expect his subordinate demon monarchs to be so loyal to the treasure master. "I feel that the space here is fluctuating greatly. This place seems to have become the port of a teleportation array. There will be a continuous stream of demon experts coming here." The cyclic astral lord, who is extremely sensitive to spatial formations, suddenly said softly with a frown. The Fox King continued, "Should we delay? The experts of the deity Dao Union, the Bushin Palace, and the Fiend Domain will arrive soon. At that time, we can capture all these demon monarchs and the treasure master in one fell swoop. Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat. This was gambling. If the experts of the demonic world arrived early, their group would be in trouble. On the other hand, if the reinforcements of the Kunlun continent arrived, the treasure master's side would definitely be at a disadvantage. However, could they afford to gamble now? As Xiao Qian pondered, he suddenly discovered many gazes on him. It turned out that many primes were waiting for him to make a decision. Xiao Qian, what is your decision? Ying Zongtian asked, handing the decision to Xiao Qian. Let's retreat. I'm somewhat tired. This was not physical fatigue, but mental fatigue, the fatigue of learning some truth. Let's go. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm worked together with Xiao Qian, escorting Heaven Dragon Island as they retreated step by step. Without the treasure master's orders, the 18 demon monarchs did not dare to give chase. Church Master, should we stop them? Xing Wang, F.A. Wang, and the experts of the demonic world will arrive soon. The celestial demon monarch said angrily as he looked at Xiao Qian. The treasure master shook his head and said, there's no need. The deity Dao Union, the Bushin Palace, and the Fiend Domain's army are all there to receive them. There's no rush. After the demonic god is summoned, no one can save the Kunlun realm. Church Master is wise. The 18 demon monarchs said with cupped fist salutes. No matter what they thought in their hearts, they did not dare to show any disrespect to the Dark Church's Church Master, or rather, the Treasure Master on the surface. The worried hearts of the many Heavenly Star Island cultivators finally calmed down. With the 7 primes protecting them, Heavenly Star Island quickly flew into the clouds, carrying the last flame of the Heavenly Starry Ocean and quickly heading for the Kunlun continent. With no one to disturb them, the operation of the formation became increasingly smoother. It flew along with the Blue Dragon auspicious cloud. Ying Zongtian and the others followed behind unhurriedly, discussing something in soft voices. Most of their words were rather pessimistic. They discussed that the first thing to do after they returned was to move the ordinary people of the various races and the cultivators with lower cultivations to the back of Kunlun Mountain. The Kunlun Mountain range spanned nearly the entire profound domain. At that time, as long as Kunlun Mountain was not broken through, these ordinary people and cultivators would be fine. As for the countless resources and cities facing the sea, they could only strategically give up on them. The Treasure Master's next attack would definitely be the decisive battle. The 17 immortal statues would be repaired once more, and their strength might even increase. At that time, it would be hard not to give up. Aside from Kunlun Mountain, the formations and cities of the other sects would find it hard to defend against the attacks of the immortal statues. Along the way, Xiao Qian remained rather silent, only quietly listening to the discussions of the crowd. This was a rare opportunity. Under such a life-or-death situation, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign did not dare to have any other thoughts. Of course, Xiao Qian's deterrence was also a factor. Otherwise, it would be hard to say. When Ying Zongtian noticed that something was wrong with Xiao Qian, he asked, "What's wrong, Xiao Qian? I did not hear you say anything along the way. Didn't we already save Heavenly Star Island?" Xiao Qian remained silent for a while, not answering directly. He stopped and looked at the crowd. "Who do you think the Treasure Master is?" The Treasure Master is indeed the Treasure Master. However, he now has the identity of the Dark Church's Church Master. The cyclic astral lord answered without even thinking. The others could not understand Xiao Qian's question. Could it be that there was more to it than meets the eye? The oldest of the group, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, thought for a while before saying, "The Treasure Master's identity is mysterious, and his origins are a mystery. For as long as I can remember, the Treasure Master's residence already existed in the Heavenly Starry Ocean and controlled the sea markets of the Heavenly Starry Ocean, which are those immortal statues. That is to say, the Treasure Master is just a title, like the master of a sect, passed down from generation to generation." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it, and felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Ying Zongtian thought of something. He said, "That's not right. In the past, Everyone did not know that he was the Dark Church's churchmaster. At that time, we could say that the title of the treasure master was passed down from generation to generation. However, now, no matter how we think about it, that is not right. That was right. If he were the Dark Church's churchmaster, then he would have been living in the deep abyss demonic world. It was impossible for him to appear in the heavenly starry ocean and establish the treasure master's residence without causing any commotion. After all, the Dark Church's churchmaster would definitely attract some attention when he came to the Kunlun realm. Suddenly, the Bright Moon Empress said, "The treasure master's residence was established after the demonic calamity 10,000 years ago. My Bright Moon Palace had an old man from the same generation as the Qing Emperor. I asked her about it. 10,000 years ago, the immortal statues were still in the hands of different factions. After the Qing Emperor died, the treasure master's residence rose up and merged with the other factions, gaining complete control of all the sea markets." After hearing what the Bright Moon Empress said, everyone thought about it carefully and felt a chill run down their spine. Based on this speculation, the treasure master might very well be a person of the Kunlun continent. Then, they thought about the treasure master's other identity. In other words, the Dark Church's churchmaster was a person of the Kunlun realm. This was simply incredible. If that was true, how horrifying was this person? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Many sharp gazes looked at Xiao Chun. Emperor Forsaken said, "Xiao Chun, do you know the treasure master's true identity?" Chapter 15:20. Half a day later, Xiao Chun and the others arrived in the profound domain. When they looked up, they could see the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain, which towered into the clouds. The silent Xiao Chun revealed an expression of joy. He said to Imo Chun, "Open the barrier and let her in." After all the demon cultivators appeared, many ferocious demonic beasts appeared. However, as the demons grew stronger, the scattered management of Kunlun Mountain's guards became unified. They formed an independent faction called the Kunlun Palace, which stood above the various large sections. Be it the deity race or the Bushin Palace, they cannot interfere in the matters of the Kunlun Palace. Many people did not understand why the treasure master, who possessed 16 immortal statues and could command the 18 demon monarchs at any time, did not launch an all-out attack. Now that they thought about it, the only thing they feared was this unfathomable Kunlun Palace. Many pairs of sharp gazes stared at Xiao Chun, somewhat surprising him. However, he really did not want to answer this question now. After arriving in the profound domain, Xiao Chun naturally thought of the saber sword two sovereigns. He should have added the word former. However, all of this was fabricated. No matter what he said, it was pointless. However, the news of the demonic calamity had already spread everywhere. The entire Kunlun realm was discussing it. The undulating Kunlun mountain range crossed the entire profound domain, splitting it in half. Whoosh! This is the news that you brought back not long ago. Originally, I wanted to tell you earlier. However, the heavenly starry ocean is in chaos. I did not dare to go over. I thought that you would come to Kunlun Mountain sooner or later, so I waited here. Return to Kunlun Mountain and quickly inform the various races to retreat. Countless black lights flickered endlessly, looking exceptionally eye-catching on the boundless sea. Those were demonic world cultivators currently forming groups and teleporting over in the form of an army. The dark mass stretched as far as the eye could see. No one knew how many demons there were. Just as everyone was about to ask, an overwhelming demonic chi suddenly came from the distance. The demonic chi was so strong that even Zongtian and the others, who were almost at the edge of the continent, could feel it. Tens of millions of demon cultivators appeared in the distance. To the small, deep abyss demonic world, this was the entire population mobilizing. When Xiao Chun heard Yu's name, he had a bad feeling. Then he thought of something. Suddenly, a pretty figure flew over in front, tearing through the air. Her target was Heavenly Star Island. Xiao Chen's eyes narrowed, and a strange look flashed in his eyes. It was Ying Qiong for the Ying family. He had not seen Ying Qiong for many years. He wondered why Ying Qiong was here. He seems to be from the profound domain's Ying clan, the cyclic astral lord said uncertainly as he looked at Xianxia. Emperor Forsaken and the others had no time to think. They turned around and quickly left. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. If he hadn't listened to Xiao Qian's suggestion and dragged on a little longer, they would have been completely surrounded. He immediately asked the Myriad Law Fiend King about this question. Emperor Forsaken's question also represented the doubts of the other supreme martial artists. How could Xiao Qian have brought up this topic for no reason, stirring up everyone's suspicions? Soon, the armies of the deity Dao Union, the Bushin Palace, the Corpse God Palace, and the Fiend Domain arrived. Emperor Forsaken and the others took their leave in a hurry. Boom! In the next few days, the supreme martial artists would be busy. They needed to evacuate the low-leveled cultivators and commoners under their jurisdiction in the shortest time possible. When the Prime saw this scene, their expressions turned grave, forgetting about the earlier topic. If this legendary character were still around, together with Xiao Qian, this demonic calamity would not be a problem. The Deep Abyss demonic world has moved out in full force. They have already cut off their path of retreat. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly with a frown. Xiao Qian felt confused. He did not know why there was a need to avoid arousing suspicion. At the mention of the Thunder King, the cyclic astral lord and the bright moon empress showed somewhat gloomy expressions. Right now, the saber sovereign was himself. Chu Chaoyan probably snatched away the sword sovereign medallion. The Myriad Law Fiend Master introduced some things about Kunlun Mountain to Xiao Qian. Then, he continued, furthermore, the various major factions know very little about how strong the Kunlun Palace is. Once the cultivators of the various races enter the Kunlun Palace, they rarely come out and do not leak too much information. Then, Ying Xiong's figure flashed a few times, and he arrived before Xiao Qian. The Myriad Law Fiend Master muttered, "This is, if the Kunlun realm had not fallen into chaos. The deity Dao Union and the Bushin Palace would not have fought so intensely. Both sides would have suffered severe injuries, and the Deep Abyss demonic world would not have had an opportunity to make a move." After exchanging some pleasantries, Ying Xiong said to Xiao Qian, "Can I have a word with you?" Xiao Qian remained silent. His expression changed slightly, and he no longer asked about the Kunlun Palace. Clearly, the profound domain was affected as well. Xiao Qian discovered that they passed to the west of the Kunlun mountain range. This place was clearly much more desolate than before. The various large clans of the profound domain must have received news and made preparations in advance, retreating to the rear of Kunlun Mountain. The guards of Kunlun Mountain are very special. There are not many of them. There are cultivators of the various races. However, they are all elites selected in secret. They have existed since the martial epoch. At first, they were rather scattered. The various races sent some people to protect the Kunlun realm together. This humble girl, Ying Xiong, greets the primes. Ying Xiong knew the rules very well. After she arrived, she greeted the cyclic astral lord and the others first. The profound domain looked calm and peaceful. This neutral territory that connected the various races had not suffered any attacks for now. The Fiend Masters had participated in a demonic calamity and could not avoid interacting with the Kunlun Palace. Xiao Qian, do you know the true identity of the Treasure Master? The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled softly and said, "The three of us have interacted with this Kunlun Palace before. However, we're not familiar with many of them. If the Thunder King were still around, we would be familiar with many of them. After all, the Thunder King experienced the most demonic calamities. Many of the upper echelon of the Kunlun Palace are humans in the first place. They received the Thunder King's favor or guidance." When Xiao Qian looked back, he saw clumps of demonic clouds covering the sky where Heavenly Star Island originally was. "We'll talk about it later. I'm not sure either." Ying Xiong continued. Chu Chaoyan used lightning-quick methods to occupy the Sky Dome realm. The various sects of the Martial Empire were all destroyed. Now, there is only one empire left, the Heavenly Emperor Wu's nation. The emperor is Chu Chaoyan himself. Are the people of my Xiao clan all right? Ying Yu sent back news that Chu Chaoyan captured all the people of the Xiao clan. It is unknown whether they are alive or dead, Xianxia said in a low voice, not daring to look at Xiaochun. Xiaochun looked at the myriad law fiend master and said, others might not understand this Kunlun palace, but senior fiend master should know more, right? This is my friend. The Ying clan is also a clan that submitted to the Qing emperor 10,000 years ago. They have been taking care of the Xiao clan in secret for many years. No wonder the treasure master said that Xiaochun had called for reinforcements from Kunlun Mountain. It looked like the treasure master understood the Kunlun palace very well. However, after thinking about it, it made sense. Given that person's identity, it was impossible for him not to understand the Kunlun palace. After the treasure master followed Xiong some distance away, the smile on Xiong's face vanished. With a grave expression, he said, Xiaochun, you have to be mentally prepared for what I said. Don't get too excited. Given such a shocking scene, it was no longer important who the treasure master was. So what if Xiaochun knew? Could it be that if he knew, he could immediately kill the other party? Suddenly, Xiaochun recalled something. The treasure master once thought that Xiaochun had gone to Kunlun Mountain to call for reinforcements. At that time, Xiaochun felt somewhat suspicious. Are the people of Kunlun Mountain very strong? As for Xiaochun, he headed for Kunlun Mountain with the myriad law fiend master, the cyclic astral lord, and the bright moon empress. Logically speaking, the Kunlun palace had existed since the martial epoch and had a long inheritance. Furthermore, it had absorbed the elites of the 5 major races, secretly nurturing them since they were young. They should be very strong. In fact, after Xiaochun rose up, he might even reorganize the various major factions and charge into the demonic world. Of course, the most important thing is that the minor demonic calamity occurs once every few thousand years. Most of the time, the Kunlun Palace does not have much of a presence. It will not interfere with the matters of the outside world. It is like this faction does not exist at all. Naturally, there is no need to pay attention to it. Xiaochun's heart sank, but his expression did not change. He tried to find some clues on Xiong's face. After failing to find anything, he said, I promise you. What is it? Or rather, as long as the Thunder King was still around, Xiaochun's tribulation would not be that simple, and the Kunlun realm would not fall into chaos. Xiaochun now understood. Now, he had a rough understanding of this Kunlun palace. It felt like a paradise. It was rather similar to what he remembered. Chapter 1521. Contrary to Xiong's expectations, Xiaochun's expression did not change much, appearing rather calm. Are you all right? Xiong asked carefully. After all, she was somewhat responsible for this matter. Right now, she was the Ying clan's clan head. The great Qin Empire of the Sky Dome realm was equivalent to the Ying clan. No matter what, she was somewhat responsible for not being able to protect Xiaochun's family. Xiaochun smiled faintly, not want to put any pressure on Xiong. He said, I'm fine. Thank you for protecting my family for so long. You should not feel indebted. Are you really fine? Xiong asked in some disbelief. Xiaochun nodded and said, I'm really fine. Chu Chaoyan promised me that he would not touch my family. Furthermore, he has something in my hands. Perhaps it has something to do with my control. Upon hearing this explanation, Xiong felt relieved of a heavy burden. She heaved a sigh of relief and said, That's good. Otherwise, I would blame myself for the rest of my life. Xiaochun felt embarrassed in his heart. He smiled and said, Don't overthink. The Ying clan has already moved, right? Do you have time? Xiong answered honestly, Yes, they have already moved to the rear. Once the demonic calamity starts, all the clans and factions of the profound domain will move over. They are already very experienced. Good. In that case, help me with something. What is it? Just tell me. If I can help, I will definitely do my best. Xiaochun turned around and pointed to Heavenly Star Island. The people on this island are all cultivators of the Heavenly Starry Ocean. They have never been to the Kunlun continent before. There will definitely be a lot of trouble moving them. At that time, can you help to make arrangements for them? Xiong smiled and said, It's just a small matter. Leave it to me. In that case, many thanks in advance. Come with me. I'll introduce you to them. Right. The two returned to the top of the city wall, trying to find some clues from Xiao Chen's expression. Unfortunately, they found nothing. This was especially so for Imo-chan. Her eyes occasionally stared at Xianxia, her attention clearly on this girl. Imo-chan. Ah. Suddenly, Xiao Chun called out to Imo-chan, startling the other party to his senses. Immediately, Xiao Chen's face revealed a trace of worry. I was going to ask you and Xiong to help settle everyone down. Looks like I didn't think it through. You're too tired from presiding over the array. Go and rest for a while. Imo-chan blushed slightly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. She shook her head and said, It's fine. I don't need to rest. Are you sure? I really don't need it. Xiao Chen found this somewhat strange. However, it was not good for him to ask. He looked at the three primes and said, Seniors, I have some matters to attend to and have to rush back to the Sky Dome realm. I will not be able to accompany everyone to the Kunlun Palace. The Sky Dome realm. It seems that the Kunlun realm and the demonic world have an agreement not to allow Emperor Wu to enter, the Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a frown. The Bright Moon Empress said, Right now, the demonic world and the Kunlun realm are focused on the Kunlun realm. No one should pay attention to these rules. Xiao Chun, why are you going to the Sky Dome realm? Is that okay? Many thanks for seniors' concern. It's just some trivial matters. I'll come back after I deal with them. Be careful. After saying goodbye to everyone, Xiao Chun tore open a hole in the sky and searched for the Sky Dome realm, sensing it. After a while, he sensed the Sky Dome realm, which was once an immortal's residence. Then, his figure flashed, and he barged in. During the immortal epoch, the 3,000 lower realms were all immortal lord residences. After the martial epoch, it slowly developed into a miniature world attached to the Kunlun realm. Previously, Xiao Chun did not feel much about the Sky Dome realm. However, after he found out that he was the Sky Dome Immortal Lord's reincarnation, he could not help but feel some ripples in his heart. It was hard to imagine that long ago, this place was once his residence. No wonder his luck in the Sky Dome realm had always been heaven-defying. He had survived so many calamities and never died. Perhaps the Sky Dome realm's heavenly Tao was watching over him. Strange, why do I feel that this Sky Dome realm is rejecting me? Xiao Chun, who had just entered the Sky Dome realm, said doubtfully without frowning. In the past, when Xiao Chun entered the Sky Dome realm, he did not feel anything strange or terrible. It was just ordinary. However, this time, the moment Xiao Chun entered, he felt a sense of exclusion. Although it was not intense, it was definitely there. Could it be that Chu Chaoyan has already merged the complete Sky Dome heart and refined it? Never mind, I will not think about this. The other party is determined to obtain it. This is just a matter of time. Right now, Xiao Chun felt rather calm. He had not lied to Xiong. Firstly, Xiao Chun had the heavenly flame, a treasure that Chu Chaoyan yearned for day and night without touching. Secondly, Chu Chaoyan once promised Xiao Chun that he would not touch his family. Xiao Chun looked around and opened his heavenly eye. Then his vision traversed thousands of kilometers, looking in the direction of Mo City. In the next moment, Xiao Chun casually tore space and instantly appeared in the Xiao residence. Second brother, you really came? After a momentary daze, Xiao Jian's voice rang out. Then, Xiao Chun looked around. He discovered that he was in the dueling ground of the Xiao clan. Everyone in the Xiao clan was there. When they saw Xiao Chun, they all felt extremely excited, their excitement evident in their words. They all came over to greet Xiao Chun. However, Xiao Jian scolded them and scolded them. The familiar scene relaxed Xiao Chun somewhat. Big brother, there's no need to be so serious. Xiao Jian smiled and said, Let's go somewhere else and have a word. Xiao Chun nodded. After they were far away, Xiao Jian said, The great Qi nation toppled overnight. The entire Sky Dome realm has already reinstated the banner of the Tianwu dynasty. The dynasty has changed, and Chu Chaoyun is now king. The Xiao clan is still fine. Everyone is fine. They're just surrounded. Chu Chaoyun's attitude is rather good. I wonder what he is up to. In one breath, Xiao Jian told Xiao Chun everything that happened in the past few days. It was more or less as Xiao Chun guessed. Chu Chaoyan did not make things difficult for the Xiao clan. However, Xiao Jian knew his limits and did not dare to act rashly. He strictly forbade the Xiao clan disciples from going out. Now that the outside world was in chaos, the Xiao clan was still rather calm. "Where's father?" Xiao Qin asked. Xiao Jian replied, "Father is doing well. He is currently drinking tea with Chu Chaoyan in the Great Hall. He said that you would arrive before sunset at the latest. Unexpectedly, you really did come. It looks like this fellow has spies in the Kunlun realm as well. He is very well informed. I'll go and meet him." The two headed for the Great Hall. When they got close, they heard Chu Chaoyan's voice. "This is superior grade Misty Cloud Tea. Its full name is Misty Cloud Tea. Uncle, try it properly. In the future, brew it by yourself at home. Remember, the first brew requires at least 10 breaths. Otherwise, the Misty Cloud Immortal Qi will not be able to precipitate." Chu Chaoyan seemed to have a deep understanding of tea. As he spoke, he drew on the classics in great detail, appearing ingenious and lively. "Good tea," Xiao Chun said as he stepped over the threshold with Xiao Jian. Chu Chaoyan put down his teacup and looked at Xiao Chun. He smiled faintly and said, "You have not tasted it yet. How do you know it is good tea? You are not me. How do you know that I do not know?" Xiao Chun argued. Then he walked over and picked up his teacup to take a sip. The tip of his tongue tasted sweet, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth. It was like misty clouds, like immortal qi. Xiao Chun put down his teacup and looked at Chu Chaoyan. "This is indeed good tea. Chu Chaoyan, you are really willing to part with it." Chu Chaoyan raised his eyebrows slightly. Then he smiled and said, "One can only gain by giving up something, right? Chinner, why are you back?" Xiao Chun explained and comforted his father. "I came back to take a look. Lord Father, I will go out with Brother Chu to discuss some matters. I will be back in a while." Xiao Xiong was not a fool. He knew that while the two appeared to be chatting cheerfully, they were actually at loggerheads with each other. Xiao Xiong nodded and did not say anything. "Let's go out and talk," Xiao Chun said as he looked at Chu Chaoyan. "That is exactly what I was thinking." Right after Xiao Chun spoke, the two left the Xiao clan's great hall as though they had teleported. Then they appeared at the summit of Seven-Horn Mountain, facing each other. Clouds surrounded the summit, and the wind blew at the two's clothes and hair. Xiao Chun waved his hand and tossed the heavenly flame to Chu Chaoyan. "This is the heavenly flame's origin flame, the big gift you wanted." Chu Chaoyan smiled faintly and said, "This gift is indeed big. However, I do not need it." Hu Qi. With a wave of his hand, Chu Chaoyan gently fanned the heavenly flame's origin flame back. Xiao Chun caught the crystal containing the heavenly flame's origin flame. Then, he looked at the other party and asked in surprise, "What do you want?" Chapter 1522. "What do you want, then?" Xiao Chun found this strange. Chu Chaozhu did not even want the heavenly flame. This was a treasure that the other party wanted to obtain. In that case, what could be more attractive than the heavenly flame's origin flame? "I want a promise from you." Xiao Chun felt stunned. He looked at the other party and said, "All right, I promise you. There's something else I want to ask you. Do you know who the treasure master is?" Chu Chaozhu was stunned for a moment. He did not know why Xiao Chun agreed without even thinking. After a while, Chu Chaozhu replied, "Naturally, I do. His other identity in the deep abyss demonic world is the Dark Church's church master. However, I rarely interacted with him. Most of the time, he does not appear in the demonic world. He also leaves the matters of the sect to the two vice church masters." Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Then he muttered, "Actually, I have been meaning to ask, what is your relationship with him?" Chu Chaoyan smiled and said, "There is no relationship. I only met him once. I helped him with something, and he helped me with something. That is all. More accurately, he should be an enemy now. If you cannot kill him, the one who will kill him will be me." Xiao Chun revealed a contemplative expression. It looked like Chu Chaoyan did not know about the treasure master's other identity. In the entire world, probably only he would think of that person. If not for learning some things in the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Chun would not have thought this way. He could only say that that person hid very well. After thinking for a long time, Xiao Chun said, "I feel that we can talk about the grudges between us. I already have a rough idea. Don't worry. I will not want the divine item that the Tianwu Emperor left behind. You can just leave. Chu Chaoyan smiled and said, the divine item is just a catalyst. There is no way to reconcile the differences between us. I will repeat everything that the last Tianwu Emperor did 10,000 years ago, unless you stop asking. Xiao Chun was speechless when he heard that. The last Tianwu Emperor 10,000 years ago wanted to merge the 3,000 lower realms. Then he wanted to swallow up the luck of the entire Kunlun realm before leaving the abandoned land, sacrificing the future of everyone in Kunlun for him alone. Seeing that Xiao Chun was silent, Chu Chaoyan continued with a smile. I already said long ago that we have the same goal. Unfortunately, a battle is inevitable. Xiao Chun frowned and said, why? So many people want to leave the land of exile, but it is difficult to succeed. You have this opportunity, so you should cherish it. Why do you have to be so ambitious? Ambition? Chu Chaoyan smiled bitterly in his heart, but he didn't want to say much about this matter, nor did he want to explain anything. With your talent, I believe that even without the luck of the entire Kunlun realm, you can still make a name for yourself outside the abandoned land. Chu Chaoyan didn't say anything. He didn't answer. He needed to defeat the person. It wasn't that simple. Even if he used up his entire life, he might not be able to injure the other party. Only by obtaining the luck of the entire Kunlun realm would he have a chance. You should go. Your family is safer in the Sky Dome realm than in the Kunlun realm. I will help you take good care of them. Since they didn't get along, Chu Chaoyan was not in the mood to continue the conversation. So he asked Xiao Chun to leave. Goodbye. Xiao Chun's face sank. Similarly, he didn't want to say more. He simply could not understand why the other party insisted on doing this. Do unto others what you do not want others to do unto you. This had always been Xiao Chun's principle. He would never do something for the sake of his own selfishness, ignoring the rest of the world. Chu Chaoyan didn't want to explain either. After all, even if he did, Xiao Chun wouldn't understand either. Those who know me say that I am worried. Those who do not know me say that I seek something. As Xiao Chun took his leave, he recalled a scene from the past. When the 7 thrones merged, he saw the end of fate. Chu Chaoyan stood in the Sky Dome realm, merging the 3,000 lower realms and waiting for him to fight. It seemed like fate really could not be changed. After saying goodbye to Chu Chaoyan, Xiao Chun was in no rush to leave the Sky Dome realm. Since he came to the Sky Dome realm, he had to spend a few days at the Xiao clan. The many things that happened in the Kunlun realm fatigued Xiao Chun, preventing him from resting properly. Perhaps this would be his last leisure time in the Kunlun realm. After this, he would have to face the demonic calamity of the Kunlun realm. He would either die or live. 3 days later, Xiao Chun left the Sky Dome realm and returned to the Kunlun realm's profound domain. Xiao Chun walked alone to the foot of the highest peak of Kunlun Mountain. This peak towered into the clouds. No one knew where the summit was. Rumor had it that the Kunlun Road was at this peak. If one walked up this peak, one would be able to leave the Kunlun realm. However, this Kunlun Road was now a dead end. Very few people dared to take it. Only those who were truly on the brink of death would muster the courage to take it. Along the way, Xiao Chun discovered that the western side of the mountain range had already become completely deserted. In a mere 3 days, all the sects and clans that could retreat had retreated to the eastern side of the mountain range. This Kunlun mountain was like the final barrier of the entire Kunlun realm. A long line lined up at the foot of the mountain. Countless cultivators wanted to enter this peak. Most of them were loose cultivators. Without any sect connections, they did not have the authority to pass directly. Xiao Chun glanced at the line. If he had to line up, who knew how long he would have to wait before he could truly enter the mountain? Just as Xiao Chun hesitated over whether to sneak in or not, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed before Xiao Chun. You are Xiao Chun. These 2 wore long robes and carried treasured swords on their backs. Their attire was the same as Emperor Wu's. Xiao Chun nodded and took out his lunar shadow saber to verify his identity. It's the lunar shadow saber. This saber of the blue dragon king Xiao Chun is the best proof. We are the Kunlun Palace's 4th generation disciples. On the orders of Palace Master Feng, We are here to receive you." After verifying his identity, the two looked at Xianxia with an additional trace of respect and deference. Xianxia, who had been worried about not knowing the way and not wanting to line up, did not think too much and followed the two. As Xianxia followed the two, he flew up. Along the way, he met with many gazes sizing him up. Vaguely, this unremarkable mountain peak hid many checkpoints and experts guarding the checkpoints. I wonder what the Kunlun Palace is like. Xianxia was also very curious about their palace master. He did not know how strong such a mysterious person was. An existence that even the treasure master feared should not be weak. At the very least, he would not be weaker than the primes. After flying through the clouds, Xianxia saw a palace. This palace stood on a cliff. Clouds and mist lingered around it, making it look like one was floating in a sea of clouds. As they rose and fell, it looked like a fairyland. As Xianxia approached the plaza in front of the palace, he discovered many young cultivators cultivating. He felt shocked in his heart. These youths were all existences that the outside world had never heard of. However, their cultivations were no weaker than those of the outstanding talents of the outside world. The three of them flew quickly and soon passed the plaza. The disciples in the plaza all put down their weapons and curiously sized up Xianxia as he flew by. Is he the Blue Dragon King? He is very young. He looks even younger than us. Rumor has it that he is already the strongest person in the Kunlun realm, someone who surpassed primes. That's impossible. Could he be stronger than the palace master? That should be true. Didn't you see the palace master personally invite him? However, it is hard to say if he is stronger than the palace master. Among the disciples discussing, there was a girl who appeared disappointed and frustrated, not saying anything. This girl was Lung Liusu. Back then, the Phoenix's Passion Palace's holy daughter, Nuan Muyun, sent her to the Kunlun Palace before she went to the astral battlefield. After that, Nuan Muyun died in the astral battlefield, and Lung Liusu never left. Just as Xianxia was about to reach the main hall, he suddenly stopped and turned around to take a careful look. In that brief glance, Xianxia vaguely saw someone familiar. At this moment, he squinted and discovered Lung Liusu. Immediately, all sorts of memories flooded into Xiaoqian's mind. After not seeing her for a long time, Xiaoqian thought that she had fallen in the astral battlefield like Nuan Muyun. When Xiaoqian first entered the Heavenly Saber Pavilion, something interesting had happened to this person, who was once the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Saber Pavilion. However, after that, Xiaoqian did not have much interaction with her, nearly forgetting about her. Blue Dragon King, you are familiar with one of these junior brothers and sisters. Xiaoqian nodded and said, "There is one. Do you want to meet her? If it is not long, the palace master should be able to wait." "Never mind. It is better not to meet her." After meeting her, Xiaoqian did not know what to say. He shook his head and withdrew his gaze. Chapter 1523. Junior Sister Lung, the Blue Dragon King, seemed to be looking at you earlier. Indeed, that seems to be the case. He looked for a long time. Will he come over? Hey, he's gone. The disciples in the plaza had been paying attention to Xiaoqian's every move. When he turned around, they naturally saw him clearly. With a sigh, the commotion quietly died down. Lung Liusu smiled faintly. She did not feel much disappointment or melancholy. Everyone had their own fortuitous encounters. There was no need to be envious or thirsty. At the very least, the other party could look at her one last time. This meant that he had not forgotten. That was already sufficient. There were no regrets. The Kunlun Palace was like a large courtyard built on a mountain. All the buildings were painted with a faint layer of golden paint. That was not pure golden paint. Instead, it was made from some special divine material after it was crushed and refined. Aside from being aesthetically pleasing, it could be used with formations, increasing the might of the formations. Xiaoqian had a feeling that while it looked like he was walking in the palace, he was actually isolated from the outside by some kind of formation. The entire Kunlun Palace gave off layers of faint golden light. As one walked in it, everything looked golden. The two Kunlun Palace disciples were bathed in a layer of light. As for Xiaoqian, He looked the same as before he entered the mountain. This further confirmed Xiao Qin's guess that he was not included in the formation. If the person in charge of the formation wanted to, they could squeeze him out at any time. Of course, this was under the premise that Xiao Qin did not resist. It was noble but not tacky. It matched the aura of the Kunlun Palace, which surpassed all the sects in the world. The palace at the highest point had a staircase made of white jade, winding all the way down. Xiao Qin followed the two Kunlun Palace swordsmen up. When he arrived at his destination, he saw the words Qingyang Hall written on the palace. It was said that the founder of the Kunlun Palace was an extremely strong cultivator named Feng Qingyang. Later on, Qingyang Hall became the main palace. Only the palace master and a few elders could enter. We cannot enter this Qingyang Hall. Senior Blue Dragon King, please enter by yourself. The palace master and some elders have already been waiting for a long time, the sword-wielding disciple said with a smile. After muttering to himself for a while, Xiao Qin stepped into the hall, but what greeted him was darkness. It formed a stark contrast with the bright background outside. Under the dim light, the hall was filled with a sinister and eerie smell. Xiao! 6 rays of light flashed, and 6 figures appeared in the dark space. There were a total of 5 people on the left and right, and the person sitting on the main seat at the front must be the palace lord. In the dark space, the 5 elders and the Kunlun Palace's master were all encased in light, their figures clearly visible. As for Xiao Qin himself, he was bathed in the darkness and seemed to be one with it. However, the palace master had his back to Xiao Qin and did not turn around. This strange arrangement made Xiao Qin slightly uncomfortable. However, he still politely asked, "Palace master, what business do you have with me?" Take a guess? The Kunlun Palace's palace master still did not turn around. He said some mischievous words, making Xiao Qin depressed. Take a guess? The meaning of these 2 words was clear and concise. Xiao Qin naturally understood it, but he didn't have the time to guess. Goodbye. Respect was mutual. Since Xiao Qin was willing to come, he was showing respect to the other party. The other party had his back to Xiao Qin, yet he said such childish words. That was disrespectful. In that case, there was no point in Xiao Qin staying. He still had to go to the Dragon's Gates people's situation. You want to leave? I'm afraid that is not up to you. One of the 5 Kunlun Palace elders said indifferently with a cold snort. Xiao Qin recognized these 5 people. He had seen them once after the road to Emperor and once after the incident at the Blue Dragon Palace. However, those were images. This time, they were real people. Xiao Qin had always held respect for these 5 elders. He stopped and said, "Seniors, what exactly is the matter? Just get straight to the point." Whoosh! Right after the Kunlun Palace's palace master spoke, he suddenly turned around and looked at Xiao Qin. The Kunlun Palace's palace master's gaze was like a sharp saber light flickering with resplendent light in the darkness, carrying an incredibly tyrannical and sharp aura as it pierced toward Xiao Qin. What a tyrannical saber might! Where did this person come from? Xiao Qin thought to himself. Then, he used his Dao might and easily blocked the other party's saber might. Whoosh! 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 In the dark space, the pillars of light encasing the 6 suddenly vanished. Then, they layered over each other and encased Xiao Qin. Immediately, Xiao Qin could not see the other 6 in this pitch-black palace. Instead, he was exposed to the 6. His every move, even the slightest movement, could be seen clearly. Interesting. Xiao Qin's lips curled up slightly. Are they going to force me to tell them something? Blue Dragon King, now that the Kunlun realm is in danger, please tell us how to surpass Prime. A voice rang out in the darkness. Please forgive us for using such means. In this Azure Yang Palace, the strength of outsiders will be suppressed by half. As long as you are willing to tell us the secret to surpassing Prime, we will naturally let you leave. Let's work together to resist the demons and survive this calamity. I hope you can think of the big picture and not act rashly. Xiao Qin's heart sank. It turned out that this was a trap for him. He circulated his veritable essence energy slightly. He discovered that when he circulated his veritable essence energy, it did not affect him at all. However, Since the other party said that his strength would be reduced by half, it should be true. Suddenly thinking about it, Xiao Chun somewhat understood what was going on. From the start to the end, he had not been merged into the Kunlun Palace's formation. Perhaps this was where the problem came from. There was no problem with circulating his veritable essence energy. However, his offensive and destructive power would be affected. Unfortunately, Xiao Chun hated it the most. He would not compromise at all when others forced him or threatened him. Originally, Xiao Chun still had some respect for these people. Now, he no longer had any, only deep loathing. Hiding your head and showing your tail. If you have something to say it to me face to face. Xiao Chun snorted coldly and ignored the other party's barrage of questions. After all the questions, there was only one meaning: to hand over the secret to surpassing prime. Not to mention that there was no secret. Even if there were, Xiao Chun would not be scared into handing it over. If there was a problem, it would be fine as long as everyone discussed it peacefully. What was the point of setting up such a trap? It looks like you do not agree. In that case, we can only use some forceful methods. A strand of sword qi silently shot towards Xiao Chun in the darkness. Dang! Xiao Chun held his saber horizontally in front of him and blocked this strand of sword qi. Then, he quickly retreated 100 meters. The light encasing Xiao Chun persisted without scattering, looking like a ghost. As for the person who attacked, he remained hidden in the darkness, nowhere to be seen. Dang! 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 The five elders worked together to attack Xiao Chun like a flood. Xiao Chun calmly made his move, retreating step by step, dealing with the moves as they came. The other party's figure was hidden in the darkness, invisible to the naked eye and hard to detect with spiritual sense. An invisible barrier blocked the attacks that Xiao Chun sent out, reducing their might by half. He was in a very passive position. The five old men did not give up. All sorts of killing moves appeared one after another. They came from different races. Some were of the deity race, some were of the human race, and some were of the ghost race. Their moves were all very experienced. Xiao Chun was like a small boat in a violent storm, drifting in a wind like he would capsize at any moment. Hand over the secret technique that surpasses prime, and everything could be discussed. Otherwise, you could forget about leaving the hall. The Kunlun realm is in danger. Blue Dragon King, are you still going to be so selfish? The roars were like thunder. As the five elders supported Xiao Chun, they continuously shouted at him. How noisy! Unable to endure any longer, Xiao Chun shouted coldly and suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber. Whoosh! The instant Xiao Chun drew the saber light, a resplendent saber light lit up the entire hall. The five old men could no longer hide. Lingyun stance, void-breaking stance, dragon-subduing stance, falling moon stance, heartbreaking stance. In that instant, Xiao Chun executed the flawless saber technique. It was like he split into five. With the support of great Tao energy, every move contained startling might. Puxia. The five old men revealed horrified expressions as their defenses were torn. They vomited a mouthful of blood and went flying back. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The afterimages merged, and Xiao Chun sheathed his saber. Kasie. Suddenly, a finger snapped in the darkness. The entire hall was brightly lit, and the darkness swept away. This was the first time Xiao Chun saw the situation in the hall clearly. The five old men that he knocked back were nowhere to be seen. Only one person remained standing on the throne in the hall. This person's hair was disheveled, and he looked at Xiao Chun with a sinister smile. Indeed, you are the Thunder King's inheritor. You did not disappoint me. Chapter 1524. Xiao Chun felt that something was wrong. Just as he was feeling suspicious, many figures walked out of the hall. Among them were Ying Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and other familiar people. There were also many old men that Xiao Chun did not recognize. However, without exception, they were all experts, the supreme elders of the Kunlun Palace. As for the sloppy bladesman in front, he was even more mysterious and unfathomable. At the very least, he was a prime. Big brother, what's going on? Xiaochun looked at Ing Zongtian somewhat helplessly, wanting an explanation. Otherwise, he would not be in a good mood. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "Don't misunderstand. This is a test. We are discussing who should be the leader of the alliance to resist the demons. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the others, and I recommended little brother Xiaochun. However, these 5 old men do not believe in your strength and want to recommend their palace master. Hence, we set up this trap, hoping to agitate you and make you attack without holding back to see your true strength." As the deity race elders spoke, the 5 old men that Xiaochun injured earlier walked out again. Their injuries were much better now. The deity race elders looked at Xiaochun and said, "Sorry, we had no choice but to resort to such a method. Without truly testing your strength, we could not feel at ease. There is only one chance. If we fail, the entire Kunlun realm will be destroyed. We need to be cautious about who should be the leader." After understanding the whole story, Xiaochun did not know whether to laugh or cry. However, he was not a petty person. Furthermore, although he was upset, the other party had already apologized. So, Xiaochun could not blame them. All right, back to main topic. Since we have already recommended Xiaochun to be the alliance chief, we have no more disputes. Let's discuss the demonic calamity that we are about to face. The Kunlun Palace's palace master clapped his hands, and the entire roof of the Azure Sun Hall suddenly separated, revealing the sky and clouds. A rectangular table made of dragon-patterned wood appeared in front of everyone. With everyone's recommendation, Xiaochun and the Kunlun Palace's palace master sat together at the head of the dragon's head. On the right sat the 7 primes of the Kunlun realm: Ing Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, the Fox King, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astrolord. On the left were the 8 elders of the Kunlun Palace. All of them were half-step primes and very old. Many of them had experienced minor demonic tribulations before. Almost everyone present here was the gathering of the peak combat power of the entire Kunlun realm. Now, all these people obeyed Xiaochun. How to deploy, how to resist the devil race, these were all arranged by him. Unexpectedly, the moment Xiaochun returned from the Sky Dome realm, he would have to face such a large formation. Xiaochun was truly unprepared. However, at this time, he could not retreat. He carried the hopes of the entire Kunlun realm. He had to endure all the pressure. How much time do we have? Xiaochun was the first to ask. At most 7 days. At the very least, 3 days. After the demon army reorganizes, they will charge over in half a day, a Kunlun Palace old man said. There was really not much time. Xiaochun nodded and continued. Are our people done reorganizing? In the 3 days that you were in the Sky Dome realm, the Dragon's Gates, Chen already finished reorganizing all the cultivators of the various sects of the Kunlun realm. Speaking of which, we still have to thank you. If not for this wondrous girl from your Dragon's Gate, we would have had to work for several months. Chen's contribution? When Xiaochun heard this, he did not find it strange. Chen had already verified her abilities at the Dragon's Gate long ago. What's going on with the Ghost Race's side? After the Dongyue Ghost Emperor died, no one came to replace him? Xiaochun asked with a frown. The Ghost Domain was a great help. Ghost Mother Sun Shi and her disciple Qing Cheng are currently reorganizing the Ghost Domain. They will probably need some time, someone answered. Xiaochun indicated that he understood. Then, he analyzed the strength of the demons and the Dark Church with the others. At this critical moment, all the people present had revealed everything they knew about the Nether sect and the demon clans. Naturally, the strongest person in the Dark Church is the Dark Church's Church Master, who is also the Treasure Master. This person is mysterious and unfathomable. He has never made a move before, but the fact that he could subdue the Celestial Demon Monarch, the Earth Demon Monarch, and the Ice Demon Monarch proves how horrifying his strength is. Xiaochun indicated his agreement. Then, he said, I'll deal with this person. Secondly, there are the 2 vice church masters under him, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strengths are strange, stronger than regular primes. After that, there are the 18 demon monarchs that everyone is more familiar with. You should have interacted with them before. 18 demon monarchs, 9 primes, and 9 half-step primes. With the experts here and the holy lord of some holy lands, they should be able to deal with them. The crucial thing was who would deal with Xing Wang and Fa Wang, these two troublesome people. I'll do it. With my strength. Delaying the two should not be difficult, the Kunlun Palace's palace master said. The Kunlun Palace's palace master asked sullenly. With his strength, delaying these two would not be difficult. Just based on this, it looked like the Kunlun realm and the demonic world had an even chance of victory. Aside from this, what we're most worried about is the demonic god. That's right. Every minor demonic tribulation is to obtain enough fresh blood and souls to sacrifice to the demonic god. The demon race has been preparing for this for tens of thousands of years. This time, the demonic god will definitely appear in the Kunlun realm. I heard that the treasure master captured nearly half of the elite cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, including several holy lord, in preparation to summon the demonic god. The demonic god, the primes present, and the Kunlun Palace's elders all fell silent. The demonic god was a huge problem. No matter how one thought about it, they all felt some despair. At that time, I will summon the deity race ancestor, and Xianxia will summon the soul of the Bushan Palace's founder. They should be able to deal with it. Emperor Forsaken spoke, breaking the silence. Our corpse race also has a 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. We can use it at the crucial moment, the heaven-punishing corpse god said. Suddenly, Xianxia said, "You all forgot an important point. The demonic world demonic beasts have many peak demonic beasts. They are no weaker than sovereign martial emperors. Furthermore, there are many demonic beasts. At that time, we might end up surrounded." After a few rounds of analysis, no matter how one looked at it, the deep abyss demonic world was stronger than the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, it was not just a little stronger, but more than double or triple. Just in terms of peak combat power, the deep abyss demonic world had more primes than the Kunlun realm. After the discussion ended, the Kunlun Palace's palace master handed a banner to Xianxia. This is the Kunlun banner. After you refine it, there will always be a banner flying behind you. Every cultivator in battle will see the banner when they look up. This is the use of the Alliance Chief. As long as the banner is still there, it means that you are not dead. This will infinitely boost the confidence of the Kunlun realm's cultivators. Xianxia received the Kunlun banner and entered deep thought. He somewhat understood why the 5 old men set this up for him earlier. If Xianxia was not strong enough, the Kunlun banner would break not long after the battle. This would undoubtedly lower the morale of the entire Kunlun realm's cultivators. Don't worry, I will properly refine it. I will definitely persevere until the last moment, Xianxia said seriously. The Kunlun Palace's palace master smiled and said, if Sangmu knew that his successor was this strong, he would definitely be overjoyed. Xianxia looked at the other party and entered deep thought. He asked, could it be that you know Sangmu? Ha ha ha. Not only do I know him, but if not for him, this old man would not have to run to the Kunlun Palace in such a sullen manner. The Kunlun Palace's palace master laughed loudly and said, however, this has also helped me. I am the Saber Demon. I once competed with him in the Sky Dome realm. After arriving in the Kunlun realm, we continued to compete. Who knew? He died right after he became king. How unfortunate. The Saber Demon. Xiaoqian's eyes lit up. He had heard of this person before. The one who fought with Sangmu in the 5-Nation Youth Competition back then was this person. Unexpectedly, due to fate, this person became the Kunlun Palace's palace master. No wonder that saber might was so scary. It looks like you have heard of me. I really wish to have a good fight with you. That way, I can fulfill my final wish of fighting with Sangmu. Unfortunately, I no longer have this opportunity, and at most 7 days, the demons will be charging over. The Saber Demon sighed, revealing a complicated expression on his unkempt face. Xiaoqian's expression was similarly complicated. He muttered to himself as he looked in the direction of the distant heavenly starry ocean. 7 days later, I will be fighting with that person. Will I win? I have to. Chapter 1525. After the final discussion ended, it was time to mobilize everyone. The main peak of Kunlun Mountain became the gathering place of various experts. Several experts volunteered to come to the main peak of Kunlun Mountain. Most of the older generation experts gathered at the summit, where the main hall of the Kunlun Palace was. The outstanding talents of the younger generation and the outstanding talents of the Golden Age gathered at the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Now that the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring was sealed, countless experts stood guard in secret. The reason why the youths liked to gather here was simple. Most of the outstanding talents of the Kunlun realm had soaked in the Heavenly Dew Divine Spring before. This included Xianxia. Back then, he had fought Di-Wuk in this Heavenly Dew Divine Spring, slowly rising to prominence in the Kunlun continent. Whoosh! 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 Figures flashed, and two people descended from the sky, standing side by side. They were the sons of the former three holy masters of the Tianwu domain, Xiaoju and Feng Wuji. These two had a good relationship and usually traveled together. The moment they showed themselves, several people immediately recognized them. Among the younger generation, these two were the cream of the crop. They had already been influential people for a long time. During the Golden Age, they had all obtained fortuitous encounters. This was especially so after they obtained the help of the deity race to forge their deity statues. Their strength and cultivation improved very quickly. A king's might was emitted from the two of them, causing many people to be astonished. What a strong emperor's might! Unexpectedly, these two already advanced to sovereign martial emperor. This is expected, right? Di-Wuk advanced to sovereign martial emperor a year ago. These two are so close to Di-Wuk. Their talent is not bad, and they have whoosh. Suddenly, a cold intent came from the sky. Three figures quickly flew over from the distance. When these three got closer, they discovered that they were two men and one woman. The woman was the current sect master of the Haoyin sect, Shui Lingling. The men were in Xianxia and by Wuxia. The three also gave off the emperor's might of a sovereign martial emperor, attracting the attention of many. More importantly, the sovereign emperor's might of these three was even denser and steadier than that of Xiaoju and Feng Wuji. Vaguely, there is already a trace of the Holy Lord's aura, which was no less than that of the emperors of the Ninth Heaven. After leaving the savage battlefield, the three entered closed-door cultivation and only came out recently, as the disciple of the Thunder King. And Xianxi's foundation was naturally extraordinary. As for Shui Lingling, she possessed the resources of an entire sect. As for Bai Wuxia, after he refined the eternal ice that Xiaoqin gave him, he finally advanced to sovereign martial emperor. The three of them had not relied on the power of faith to be conferred the title of king. Instead, they had relied on their foundation and fortuitous encounters. After being conferred the title of king, they would naturally be stronger than the two saints. Shui Lingling, Bai Wuxia, and Xianxia, the three of you are actually conferred kings as well. Xiaoju exclaimed in shock, a look of shock flashing in his eyes. Bai Wuxia smiled and said, "Why not? Do you want to have a competition to see who is the true sovereign martial emperor? Is it interesting? The demonic calamity is upon us, and the final battle is at hand. If you want to compete, let's see who can kill more demons." Suddenly, a voice interrupted the two's conversation. Only the voice could be heard, but no one could be seen. The voice reverberated for a while. When it stopped, the owner of the voice finally revealed himself. A black-clad man with an indifferent expression stood on a stone pillar, hugging a treasure sword as he looked at the crowd. Yin-Shur-San. Some of the profound domain's people immediately recognized Yin-Shur-San. This was the top swordsman of the profound domain's younger generation. He cultivated the killing sword. After not seeing him for many years, his aura had become even colder than before. However, the killing chi in his eyes was even more easily hidden, no sharpness visible at all. No one could guess Yin-Shur-San's strength. However, he did not fear it at all. Given the sovereign might of Shui Lingling and the others, they were definitely sovereign martial emperors at the very least. How lively! Unexpectedly, there are so many old friends here. Laughter rang out. Qi Wuxia and the white-boned sovereign's descendant, Long Fei, walked over with smiles on their faces. Qi Wuxia had a wanton and unrestrained nature. He was indifferent to worldly affairs, and his smile never faded. Those who liked him said that he was an optimistic person. Those who disliked him said that he had an evil air that would never fade. The various influential people of the younger generation appeared here for only one purpose: to wait for the impending demonic calamity. As the crowd chatted, more people arrived. However, this time, it was not just one or two people who came. Mo Chun led the Dragon's Gate's people, the chubby Kim Taeho, the Azura races Lan Xiaobai and Lan Yu, the Sky Dome realm's Xinyuan Zhantian, Gong Yangyu, Yu Bingyun, and the others. Even further behind were the Sun Palace's Chu Yang, Fu Hongyao, the Northern Sea Alliance's Yi Chun, Di Xinhan, and the other experts of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in with the Dragon's Gates group. It's the Dragon's Gates people. There are so many experts. Unexpectedly, the Dragon's Gate actually gathered so many outstanding young talents. That's not right. There seems to be some other outstanding talents of the Heavenly Starry Ocean mixed in. Could they all be the Dragon's Gate's people now? That should not be the case. After all, the Heavenly Starry Ocean's Gate is the only major sect left. Only the Dragon's Gate can take the lead. The arrival of the Dragon's Gate's people made the heavenly dew divine spring even livelier. After a while, 3 strong auras rushed over. They were the fiend races Bai, Yuan Su, and Kong Yuan. More and more people arrived. Sima Lingxian, Bak Tu, and Bai Yin, the descendants and disciples of the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, rushed over as well. Demonic Qi? Suddenly, someone sensed the presence of a trace of demonic Qi, which immediately alerted countless people. However, when they saw the owner of the demonic Qi, they relaxed slightly. The one who came was the human demon Sea's absolute genius, Dugu Ao. Dugu Ao seemed to feel that his identity was somewhat complicated, so he did not stick close to the crowd. Instead, he stood far away, closing his eyes and entering deep thought. Dugu Ao was a demon mixed blood. However, now that the human demon Sea had joined the Kunlun Realms camp, they could be considered on the same side. Although the people here hated the demons to the bone, they would not make a move on their companions. After half a day, nearly all the outstanding young talents of the entire Kunlun realm had gathered here. However, no matter how the crowd counted, they discovered that there was a very important person who did not come: Diwuk. As the Divine Son, Xiao Chun possessed outstanding talent. His strength was even more so. However, everyone knew that there was a huge rift between Xiao Chun and Xiao Chun. This time, Xiao Chun was leading the Demon Resistance Alliance. No one knew if Xiao Chun would put down his grudge and rush over. Xiao Ju, Diwuk, are you sure he is not coming? Could it be that he is going to be a coward? Someone mocked with a cold smile. He is probably too embarrassed to come. Before the Blue Dragon King rose up, he was always at odds with Xiao Chun, trying to kill him several times. Xiao Ju showed a troubled expression, not knowing how to answer. Humph! A cold snort rang out, and golden light filled the sky. A person bathed in golden light appeared above everyone. Who else could it be but Diwuk? Diwuk coldly glanced at the people mocking him. Then, he withdrew his aura and landed in a deserted place. Xiao Chen's expression was cold, unreadable, as if he did not want anyone to get close to him. Only the youths that Xiao Chang glared at felt pressure. Cold sweat trickled down their backs, not daring to say anything more. How strong! This was everyone's evaluation of Diwuk. He competed with Xiao Chun for the title of Luck's favored one. Although he lost, his strength still rendered most people speechless. Not long after Diwuk arrived, a person flew over from the Kunlun Palace's peak. This person wore snow-white clothes, and his long hair fluttered in the wind. His face was delicate as he held his saber and landed firmly. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chun. The moment this person landed, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. Many gazes either showed respect or helplessness, looking incredibly complicated. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh. Not long after Xianxia appeared, many older generation experts landed and stood behind him. The 7 primes, the 5 elders of the Kunlun Palace, the 13 great bandits of the Black Sea, and the various holy lords, they were all powerful experts, influential people. However, these people all followed behind Xianxia silently. There is no need to describe the identity of the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. Clearly, the experts of both the old and new generations gathered for one purpose: to resist the demons and save the Kunlun realm. Diwuk looked at Xianxia and said slowly, "Unexpectedly, I will fight alongside you one day. Even my master will stand behind you." Xianxia said calmly, "The demonic calamity is coming. Naturally, we have to put down all grudges. I welcome you coming." At Xiaoqian's height, standing at the peak of the Kunlun realm, many of the grudges of the past were like floating clouds at the summit. Chapter 1526. The experts of both the old and the new generations gathered here. Nearly all the martial emperor experts of the entire Kunlun realm were here. There were more than 2,000 of them. It was hard to imagine that so many martial emperors would step forward. Aside from many young experts rising up in the Golden Age, many white-haired old men who had retired from the world and lived in seclusion all stepped forward at this moment. With the old and the new doubling, the number of experts in the Kunlun realm reached its highest in the past 10,000 years. After the peak of the martial epic passed, rarely had so many Emperor Wu appeared in another age. Perhaps the heavenly Tao knew of the danger this time and could not bear to see the Kunlun realm destroyed. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Although there were many Emperor Wu, there were only 100-odd sovereign martial emperors. Compared to the vast number of Emperor Wu, there were simply too few. After all, the Golden Age gave these geniuses too little time to grow. Not every outstanding talent could be as lucky as Shui Lingling by Wuxia, Yanshi San, and the others, obtaining their own fortuitous encounters. In a very short time, they succeeded in being conferred king, advancing to sovereign martial emperor. What a pity! There are so many outstanding talents here. They are much stronger than our generation. If they had more time, they would not be like this. How unfortunate! If they had another 10 years, no, just 5 years, it would have been enough. The many older generation cultivators sighed as they looked at the group of young, outstanding talents. Xiaoqian felt deeply moved. The treasure master probably saw this point as well, which was why he decided to make a move. The treasure master would not give the Kunlun realm any chance. Suddenly, Xiaoqian opened his heavenly eye, and a divine eye shot out from it. Then it flew out, crossing mountains, rivers, and cities for 5,000 kilometers. After flying for 5,000 kilometers, it hovered in the air like Xiaoqian's eyes, looking at the treasure master's island. All of a sudden, he saw a shocking scene. The air was filled with demonic race cultivators riding demonic beasts. They were so densely packed that they looked like ants. Their numbers were unimaginable. There were also several powerful demonic beasts that gave off Emperor's might. They led the demonic beasts around them, waiting for orders like sovereigns. These were demon, king-level ferocious beasts. They were no weaker than sovereign martial emperors of the Kunlun realm. There were flaming demon lions, black gold snakes, twin-headed demonic eagles, and many others. Xiaoqian was shocked. There were so many king-level beasts among the demonic beasts. The situation was not looking good. However, this was not what he wanted to see. The god eyes hovering in the air turned, and his gaze pierced through the layers of barriers covering the treasure master island. Xiaoqian saw a square. In the middle of the square, there was a black altar. Boundless demonic qi rose, and it was especially frightening. What was even more frightening was that a soul that could be seen with the naked eye would occasionally rise from the dark altar cavern. His face contorted as if he was screaming in pain as he was sucked into the dark clouds in the sky. Before the altar, Xing Wang and Fa Wang stood beside the treasure master. Behind them were the 18 demon monarchs, followed by the sovereign martial emperors of the demon race, and finally, the ordinary Emperor Wu of the demon race. A rough count put the number of Emperor Wu of the demon race at least 2,000. What was even more frightening was the number of sovereign martial emperors. There were more than 400 of them. Furthermore, there were those king-level demonic beasts. Emperor Wu had 2 to 3 times more than the Kunlun realm. This was an extremely terrifying number. Xianxia could imagine what kind of enormous pressure the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu would face at that time. Could he hold on? Xianxia was not confident. Xianxia fixed his gaze on the treasure master's back, feeling somewhat complicated. Church master, someone is watching you. The treasure master did not turn his head back. He said indifferently, I know. Help me deal with it. Is it the Blue Dragon King? Interesting. As Xing Wang spoke, he suddenly turned around. His gaze immediately met the heavenly eye hovering in the air extremely far away. On the other side, Fa Wang also turned around at this moment. He smiled and said, I'll test him out first. Not just anyone can watch me. Suddenly, a black flame appeared on Fa Wang's fingertip. Then he pointed at the air, and the black flame released a boundlessly resplendent black light in Xiaoqian's eyes. Whoosh! What a strange flame! Xiaoqian's heart skipped a beat as he quickly withdrew his gaze. However, he was already too late. A beam of black light quickly headed for the heavenly eye. Divine lightning eye. With a thought, Xiaoqian drove the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning in his sea of consciousness. The heavenly eye, which was millions of kilometers away, immediately sent out a bolt of lightning tribulation to strike the strange black demonic flame. Then he quickly stopped circulating, and the heavenly eye quickly flew back. You can break Fa Wang's abyssal demonic flame, but can you dodge Xing Wang's axe? Xing Wang smiled coldly. Suddenly, an axe with black chains at the end fell from above the heavenly eye in the distance, hacking at Xiaoqian's heavenly eye. Scatter! At the crucial moment, Xiaoqian chose to scatter his heavenly eye. The heavenly eye immediately scattered into countless beams of light, dodging this axe strike. The price of forcibly scattering his heavenly eye would prevent Xiaoqian from using the heavenly eye for some time. However, this was still better than smashing the other party's axe. After all, eye techniques were not Xiaoqian's strong suit. There were not many ways he could salvage the situation. At Kunlun Mountain, after scattering his heavenly eye, Xiaoqian took a step back, his expression changing slightly. Blue Dragon King, what's going on? What did you see? The people at the side asked quickly, knowing that Xiaoqian was using an eye technique. They urgently wanted to know the movements of the demonic world. Xiaoqian did not rush to answer. His face suddenly sank, and the Tao disk of great Tao energy appeared behind him. Then it condensed into a line, and Xiaoqian shouted, Tao. Immediately, Saber Tao energy that surpassed Saber intent, Saber soul, and Saber domain surged in Xiaoqian's body. His long hair fluttered. In an instant, Xiaoqian was like a sharp, unsheathed saber, boundlessly sharp. The surrounding people unconsciously took a step back. Xiaoqian pointed with his finger, and a saber light flashed like lightning. Kaxie, 5 million kilometers away, this saber light struck the axe that seemed to fall from the sky. On the Treasure Master Island, Xing Wang took a step back. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he revealed a berserk expression. Xing Wang actually lost to Xiaoqian from a distance. Enough. You're not a match for him. There is no need to let your emotions affect your decisions. Continue paying respects to the demonic god. We will be heading out soon. Yes. The rage in Xing Wang's eyes vanished. After the treasure master reprimanded him, he stretched out his hand and withdrew the strange axe. On Kunlun Mountain, Xiaoqian gave a simple account of what he saw and experienced. Everyone was startled. Unexpectedly, in just a few moments, Xiaoqian already clashed with the 2 vice church masters of the Dark Church. Prepare yourselves. They will charge over before sunset tomorrow at the soonest. Xiaoqian said softly as he rested with his eyes closed. The place fell silent. However, no one retreated amid the silence. They all quietly brewed. 2 hours passed, 4 hours passed, and just as the setting sun was about to set, the sky in the distance suddenly darkened, as if night had descended early. They are here. Indeed, the demon race had arrived. Those black clouds covered the sky. This was the main force of the demon race. The final battle had not started yet, but a bitter atmosphere had already spread. Everyone knew that this battle could not be avoided. The demon race had already retreated to the last step. Kunlun Mountain was the final barrier. There was no way to continue retreating. Either you die, or I die. Once defeated, one would become a slave or even sacrifice. Their family and friends might suffer the same tragedy as the cultivators of the heavenly starry ocean, dying painful and cruel deaths. They could not retreat or be defeated. On the mountain peak, be it the outstanding talents of the younger generation or the older generation cultivators, their eyes all turned bloodshot. They were like wild beasts, wild and raging. Behind Kunlun Mountain, many war chariots and warships carrying the high-rank cultivators of the Kunlun realm appeared. These were troops made up of the blue-robed emperor, martial sages, and martial monarchs. There were tens of millions of cultivators of the various races. They were insignificant. However, when gathered together, they were even stronger than Emperor Wu and the blue-robed emperor on the mountain. They were extremely important. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 1 hour later, the demon army arrived. The treasure master led the 18 demon monarchs and the 2 vice church masters to the very front, coldly eyeing the people of Kunlun Mountain. Seeing the vast army, many of the youths on the mountain felt their arms tremble slightly. However, no one took even half a step back. I have many old friends, and I am not a heartless person. As long as Emperor Wu enters my dark church, he will not die. The treasure master said as he looked at the cyclic astral lord, Xianxia, and the others. Scram, you bastard. You killed the people of my Kunlun realm like pigs and dogs, sacrificing them to the demonic god. You want us to surrender? Dream on. Even if we die in battle, we will not surrender to you. The crowd raged. Several Emperor Wu, who had lost relatives in the heavenly starry ocean, cursed loudly. Countless people followed suit, shouting, "We will not surrender, even if we die." That's exactly what I wanted. The more sacrifices, the better. The treasure master said coldly, not caring. Suddenly, Xiaoqian opened his eyes and looked at the treasure master. His eyes flickered with electric light. The treasure master stared at the other party and said through clenched teeth, enunciating every word, "Senior Thunder King, it has already reached this point. Are you still going to continue lying?" Chapter 15:27. What? The 2 armies faced each other, the decisive battle at hand. However, Xiaoqian said something that shocked everyone in the Kunlun realm's camp. Xiaoqian, what did you say? The Thunder King already went to the Kunlun road. It is impossible for him to appear. This news deeply shocked the myriad law fiend master. He thought that Xiaoqian was joking. Xiaoqian asked indifferently, "Did you personally see him walk the Kunlun road?" "No. Do you know who dealt the fatal blow to the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago? It was him, 2,000 years ago, who dealt the fatal blow to the Thunder King. It was him. Why did the entire Kunlun realm fall into chaos the moment he left? Why?" After the Qing Emperor died, the treasure master's residence quickly rose up in the heavenly starry ocean. I have never believed in coincidences. However, there are too many coincidences, which makes one suspicious. Xiaoqian's expression did not change at all as he calmly voiced his opinion. "Xiaoqian, although I respect you as my brother, don't slander my master." The Thunder and Lightning Palaces in Xianxia said in dissatisfaction, not liking Xiaoqian speaking of his master like that. The other experts on good terms with the Thunder King all spoke up, dissatisfied with Xiaoqian's words. Such a scene surprised the 18 demon monarchs. They smiled coldly as they watched the internal conflict in the Kunlun realm's camp. "Xiaoqian, this is just your guess. Without concrete evidence, you cannot casually convict the Thunder King." Ying Zongtian frowned slightly. Clearly, he was also dissatisfied with Xiaoqian's words. The Thunder King's prestige was unexpectedly high. With just these words, the morale of the Kunlun realm's camp fell into chaos. Xiaoqian did not say anything. Many times, without evidence, it might not be the truth. Although Xiao Chen could not see the other party's appearance with his heavenly eye, he could see the other party's eyes. If it was just a guess before, after seeing the other party's gaze, Xiao Chen was deeply suspicious. Although he had never seen the Thunder King's true body, he had seen the eyes of the Thunder King's clone during the king conferral ceremony. Whether it was the real body or the avatar, a person's gaze was the shining point of their inner spirit. It had nothing to do with his physical body. His eyes could not lie. The Treasure Lord's eyes were too similar to the Thunder King's. At that time, Xiao Qin's heart was somewhat shaken. Later, when he tried to probe, he was not willing to believe that it was a coincidence, nor was he willing to accept this fact. But the result made him sad and tired. The divine lightning eye, which could severely injure a prime, had no effect on the Treasure Master. If he was not an expert at the peak of the way of thunder and lightning, it would be impossible for him to achieve such a result. Just this point alone was enough to prove Xiao Qin's guess. Not to mention, there were many coincidences before which already explained the problem. Ignoring the dissatisfaction and disbelief of the others, Xiao Chen continued to look at the Treasure Master. He asked sullenly, "Senior Thunder King, are you still going to continue deceiving me now? Perhaps this is the last time I address you as Senior, Lord Dark Church's Churchmaster." Silence. The Treasure Master did not refute. This made everyone who doubted Xiao Chen turn their gazes to him. Facing the many gazes, the Treasure Master, whose appearance remained shrouded in fog, making it impossible to see through him, said, "Why the need to seek the truth so bitterly? There are some things that are better not knowing than knowing." Boom! This was a bolt from the blue. The Treasure Master's words were equivalent to tacitly acknowledging Xiao Qin's guess. Many people could not accept this. The Treasure Master felt dizzy. He had always respected the Thunder King, seeing him even more seriously than his father. The Thunder King was in Xianxia's faith, his motivation to advance. It was like the god in Xianxia's heart suddenly crumbled, and Xianxia felt like he had fallen into an ice cave, dispirited and in incredible pain. The people of the Thunder and Lightning Palace did not feel good, either. Their emotions were not much different from Xianxia's. Zongtian, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the other old friends could not accept this, either, showing complicated expressions. This was especially so for Zongtian. He had a good personal relationship with the Thunder King. This was a rather big blow to him. On the other hand, the 18 demon monarchs calmed down after some shock. It did not matter who the Dark Church's Churchmaster was. It was sufficient as long as he could control the Dark Church. Xing Wang and Fa Wang did not feel surprised at all. It was like they had known this secret long ago. "Treasure Master, don't lie to me. My master is absolutely not the Dark Church's Churchmaster." And Xianxia roared with all his might, refusing to believe this fact. Whoosh! The hazy layer of black chi on the Treasure Master's face vanished, revealing a face that resembled the Thunder King's. The Treasure Master's facial features were exactly the same as the Thunder King's. Even his aura was the same. There was no difference at all. It really is the Thunder King. At this moment, the Treasure Master's identity was verified. This dealt a heavy blow to everyone in the Kunlun Realms camp. Everyone had a question in their hearts. Why? Just as everyone was feeling bewildered, an ugly saber scar suddenly appeared on the right side of the Thunder King's face. The Thunder King's entire aura suddenly changed, surging with a sinister aura. It was terrifying and horrifying, putting immense pressure on everyone. The Thunder King touched the saber scar on his face with his right hand. As he looked at Xiao Chen, intense hatred flashed in his eyes. He said sullenly, "This is something that your Qing Emperor ancestor left for me 10,000 years ago. Even if I do my best to suppress it, I can only hide this saber scar for 3 days. Today, I will return the pain and torture that this saber strike brought me to you tenfold, 100-fold." Xiao Chen entered deep thought. This saber strike should have come from when the Qing Emperor sneak attacked the Qing Emperor back then. No wonder it cannot be removed. It was very easy for a regular Emperor Wu to remove a scar. However, if this saber strike came from the Qing Emperor, then it would be a different story. The scar had already penetrated deep into the marrow, blood, and even the soul. Even if the other party did his best to suppress it, he could only hide it for 3 days. Suppressing it like that should be something that exhausted the mind. Hence, when the other party was still the Thunder King, he spent most of his time in closed-door cultivation. Now that Xianxia thought about it, concealing it must have been an extremely painful and troublesome thing. That was why the other party's hatred for the Qing Emperor ran so deep. Give me an answer. Why did you lie to me? Zongtian's heart turned cold. He simply could not stand the feeling of being lied to. Why did you lie to me? Do you think that I can live for more than 10,000 years without a reason and still not die? You are the one who cannot figure it out. Zongtian, I have never lied to you. I am the Thunder King, the Treasure Master, and the Dark Church's Church Master. I have never lied to anyone. Like you, I hope that Xianxia can mature. Otherwise, how could he turn the Kunlun realm upside down? In the battle to advance to martial emperor, blood dyed the sky red, causing half of the Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu to die. You and him are both my pawns. Furthermore, you are both willing pawns. I have never lied to you. I also want to leave this damned abandoned land. I will not age or die. If you were me, back then, when the previous Dark Church's church master sought you out, you would have agreed to be his successor. It seemed like the Thunder King had held back these words for a long time. Now that he said them in one breath, he felt much more relaxed. Many people were startled when they heard this. Unexpectedly, there was someone with such deep schemes. Xianxia's schemes were so broad that he toyed with all the people of the Kunlun realm in the palm of his hand. Zongtian remained expressionless. His expression turned even colder as he shook his head and said, "Don't find excuses for yourself. Everyone has their own principles. You just fell for your own principles. The victor is king, and the loser is in the wrong. The so-called principles are meant to be trampled." The Thunder King swept his cold gaze over the people of the Kunlun realm's camp. Then, he said, "On account of our past friendship, I'll give you all one more chance. As long as you are willing to surrender and believe in the demonic god, I can show mercy. Show mercy? Just use your filthy hands and draw your treasure sword. I, Xianxia, will never surrender to you." Xianxia frowned coldly, ignoring Junyi. "The demonic sect slaughtered my Kunlun realm compatriots like pigs and dogs. You want me to surrender? Dream on. Sorry, master. This is the last time I will call you master. I cannot agree to it this time." And Junyi's expression was even scarier than Zongtian's. It hurt so much that he did not feel pain in his heart, only a chill and numbness spreading throughout his body. "We will not surrender, even to the death." Ha ha ha. Good, good, good. 18 demon monarchs, heed my command. Kill everyone in the Kunlun realm without mercy. I want to wash the Kunlun mountain in blood. When the treasure master heard the many people swearing not to surrender, he laughed maniacally and gave the order to massacre. Dynamite spread out from Xianxia's body. With a thought, a war banner appeared behind him. As the war banner fluttered in the wind, Xianxia looked at the vast and boundless demon army. Then, he said, "Protect the Kunlun realm. Our family and friends are behind us. We absolutely cannot retreat. Kill." The final battle between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world began. Chapter 1528. Kill. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The sky was instantly dyed red with blood. A torrential rain of blood, mixed with severed limbs, rained down. What kind of scene was that? In the sky, on the ground, everywhere one could see was a bloody battle. This was a true doomsday. In an instant, hundreds of thousands of living beings died on the spot. The air was filled with the thick smell of blood. Everyone's eyes were bloodshot. The 18 demon emperors of the demon clan dropped their hands. The celestial demon emperor's demonic shadow palm fell, and 10 Emperor Wus died on the spot. A supreme being, to a lesser celestial Emperor Wu, could be killed in an instant. There was no chance for him to retaliate. The 7 primes of the Kunlun realm attacked together. The heaven-punishing corpse god was like a ferocious beast in human form as he rampaged about. Those who stood in front of him were smashed to death and turned into a mist of blood. Finally, The Iron Demon Monarch of the 18 Demon Monarchs blocked Xianxia's path and laughed strangely. These two powerhouses with pinnacle physical bodies quickly clashed with each other. Their fists collided directly with each other. The Iron Demon race was innately impervious to swords and spears, and the corpse race's fleshly body was similarly not inferior. What was even more advantageous was that the corpse race was intelligent from a young age. They could practice cultivation techniques and martial techniques. They had an extremely deep foundation. Even if the Iron Demon's physical body was stronger, it would not be easy to deal with the corpse race. The eldest brother, Xianxia, opened his palm and a strong light burst out. The sun behind him soared into the sky, and he struck out with his palm. The radiance of the sun spread out, and an empty space immediately appeared in front. All the demonic beasts and human cultivators would die. So, of the 18 demon monarchs, the figures of the Ice Demon Monarch and the Flower Demon Monarch flashed, clashing with Big Brother Ing. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the divine kingdom. He was also fighting one against two, resisting the celestial demon emperor and a supreme demonic beast. A steady stream of faith power poured into his body, causing his body to grow bigger and bigger. With a divine sword in his hand, he was like a real deity, unbelievably powerful. The peak primes of the Kunlun realm were all extremely strong. However, the situation was still not optimistic. Because there were too few of them, each of them basically had to face two people at a time, so they couldn't split up. Several king-grade demonic beasts were ferocious and bloodthirsty. They tore the corpses of the Kunlun realm cultivators with one swipe of their claws. Then, they opened their mouths wide and ate with relish. These powerful magical beasts all had their own intelligence. They were extremely cunning and vicious. Ha 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 ha. This feels great. It's been a long time since I've drunk blood to my heart's content. This is much more delicious compared to the flesh of other magical beasts. A black demonic condor spoke the human language. Every time it attacked, its hard claws would bring forth a rain of blood. After that, the eagle opened its beak wide and swallowed the remains of dozens of cultivators, appearing extremely cruel. The eyes of the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists were bloodshot. They wanted to avenge their companions. However, the difference in strength was too great, and this was like trying to smash a rock with an egg. You overestimate yourself. The black demon condor snorted coldly. Ha! Just as it was about to pounce and kill again, a whip with flickering lightning bolts lashed at it ruthlessly. Bastard die. It was in Xianxia. His true dragon lightning whip lashed through the air, mangling this demon condor and sending its feathers flying everywhere. The black demon condor roared furiously. I'm going to kill you and swallow you alive. You guys go first. Leave this to me. And Xianxia said to the 10 blue-robed emperor-level martial artists. Many thanks, young hero, and after the other Emperor Wu thanked Xianxia, they immediately rushed to the other battlefields. On the other side of the battlefield, Shimin Bao rushed over and hugged a humanoid demonic wolf. No matter how that demonic wolf tore at his body, Shimin Bao did not let go. Just a second ago, 2 of Shimin Bao's seniors died in the mouths of this demonic wolf to protect him. Kassier. Blood spurted out as the other side of Shimin Bao's body was torn off. However, Shimin Bao's only hand still held on tightly. Ha ha! Die, you stinky dog! Shimin Bao laughed loudly and chose to self-detonate, dying together with this demonic wolf that was far stronger than him. Not far away, Shimin Bao's good friend, the outstanding talent of the battle realms, Niu Deng, had bloodshot eyes as he roared, Shimin Bao. However, no matter how Niu Deng shouted, he could not change the result. In the intense explosion, Shimin Bao died without a complete corpse. Kill. When Niu Deng saw this scene, he immediately went berserk, going berserk. Niu Deng held his saber and chopped down, ignoring the wounds on his body. As Shui Lingling stood on the profound sunbird, she held the Emperor shooting Sun Bao in her hand. This transcendent divine weapon continuously fired arrows. Her arrows were arrows that could kill, but they were also arrows that could save lives. Countless demons and demonic beasts died miserably under these arrow lights. Her arrow lights also saved countless Kunlun realm cultivators. Her figure flickered in the air, appearing ethereal and unfathomable. She remained expressionless, already numb to killing. Not long after the battle started, before both sides clashed, the Kunlun realm's camp had already lost more than 100 Emperor Wus. Below Emperor Wu, there were even more deaths. The demon race's losses were equally startling, perhaps even more. This made Xing Wang and Fa Wang frown slightly. Unexpectedly, the various races of the Kunlun realm, which originally had intense internal strife, were so united in this final battle. Xiao Chun and the Kunlun Palace's palace master did not make a move. This was because Xing Wang, Fa Wang, and the treasure master, the Thunder King, did not make a move either. Many cultivators charged over to Xiao Chen's side, and all sorts of intense battles ensued. Xiao Chen's already calm heart could not help but ripple. A baleful air appeared on his face. Xiao Chun, don't ever let the baleful air control you. Otherwise, today's battle will cast a shadow on you. Your future path of martial arts can be considered as crippled. You still have a long way to go. The Kunlun Palace's palace master, the Saber Demon, who was of the same generation as the Thunder King, said calmly. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I will control it. It's time for me to make a move. The Saber Demon's expression changed, and he suddenly vanished from Xiao Chen's side. This was because Xing Wang and Fa Wang also moved at this moment. The Saber Demon drew his saber. It was an extremely strange scimitar that looked like a crescent moon, flickering with a scarlet light. Saber Demon, after not seeing you for 1,000 years, let me see if your saber techniques have improved. Xing Wang laughed loudly, and his axe, which was connected to a chain, charged into the air. The sinister Fa Wang smiled coldly, and an abyssal demonic flame burned on his fingertips as he moved silently. Both sides were very familiar with each other. Soon, they started fighting. The Saber Demon was very strong. Even when fighting 1 against 2, he did not end up at a disadvantage. Xiao Chun looked at the treasure master. The entire world seemed to vanish. There was only the treasure master in his eyes. This was a strong opponent. 10,000 years ago, the treasure master was second only to the Qing emperor. For the past 10,000 years, the treasure master had been the strongest person of the Kunlun realm. Furthermore, he had hidden his strength. Even though the treasure master had already surpassed Prime, comprehended great Tao energy, cultivated the Thunder Domain, the Ice Domain, and the Blue Dragon War Body, he still could not be careless when facing this person. Against this person, he could not afford to be careless at all. After all, it was very likely that a single mistake would result in death. The price of death would be the destruction of the entire Kunlun realm. The price was too high. The treasure master could not bear it. The lunar shadow saber trembled slightly. It was not clear whether it was excited or nervous to face the true culprit of Sang Mu's death. Xiao Chun, you're not a match for me. Back then, the Qing emperor fell in my hands. Today, you will fall in my hands as well. However, this time, you will not be as lucky as the Qing emperor. The treasure master, the Thunder King, smiled coldly and punched at Xiao Chun. Boom! Loud thunder burst out of the Thunder King's body. Resplendent electricity flickered on his fist. The sky suddenly turned dark, and dense thunderclouds filled the sky. Xiao Chun shouted, and the 10,000 dragon force in his body spread out. Countless dragon-shaped strands of energy reverberated in the air. When facing the Thunder King's punch, Xiao Chun did not show any fear. He clenched his fist, and tens of thousands of strands of energy gathered, forming a dragon cauldron on his fist light. Bang! The two fists clashed, and the two quickly moved back. Shock flashed in their eyes. Xiao Chun was shocked by his opponent's lightning-attributed energy, while the Thunder King was shocked by Xiao Chen's vital qi. Unexpectedly, after the dragon cauldron was formed, it would be so strong. Interesting. However, this is just the beginning. My lightning-attributed energy has already mutated. Take this properly." The Thunder King snorted coldly, and the purple lightning on his body suddenly changed, turning into black lightning. Bolts of black lightning extended from his body, spreading out like a spiderweb, looking as terrifying as the tentacles of a demonic god. Xianxia narrowed his eyes. This is lightning. It actually merged with the purest demonic chi of the demonic world. The lightning contained many negative energies: grief, worry, horror, despair, and pain. When mixed together, it looked incredibly ugly. Chapter 1529. Xiaochun frowned slightly. This lightning was truly strange. Although the other party had not broken through the Thunder Domain and comprehended the Thunder Dao like Xiaochun, he had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak. However, Xiaochun had already cultivated his lightning-attributed energy to the peak, even opening up a new path and coming up with new tricks. Xiaochun's great Dao energy of the Saber Dao was still in its initial stages, so he might not have much of an advantage. Again, the Thunder King shouted. The scar on his face looked exceptionally sinister as he punched again. His movement technique was exquisite. With every step he took in the air, electric light flickered under his feet. It was like he was walking on flat ground. The force under his feet was very heavy, making his aura exceptionally stable. The condensed thunder might was like a mountain. As it flickered, it moved forward step by step, as if the mountain peaks were connected. By the time it reached Xiaochun, it had formed a majestic mountain range that rose and fell undulating endlessly. The force of this punch looked ordinary. However, it was extremely mighty and had many tricks up its sleeves. With one glance, Xiaochun could tell that this punch was completely different from the earlier one. Xiaochun sheathed the lunar shadow saber at his waist, and a vast Dao might spread out. A faint Dao disk appeared behind him, flickering with a weak saber light. As the Dao disk slowly spun, Xiaochun's Dao might sank like an erupting volcano, storing up energy. When the other party's fist light approached, Xiaochun shouted coldly and punched decisively. Bang! 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 The two punches clashed, each strike striking the other's body. The two clashed head-on. The sound was even louder than thunder. The sound waves that erupted out made one's heart tremble. However, the strange thing was that the space around the two did not break. That was because their auras were simply too powerful, too condensed, and firmly locked down the surrounding space. The black lightning on the Thunder King fist light contained countless kinds of negative emotions. Although it looked like an ordinary punch, in reality, it was full of changes. Every move had a different state. Furthermore, it created all sorts of horrifying illusions for Xiaochun. Xiaochun's heart remained unmoved. His state of cycle continuously changed as well. Slaughter, destruction, despair, pain, grief, and death formed one illusion after another, dispelling the interference of the other party's negative emotions. After fighting for half a day, the two of them exchanged more than 1,000 moves. Neither of them could do anything to the other. The war between the Kunlun realm and the demonic world also reached its climax. Tens of millions of cultivators, demons, and demonic beasts from both sides clashed. Tragic sounds of fighting could be heard endlessly. It was like hell on earth, the end of the world. As time passed, the situation became increasingly disadvantageous to the Kunlun realm. The demonic world's kings outnumbered the Kunlun realms by 3 times. At first, they could barely hold on, but slowly, the 1-on-2 turned into a 1-on-3, and then a 1-on-4. The results were getting worse and worse. Am I going to die? The thunder and lightning palaces in Xianxia was incomparably fatigued. He could no longer remember how many demons and demonic beasts he had killed. In the end, he was stopped by 3 king-level demons, Emperor Wu. Fighting 1 against 3, he was gradually losing ground. 2 sovereign martial emperors of the Thunder Demon race, and a 3-headed demon hound looked at him coldly. Whoosh! 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 Suddenly, boundless snow drifted down. Amid the snowflakes, a huge ice palm smashed into the 3-headed demon hound. Kasie! The huge ice palm was like an ice mountain as it smashed the three-headed demon hound into pieces. And Xianxia, are you going to give up so soon? The one who came was by Wuxia. When he saw that Xianxia was in danger, he immediately rushed over to provide support. Don't worry, I absolutely will not die before you do. Ha ha ha. And Xianxia felt a warmth in his heart. He laughed loudly and said, Come, let's attack together. Good. The two fought side by side, not exchanging any pleasantries. Then, they threw themselves back into battle. While Xianxia could be saved, Xiahou would not be so lucky. By the time his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Xiahou had already died. When his father put down his opponent and rushed over, Xianxia's lower body had already been bitten off by a king-grade demonic wolf. His aura was very weak, and he would die soon. My son, the white tiger Holy Lord could not help shouting hoarsely, tears streaming down his face. Xiahou smiled bitterly and reached out to touch his father's face. He said, Lord Father, don't be sad. This child failed to live up to your expectations. My greatest regret in this life is losing face at the king conferral ceremony, letting down your efforts. I'm really sorry. Don't say any more. It's all in the past. Don't worry. I'll bring you away. I'll treat you. Go. Where can we go? The Kunlun realm will be gone. Where will our home be? Lord Father, before Xiahou could finish speaking, he suddenly smacked the ground with his right palm. It was like the final radiance of the setting sun. Half of Xiahou's body soared into the air, flying towards a huge demonic snake. Then there was an intense explosion with a loud bang. Xiahou perished together with that king-grade demonic snake, dying without a complete corpse. The three holy masters could not help feeling grief. They roared with bloodshot eyes. Damn it! Brother Xia, the profound Martial Gate's holy son, Feng Wuji, who had grown up with Xiahou, was stunned for a moment. The price for this moment was a few more wounds on his body. Tragic scenes played out everywhere. The Kunlun realm cultivators, who held a numerical disadvantage, had to do their best to fight. This was because there was already no way out. The people behind the mountains were all innocent people and low-level cultivators who were not even martial monarchs. To the demonic world, these people were like sacrifices and food. They could not resist at all. Chuyang, I'm very tired. I think I'm going to sleep. The Moon Palace's holy daughter paled as she lay weakly on Chuyang's back in Zodiac Hall. She seemed to be talking in her sleep. In that case, go to sleep. Don't think too much. I'll wake you up. Chuyang smiled gently. The sword light in his hand was as resplendent as the sun, chopping a blood demon Emperor Wu in half. Although Chuyang was smiling, tears flowed down silently from the corners of his eyes. All right, in that case, remember to wake me up. I'm going to sleep. Fu Honyao no longer showed any signs of life. His arm holding Chuyang fell silently. Pusiai, Pusiai. Chuyang, who had already forced back several groups of blood demon martial emperors, suffered several sword wounds. Before he could say anything, he vomited a large mouthful of blood. A few blood demon martial emperors drew their swords, and Chuyang fell to his knees. Chuyang, who had already exhausted all his primordial energy, simply could not treat this wound. His life force drained rapidly, but he could not do anything about it. Sorry, I can't wake you up. Right after Chuyang spoke, he fell to the ground, dying together with Fu Honyao. Damn, they are finally dead. These two dogs are already dead, yet they're still stuck together. Split them up and tear them into 10,000 pieces. A blood demon martial emperor said coldly as he vomited a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, a ghostly sword light swept by, and the heads of a few blood demon cultivators, who were about to take action, flew up, instantly chopped in half. A blood demon martial emperor immediately exclaimed in horror, Who? Who is playing tricks? Yin Shisan. Kassiye. At some point in time, the swordsman of killing, Yin Shisan, appeared behind this blood demon martial emperor. With a backhand swing, he stabbed the blood demon martial emperor's heart of an emperor, instantly killing him. When Xianxia saw the two corpses tangled together on the ground, he could not help stopping, even though he did not care much about life and death. Whoosh! Whoosh! Xianxia showed a cold expression as he looked at the two corpses, not moving at all. However, Xianxia continuously swung his sword with his right hand. He did not even look behind him. Sword lights flashed, chopping up a group of blood demon cultivators that tried to sneak up on him, causing them to scream miserably. In the end, Xianxia still left. He calmly scanned the battlefield. Most of the places needed reinforcements, so he chose the place with the most severe situation and silently walked over. Xianxia's strength was unfathomable. He clearly possessed the strength of a ninth heaven martial emperor, but he did not leak out his aura at all. As Xianxia walked around the battlefield with a murderous sword, no one could stop him. Xianxia resolved another encirclement and chopped off the head of the final enemy. Just as he was about to sheath his sword, just as he was about to withdraw his sword, the headless bodies of the demons exploded at nearly the same time. When the divine light scattered, Xianxia saw Wuxia, who had just withdrawn his fist. The two former opponents met in such a manner. "Your fist is slower than my sword," Xianxia said. Wuxia smiled and said, "However, my fist has killed more demons than your sword. However, no matter how many we kill, the two of us will not be able to turn the situation around." Wuxia smiled sinisterly and said, "Do you dare to go big?" Xianxia raised his eyebrows and said, "Speak." Wuxia looked at the sky and muttered, "The ones who can truly change the situation are the primes. However, our primes are all delayed by the other party. As long as we can have a prime free up, we can alleviate the current situation." Xianxia casually looked around. Aside from a few places, most of the people below prime were pushed back. Like the receding tide, the demon cultivators and ferocious beasts were boundless, surging over like a flood. Before such a general trend, the small victories that the two of them created seemed insignificant. As the demons gained an increasingly greater advantage, the two of them would soon be targeted and surrounded by true experts. If all the low-level demons lost, it would definitely affect the fight between the primes. Wuxia narrowed his eyes as he looked at the celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch, who were fighting Emperor Forsaken. He said, "Let's go and kill the primes." "Do you dare?" "If you dare, why would I not?" Xianxia had long since become indifferent to life and death. His killing sword Dao had never been afraid. Chapter 1530. Wuxia said, "Good. Do you see the three people fighting with my master? The celestial demon monarch, the earth demon monarch, and the shadow demon monarch. These three are all primes. Among them, the celestial demon monarch is the main force. My master spends most of his energy dealing with this demon. The target is him? That's right. The other two primes are weaker. They rely on the power of faith of the millions of believers in the divine kingdom. As long as we eliminate the celestial demon monarch or severely injure him, my master will have a chance to make a move." Xianxia glanced at the situation of the battlefield. Overwhelming demonic qi filled the sky and ground. The entire Kunlun Realms formation was cut up. Several factions that could have formed strong combat prowess were beaten into a daze and could only retreat. If this continued, the Kunlun realm would soon reach the heavenly dew divine spring. Xianxia nodded and said, "Good. Tell me what to do." A ferocious look appeared in Wuxia's eyes as he said, "There is a forbidden technique in my myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. I have never used it before. If I use the essence blood of the deity race as a catalyst, I can surpass my limits and bring out 30 times my combat prowess." Xianxia frowned slightly and said indifferently, "Your body cannot endure 10 times your combat prowess. Even if you do not die from 30 times your combat prowess, you will be crippled." As the two spoke, they stopped moving. Their figures flickered, and everywhere they passed, blood rained. Without a demon monarch making a move, the other demons would find it hard to block the two working together. Fist light and sword light swept through everything before them, killing everything in their way. The two were not greedy. They did not stop for more than 15 minutes at a time, not giving the demons a chance to trap them. Bang! With a casual punch, Diwux sent out thousands of beams of divine light, directly shattering an iron demon. Even an iron demon could not block this fist light. This showed how strong his explosive power was. Xianxia's physical body had undergone a metamorphosis on a 9-colored Emperor's Road. If the Kunlun realm is gone, even if I live, I will be no different from a cripple. Diwux said indifferently. You have only one chance to make a move. I will use a forbidden technique to create a chance for you to use one sword strike. Be careful, there's only one sword. If you don't have this confidence, then don't bother playing with me. Xianxia casually swung his sword and chopped off the head of a winged demon. Then, he said calmly, ever since you became famous, everyone in the world feared you. When have I, Xianxia, ever feared you? Good. As expected of Xianxia. If that person hadn't appeared out of nowhere, you would have been my greatest opponent in this life. Amidst Diwux's maniacal laughter, the myriad divine halos that shot out from his body all entered his body. For a moment, his aura was restrained, and his eyes hid the sharpest edge of his life. Kacha! His heart split open, and a drop of his heart's blood flowed out of his body. His eyes suddenly turned blood red. His long hair fluttered in the wind. Every single strand of white hair seemed to be stained with fresh blood. Xianxia closed his eyes and sheathed his sword. He was about to execute the most magnificent sword move of his life. Perhaps it would also be the last sword two youths were audacious enough to want to assassinate a prime. Furthermore, it was the celestial demon monarch who was ranked first among the 18 demon monarchs. If such thoughts were exposed, it would probably be earth-shattering, making everyone laugh their heads off. However, that was what Xianxia and Diwux did. Myriad heaven divine fist, deities descending. Diwux shouted, and a scarlet light shone from his entire body. It was like he was possessed. Then, he suddenly soared up and shot forward. The scarlet light contained Diwux's heart's blood. It looked like a rain of blood. The dazzling scarlet light shocked every cultivator fighting in the battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around, in the sky and on the ground, in the Kunlun realm and the demonic world. They all felt this aura that was even more berserk than that of a prime. It was simply like a human-shaped volcano. It's him. The heaven-punishing prime's final disciple, Xingju, was currently leading the corpse race cultivators in a head-on clash with the Iron Demon. When he saw this scene, he was stunned. It's Diwux. Feng Wuji muttered to himself in disbelief. This is crazy. What is he trying to do? With one glance, everyone could tell that Diwux definitely used a forbidden art. Otherwise, his aura would not be so horrifying. Celestial Demon Monarch, receive a punch from me, Diwux. The Celestial Demon Monarch, who was currently exchanging moves with Emperor Forsaken, smiled coldly, not caring about Diwux at all. You overestimate yourself. Above the divine kingdom, Emperor Forsaken's body became 3 kilometers tall due to the power of faith, looking like a divine being. Forbidden art. Bloodline forbidden art. At this moment, the Celestial Demon Monarch's expression changed drastically. However, he could not stop it at all. Like a meteor exploding, a spot of divine light that looked like blood dripped on Diwux's body in the sky. Deities descending. Tenfold combat prowess increased explosively again, reaching 30-fold combat prowess with this punch. Wuxia. Space shattered, and Diwux looked like he teleported, appearing in front of the Celestial Demon Monarch from nowhere. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he laughed loudly and punched. You think you are worthy of dying together with me? The Celestial Demon Monarch felt somewhat flustered. To think that this brat wanted to die together with him. Without even thinking, he executed his consummate demonic shadow palm. A demonic god image appeared behind the Celestial Demon Monarch. A vast demonic might immediately suppress Diwux's tyrannical aura. Then, the Celestial Demon Monarch pushed out a palm to clash with this punch. Boom! The energy in Diwux's body was already extremely unstable in the first place. The instant the fist and palm clashed, the energy surged. The Emperor's body exploded on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Cracks appeared in the demonic god image behind the celestial demon monarch before it crumbled and vanished. Wuxia. The celestial demon monarch vomited a large mouthful of blood as he retreated a few steps with an unsightly expression. Unexpectedly, Wuxia's final punch contained a strength that was even stronger than a prime's, severely injuring the celestial demon monarch. Flawless. Emperor Forsaken could only watch as Wuxia died before him. He simply could not accept it. Retreat. Qi Tian is going crazy. I absolutely cannot endure his blow right now. Fear welled up in the celestial demon monarch's heart as he quickly retreated. The Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch reacted very quickly, shielding the celestial demon monarch as he retreated. Killing Sword Dao, rage turns demonic. Clang. Suddenly, a sword hum, accompanied by the wails of ghosts and howls of wolves, rang out. Xianxia, who had his eyes tightly shut, opened them. Xianxia did not draw his sword. Just by opening his eyes, he exuded an unparalleled sword intent. He started practicing the sword at the age of 8 and had been practicing it for 30 years. He did not walk the usual path, walking the unconventional path, drawing his sword only to kill. Killing Sword Dao. Ultimate sword, rage turns demonic. Xianxia opened his eyes, drew his sword, and turned demonic. This final sword strike of his contained an overwhelming demonic qi, a demonic qi that made all the demon monarchs tremble. The sword went out of control, dragging Xianxia into the air. The celestial demon monarch, who had been guarding against Emperor Forsaken, could not react at all. This fatal sword strike chopped off his head from behind. What kind of sword could be so fast? What kind of sword could kill a demon with one strike? Only the demonic sword, Xianxia's final sword strike, was no longer under his control. It had become a thoroughly demonic sword. The celestial demon monarch died. His clone's body decayed, and he died on the spot. He did not even have time to say his last words. The strongest of the 18 demon monarchs died at the hands of 2 juniors of the Kunlun realm. Even in his wildest dreams, the celestial demon monarch would not have expected such a result. All the cultivators of the demonic world would not have guessed it even if they racked their brains. I, Xianxia, do not have many friends. Before I die, I count you Wuxia as one. Xianxia, whose eyes contained boundless demonic qi, squeezed out a smile, relying on his last bit of rationality. Xianxia shook his hand ferociously, and the sword shattered. Then, he held the broken sword and stabbed it into his heart of an emperor. Rage turns demonic. With this final sword strike, Xianxia entered the demonic Dao. If he did not commit suicide, he would lose all rationality and become a killing machine, a humanoid demonic beast. As life essence flowed out, Xianxia's corpse slowly drifted down from the sky. The 2 outstanding talents of the current Kunlun realm, second only to Xiaochun, fell just like that, exchanged for the head of the top demon monarch of the deep abyss demonic world. Many people silently shed tears. Their eyes turned bloodshot, and hatred surged in their hearts, hating that they could not kill all these demons. Emperor Forsaken felt indescribable grief. However, he knew that this was Wuxia's kind intentions. Xiaochun wanted Xiaochun to free up his hands and turn the situation around. Chapter 1531. Up in the sky, Xiaochun, who was fighting the Thunder King, also learned of the deaths of Wuxia and Xianxia, as well as the horrifying scenes. Although the 2 were completely focused on the fight, their perception spread throughout the entire battlefield. They knew everything that was happening in every corner of the battlefield like the back of their hands. Damn it! Xiaochun felt great pain in his heart. He could not help shouting, "Is this the result you wanted?" The Thunder King smiled coldly without any expression on his face. "This is your doing. Just surrender obediently and hand over the rock of origin, and this will be the result." "Dream on!" Xiaochun shouted and suddenly attacked, executing the myriad heaven divine fist deities descending once more. Xianxia's tenfold combat prowess burst out in an instant. The horrifying might and pressure made the raging Xianxia look exceptionally frightening. The Thunder King's expression turned grave. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he crisscrossed his hands and formed a black lightning shield filled with countless negative emotions. Bang! A surging fist force burst out, immediately knocking the Thunder King into the air. The black lightning shield shattered into ashes. The Thunder King wiped away the blood on his lips. However, he did not get angry. Instead, he smiled. Tenfold combat prowess is very damaging to you. You only had one chance to use it. If you use it now, you will not be able to injure me in my peak state. Whoosh! Who knew? Xianxia ignored the Thunder King. Xianxia turned around and charged towards where Emperor Forsaken and the two demon monarchs were fighting. The Thunder King frowned and said, "What is he trying to do? A sneak attack? That is impossible. The moment he moves, the two demon monarchs will immediately sense it and flee. Could it be the state of cycle, reversing time and space? The two are already dead. If he wants to reverse time and space, he is simply going against the heavens. The price he will have to pay will be unimaginable. Furthermore, if he manages to save them, he will suffer the wrath of heaven. This is already changing fate. During the immortal epoch, even an immortal lord would not dare to use it casually. That's fine. As long as he really saves the two of them, I'll give him a fatal blow the moment he returns to reality." The Thunder King quickly made up his mind. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the black lightning above his head quickly accumulated. "Ao Jiao!" Xianxia shouted and drew the lunar shadow saber at lightning speed. Xianxia used his full power in this saber strike. In his mind, the reincarnation heart shone brightly. The Thunder King had guessed correctly. Xianxia wanted to reverse time and space. He wanted to defy the heavens and change his fate. When he turned around and swung his saber, Xianxia met with a startling resistance. However, he knew that when he traveled to the past and returned, he would face even more terrifying resistance. But this time, just this time, Xianxia was really unwilling. Pucci! A light flashed. Xianxia, who had exhausted half of his veritable essence energy, finally took that difficult step and saw Diwuk. Unfortunately, what Xianxia saw was Diwuk, who had already punched. Xianxia had exhausted his full power to reverse time and space, but he was still too late. "Diwuk, what?" Xianxia asked, his body trembling slightly. Diwuk's entire body turned scarlet. His skin cracked, and he was in unbearable pain. Tears flickered in the corners of his eyes. Those were not tears of pain, but a form of relief. Xiaoqian's heart had withered long ago when the divine daughter, Tianyu Shi, died from the rebound of her cultivation technique because she wanted to help him deal with Xiaoqian. Diwuk looked at Xiaoqian. At first, he felt surprised. Then, he recalled Xiaoqian's martial technique and understood. "Reverse time and space. I didn't expect that you would come for me. Let me ask you, can this fist of mine, this peak fist of mine, defeat you?" Xiaoqian nodded silently. "It can." A smile appeared on Diwuk's face. Then, his body suddenly exploded. In the end, the past did not change. Whoosh! There was an explosion, and time and space turned upside down. Xiaoqian returned to reality before he drew his lunar shadow saber. Xiaoqian turned around and swung his saber, blocking the Thunder King's attack, which he had stored up power for. Xiaoqian, who had failed to change his fate, did not have to pay a huge price. "Dark Church's Churchmaster, I will definitely kill you. I definitely will." Xiaoqian burned with rage, his murderous intent surging into the sky. The Thunder King smiled and said, "Unfortunately, rage cannot kill." This time, the two exchanged moves at lightning speed. They no longer probed each other, but made their move. Kill. The heaven-abandoning god monarch, who had witnessed Diwuk's death, roared ferociously. The divine kingdom spun, and his body swelled up again. Boundless divine light descended from Emperor Forsaken's body as he calmly blocked the attacks of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Despite his rage, Emperor Forsaken did not lose his rationality. He swept his gaze across the battlefield, taking in all the battles before him. Then, he continuously attacked, blocking the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch. Giant fingers, shrouded in divine light, descended from the sky. Every time these fingers descended, they killed a large group of demon cultivators. The deaths of Wuxia and Xianxia finally brought about the arrival of primes. Immediately, the Kunlun Realm's camp heaved a sigh of relief. Several demonic world cultivators, who had already charged up the mountain, were forced back. They suffered heavy casualties, and the situation eased up slightly. Lords of the Corpse God Palace, come to me in charge. Wuxia's death made Xianxia grieve. His eyes turned bloodshot as he charged at the Iron Demon, the most troublesome demon of the demon race. The surviving corpse race cultivators gritted their teeth and roared. Many clones charged at Xianxia. Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples, are there any of you still alive? Louder roar and charge with me. Wuxia and Xianxia, two outstanding talents, fought with their lives in exchange for a demon monarch's head. And Xianxia felt an indescribable pain in his heart as he shouted somewhat crazily. First senior brother, I, Tang Meng, am still alive. First senior brother, I, Feng Xian, am still alive. The many Thunder and Lightning Palace disciples called out from a distance. They cultivated lightning-attributed cultivation techniques and were full of vigor. Even though they were severely injured, their voices were still like thunder. Disciples of the Divine Martial Gate, Phoenix's Passion Palace, and White Emperor City, gather. I, Feng Wuji, am still alive. Don't let the demons kill you. The only remaining disciple of the three holy masters, Feng Wuji, roared, prompting the disciples of the three holy masters to call out in response. Dragon's Gate's bladesmen, heed my command. Form the Yin-Yang Saber formation and charge out. Roger. Halfway up the mountain, Imo Chun shouted, and the many Dragon's Gate disciples quickly gathered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 2,000 Dragon's Gate elite bladesmen formed the formation, and the Yin-Yang Saber formation quickly formed. This was the formation that Xiao Chun taught them. This was the first time they executed it in actual combat. A huge formation diagram appeared under their feet. The Taiji diagram spun, and the 2,000 bladesmen formed two dragons, one bright and one dark. Immediately, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Countless saber lights chopped countless demon cultivators into a mangled mess. Unable to dodge, they all fled down the mountain. What a strong saber formation. It's the Dragon's Gate's people. This seems to be the saber formation that the Blue Dragon King once used. How ferocious! The Yin-Yang saber formation was like two saber dragons, carrying countless saber lights. Together with the Taiji diagram, it was simply unstoppable. Soon, the saber dragons charged to the very front, clashing with the fatigued corpse race cultivators. The sharp saber lights were unparalleled. Even the Iron Demons cried out in pain. Imo Chun felt gratified. However, she also felt it was unfortunate, as Xiao Chun had not comprehended the stronger four-division saber formation yet. Otherwise, it would be even stronger. Kim Taeho held the coffin lid in his hand. His plump body moved nimbly through the army of demon cultivators. He did not make many moves. However, every time he did, a demon cultivator would die. After all, the coffin lid in his hand was the one used to bury the Tianwu Emperor. Now that his cultivation had increased, he could bring out its might even more. Gong Yangyu held a staff, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When he swung it down, even the strong Iron Demon would be knocked back. Xianyuan Zhantian possessed the sovereign warbody. His strong aura made him the most dazzling of the Dragon's Gate's outstanding talents. When a heavenly war halberd struck at full power, even the Iron Demon with astonishing defense would be chopped in half. This was horrifying. When the Dragon's Gate erupted with full power, it led this wave of counterattacks. Many outstanding talents stepped forward at this crucial moment, gathering the cultivators of their respective factions and forming a flood. Using this rare opportunity, they finally managed to truly block the demon army charging up the mountain with a ferocious aura. A ghostly black cloud drifted over from the distance like a sharp knife stabbing into the sky. Everywhere it passed, demon cultivators fell from the sky. It's the ghost domain. The ghost race's reinforcements have arrived. When everyone saw clearly, they all revealed joyful expressions. At this crucial moment, reinforcements arrived. This was simply too inspiring. Ghost Mother Sun, she finally unified the ghost race's forces. She led the strong cultivators of the Spirit Palace and tore a hole in the sky, disrupting the demonic beast army. The overbearing and overwhelming aura of the demons finally crumbled. The Kunlun realm had passed the first wave of its most difficult test. From the very start, the demon experts had an advantage in numbers, pushing the Kunlun realm into an unstoppable state. Many outstanding talents died in battle. The scene of them dying together with the enemy still could not salvage the situation. Instead, the demons continuously increased their advantage. They even charged up Kunlun Mountain and nearly reached the heavenly Dew Divine Spring. Fortunately, at the crucial moment, Wuk and Xianxia fought with their lives on the line, salvaging the situation and returning the battle to a stalemate. That was right. Even though a demon monarch died, the strongest demon monarch, the situation did not turn around completely. There were simply too many superior-grade sovereign personages of the demonic world. The demonic beast army was even more vast and boundless. It was already not easy for the Kunlun realm to fight to such an extent. Originally, the many demon monarchs thought that they could easily crush the Kunlun realm. Who knew? The price they paid was far greater than the Kunlun realms. Chapter 1532. The battle entered a stalemate once more. Although the demonic world held the advantage, they no longer dared to casually launch an all-out attack. The defeat of the previous round showed the demonic world the strength of the united Kunlun realm. After changing their strategy, the demonic world prepared to fight steadily. With their advantage in numbers and superior grade sovereign personages, the Kunlun realm would eventually be exhausted to death. The stalemate tested the will and perseverance of the demonic world. After night, it was now noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, sending scorching sunlight down. Blood flowed like rivers for 500 kilometers around. Corpses piled up. Many horrifying corpses piled up like small hills. This tragic scene was like hell on earth, a ghastly sight. After fighting for so long, many people started to feel mentally fatigued. Their bodies were tired, their minds were in pain, and their hearts were in even more pain. Endless sorrow, massacre, and despair mixed with an intense stench of blood lingered in every corner of the world. Xianxia, you are still too inexperienced. I only need to delay you. The Kunlun realm will definitely lose this battle. The outcome was already decided long ago. From the start to the end, the Thunder King had not revealed his full strength, appearing to be at ease. The Thunder King, who had never been distracted in a huge battle, appeared to be in a much better state than Xianxia. For the sake of Wuk and Xianxia, Xianxia had used deities descending in the state of cycle. However, they had not managed to cause any significant damage. He had even fallen into a passive state. Xianxia felt somewhat vexed. Up until now, he had not found the other party's weakness, bottom line, or upper limit. As a result, Xianxia did not dare to go all out. He feared that after he ran out of energy, the other party would counterattack and catch him off guard. Ao Jiao, back then, when Senior Sengmu fought him, did he really not lose to him in one move? Xiaoqin calmly asked Ao Jiao, unperturbed by the Thunder King's words. He wanted to see if he could gain some experience. No matter what, this was the second time Xiaoqin fought the Thunder King with the Lunar Shadow Saber. She should be able to give him some pointers. Yes, he did lose to him in one move. But now that I think about it, he must have been hiding his strength back then. He didn't dare to use his demonic energy recklessly for fear of exposing his identity. His weakness is that his moves are conservative. To put it nicely, it sounds heavy and steady, but in reality, it's just that he's conservative. He won't take risks easily. On the other hand, Sangmu showed off his abilities and dared to fight, forcing him to be unprepared. If it wasn't for the fact that Sang Mu ran out of energy, it would be hard to say who would win. Of course, this is under the premise that he doesn't use demonic chi or the nether sex martial techniques. I don't know if he'll still be like this after 10,000 years. It took a long time to describe, but in truth, the two of them were connected in their minds. The message they conveyed was completed in a single breath of time. An idea flashed through Xiaoqian's mind when he heard this. He was afraid of getting hurt. That's right, he didn't dare to go all out because he couldn't afford to. His physical body was his weakness. After living for such a long time, he was unable to increase his cultivation level. His physical body was already past its prime. How could his physical body compare to the hot-blooded Thunder King Sang Mu's? Not to mention the current Xiaoqian. If Xiaoqian could recover from the same injuries in 15 minutes, the other party would need to spend at least twice as much time. Ao Jiao, thank you. I know how to deal with him now. A sharp light flashed in Xiaoqian's eyes. Then his aura suddenly changed, becoming like a sharp blade shining with a cold light. Huh, you want to go all out now? It looks like your energy is about to run out. In the end, you're still too inexperienced. The Thunder King narrowed his eyes. The experienced him quickly sensed that Xiaoqian was different. That's right. I do want to go all out because the thing you can't afford to go all out is your life. The Thunder King's expression changed as if he thought of something. However, Xiaoqian did not give the Thunder King any time to think. He snorted coldly and instantly executed the flawless saber technique's heartbreaking stance. Xiaoqian's heart shattered, and a crack opened. Intense pain spread throughout his body, bursting forth with his boundless potential. Flawless saber technique, heartbreaking stance. To shatter the enemy's heart, shatter one's own heart first. The pain reached its peak, imprinted in one's bones and heart. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Xiaoqian ruthlessly chopped down with the heartbreaking stance. The Thunder King caught it. At first, he did not find anything special about it. However, in the next moment, a saber light pierced through Xiaoqian's heart, causing black blood to spurt out. Xiaoqian's complexion immediately paled, and blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. You're seeking death. Black Lotus Heart Purging Chop. The Thunder King raged. A black lotus flower appeared under his feet, and black petals flew in the air. Each lotus flower contained dense demonic chi. As the petals flew, they were as heavy as mountains. The black lotus flowers in the air gathered into a sword. Then, following the Thunder King, they stabbed at Xiaoqian. Dang! Xiaoqian held his sword horizontally across his chest, blocking this sword strike. However, he could not block the huge force. He vomited a mouthful of blood and moved back 100 steps. Humph! Since you want to die so quickly, don't blame me for being merciless. The injury on Xiaoqian's chest contained the power of the Saber Dao. He could not heal it, and the pain lingered, enraging the Thunder King. Xiaoqian wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips. However, he revealed a smile on his face. After fighting for so long, this was the first time he saw the other party lose his composure and get angry. It looked like his guess was right. The Kunlun realm could still be saved. Xiaoqian said coldly, "Stop putting on airs. Let's see who is afraid of whom. I will fight you to the death." One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi, lightning hell. The Thunder King seemed to be really anxious. He formed hand seals, and countless black lotus flowers flew out of his body. They were like strong winds, filling the surrounding 5 kilometers with black lotus petals. The thousands upon thousands of black lotus flowers all had black lightning surrounding them. The electricity connected and formed a lightning domain. However, this lightning domain was different from ordinary domains. The lotus flowers also contained many negative emotions, causing all sorts of hellish illusions to appear continuously. Xiaoqian's heart sank. Although this Thunder King could not raise his lightning domain to the Thunder Great Dao, he had taken a different approach, making it no weaker than the complete Thunder Great Dao. Flawless Saber Dao. Flawless Saber Dao. Flawless Saber Domain. In this lightning hell, Xiaoqian felt an extremely strong pressure. It was like the other party was the ruler of this world. Xiao Chun brandished his saber, and great Tao energy spread out along with the saber light, merging the saber domain and the saber Tao energy. This formed a brand new flawless saber domain to resist the Thunder King's lightning hell. Boom! Boom! The two different domains layered over each other, clashing endlessly. Intense explosions rang out endlessly. Soaring clouds in the nine heavens, soaring moon descends. Xiao Chun executed the flawless saber techniques, soaring cloud stance and soaring sky stance at the same time. His figure soared into the sky, and a bright moon that looked like a real moon descended on the Thunder King. Bang! The two moves merged into one, and their might immediately increased explosively. The Thunder King clashed head-on with this move, finding it somewhat strenuous. However, he still managed to counterattack when Xiao Chun exhausted his moves. Lightning Hell, Night Parade of 100 Ghosts. The various negative emotions coalesced into many malicious ghosts flickering with black electricity. They swept out like the autumn wind sweeping away fallen leaves. Crackling electricity came from Xiao Chen's body. Similarly, loud explosions came from his sea of consciousness. This move not only injured Xiao Chen's physical body, but also his mind. Xiao Chen laughed loudly, not showing any fear. His sharpness did not diminish as he continued to charge at the Thunder King. In less than 100 moves, the effects became apparent. The Thunder King's movements clearly slowed. Wounds covered Xiao Chen's body, and blood flowed under his black robes. Thunder King, in the end, you were getting old. Xiao Chun possessed the Blue Dragon war body. His injuries healed very quickly, much better than the Thunder King's. The Thunder King smiled coldly. Interesting. Do you not know that although the surging river looks ferocious like a dragon, it still has to yield before the sea? That is because the dragon is not ferocious enough, not mighty enough. Xiao Chen shouted and charged over again. This startled the Thunder King, and some anxiety appeared in his eyes. The demonic god sacrifice was still some time away from completion. If he really died here, it might be over for him. Just as the Thunder King felt somewhat anxious, the situation on the battlefield changed. Statues as large as mountains appeared behind the demons, casting large shadows. The 17 immortal statues had finished repairing themselves and were charging over. Upon seeing this scene, the Thunder King guffawed. Xiao Chun, the heavens want you dead, and the Tao will not tolerate you. You no longer have a chance. How can this be? Despair rose in Xiao Chen's heart. The flame of hope that had just ignited was instantly extinguished. Something's not right. Suddenly, Xiao Chun discovered that the immortal statues had started killing the demons and demonic beasts from behind. Fellow Taoists of the Kunlun realm, do not panic. The Penglai Sea is here to help. The immortal statues are already under the complete control of Immortal Venerate Yun Chun. The 17 immortal statues spoke at the same time. Their voices shook the clouds and reverberated in all directions. Everyone on the battlefield heard them clearly. The ups and downs of life were nothing more than this. Xiao Chun shouted, "Dar Church Master, what other tricks do you have? Your end is here." Chapter 1533. Saber light danced in the air, supported by great Tao energy. The white-clad Xiao Chun turned into a killing god. None of the demonic beasts or demon cultivators in his way could last even one exchange. The Kunlun Realm banner fluttered in the wind behind Xiao Chun, encouraging all the Kunlun Realm cultivators still fighting. "Lungyu!" Xiao Chun snorted coldly. Suddenly, his right hand grabbed the chain, and 10,000 dragon force materialized into an ancient dragon cauldron. Many chains coiled around Xiao Chen's physical body. Xiao Chun frowned slightly. This was a great opportunity, but he let the Thunder King go for nothing. Fighting with his life on the line, the Thunder King clearly could not last for long. Now that he had a chance to catch his breath, it would be harder to kill the other party later. A skinny and aged figure flew over from beside Immortal Venerate Yun Chun. He showed a mocking smile as he looked at the treasure master. Could it be that he was not even afraid of death? Everyone, persevere. Victory will come soon. In the distance, The Thunder King rushed to the rear of the demonic world in rage. Immortal venerate Xianxia. The Thunder King could no longer care about fighting with Xianxia. He scattered the thunder hell and quickly flew towards the 17 immortal statues. Did you not notice that all 18 demon monarchs are here except one? Xing Wang was frightened out of his wits. He finally understood why the treasure master said that he was not a match for Xianxia back then. A man can be merciful but not mindful. Some people are merciful but never mindful. Actually, they're the most heartless. Some people are merciless but always mindful. While they seem heartless, they are actually the most sentimental. The 17 immortal statues shattered together with Xianxia. However, the magic treasures in their hands radiated boundless immortal might as they charged at the treasure master. The treasure master gently waved his hand, and the lightning restriction in immortal venerate Xianxia's body instantly exploded. Electric light flashed at the treasure master's chest. His yuaning exploded first. Then his physical body gave off a bright electric light and turned into ashes. However, before he died, immortal venerate Xianxia finally completed his final hand seal. Xianxia spread his arms and landed firmly, pointing his saber at the treasure master. Courting death. He knew that even with 17 immortal statues, his chances of victory against the treasure master were not high. More importantly, the treasure master had defeated the 3 immortal venerates long ago, leaving restrictions in their bodies. If King Xing were to deal with Xianxia alone, his fate would probably be even worse. So. The treasure master was not surprised that the other party could control the immortal statues. The puppet pearl was a magic treasure used by immortal cultivators in the first place. The immortal statues were also repaired and strengthened by the immortal cultivators of the Penglai Sea. Punisher King loosened his right hand, and Punisher King's axe tore through space and appeared above Xianxia's head, giving off a terrifying aura as it tried to split Xianxia in half. Punisher King held the chain in his right hand and started to slowly spin it. The Punisher King axe on the chain spun like the wind, causing countless clouds to collide and bolts of lightning to descend. Xiao! The demonic pattern chains fell off, and Xianxia ignored them, continuing to chase after the treasure master. With just this one exchange, Xianxia could only see the blurry figure of the Thunder King in the distance. Blue Dragon King, it turns out that you are only SOSO. Punisher King caught Xianxia off guard and succeeded in one move. He could not help laughing loudly. After being locked down by my demonic pattern chains, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to struggle free. This is the price of your carelessness. One cauldron force burst out. Before Punisher King could react, he got pulled into the air. Cassie, a saber light flew out, looking like it would hack Punisher King in half. Fortunately, the sudden betrayal of the 17 immortal statues was of great benefit to the Kunlun realm. Perhaps the remaining cultivators were already fatigued. They were all relying on their wills and faith to persevere. Everyone encouraged each other and continued the bloody battle. Punisher King gave a loud order, and countless demonic beasts roared ferociously, charging at Xianxia from all directions. The treasure master looked coldly at immortal venerate Xianxia, who was controlling the 17 immortal statues, and revealed a murderous intent. As for the Blue Dragon King Xianxia, he chased after the treasure master. No one could stop him. The treasure master's gaze sank as he asked, "Are you here to seek death?" Ha ha ha. I have not persevered until now in vain. This old man must live on. I must see all the demons die. Punisher King, block him for me. The Thunder King ignored the treasure master. He directly got Punisher King, one of the 2 vice church masters fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, to come out and block Xianxia. The Thunder King needed to quickly deal with this problem. Otherwise, the situation of the entire battlefield would change. Wounds covered the treasure master's body. Saber scars appeared, making him even uglier. However, he did not panic as he looked at Xianxia. The difference in strength was too great. Unless the 18 demon monarchs worked together to block him, no one could stop him. The former top bladesman of the Tianwu Domain's southern region, Feng Xingxing, said somewhat fatigued when he saw this scene. Punisher King and Fa Wong, these two peak primes, managed to fight to a draw. Now that one of them withdrew, Fa Wong's situation was not good. You want to leave? It's not that simple. The Thunder King felt somewhat surprised when he saw the 17 immortal statues massacring the demonic world cultivators at demonic beast kings. You're already at the end of your rope. Quickly stop. I believe that the people of the Kunlun realm will let you die more easily. Xianxia smiled and said, That's right. I'm here to see how you die. Even in your dreams, you would never have imagined that the various races of the Kunlun realm would be so united. All the more, you would never have imagined that the Penglai Sea would betray you. Not everyone can be toyed with in the palm of your hand. The treasure masters in different words made Xiaoqian's heart skip a beat, and his entire body trembled slightly. At the crucial moment, Xiaoqian did his best to avoid being struck in a vital spot. However, the saber light still chopped off an arm. Who could have imagined that Punisher King would pull hard on the chain? The Punisher King's axe spun up at a strange angle. Treasure Master, could it be that you still can't see what he is trying to do? The Blue Dragon King chased away the Dark Church's Churchmaster. Furthermore, with the help of the immortal statues, the Kunlun realm can still be saved. Stop him. Don't let him catch up to the Treasure Master. The careless one was not Xiaoqian, but the Treasure Master himself. Is that so? Right now, the Treasure Master had no chance of victory against him. The immortal statues combined with the chaos caused by the demons formed a true counterattack for the first time, forcing the demons into retreat. Churchmaster, go ahead without worry. I'll stop him. However, the Treasure Master knew that he held the other party's fate and hope. He believed that the other party would not dare to act rashly. The golden Kunlun Realm War banner flapped loudly as it flew forward, giving everyone a glimpse of hope. Xiaoqian's figure flashed, dodging the huge axe with a surging aura. Holding up his saber, Xiaoqian wanted to give chase. With the Blue Dragon King around, everything will be fine. Immortal Venerate Yin Chun, stop right now. What are you trying to do? Immortal Venerate Yin Chun formed hand seals, and the 17 immortal statues gathered together and moved closer to him. At the very least, he had to last until the demonic god arrived. That's right. The martial epic does not contain immortals. Why should I remain a variable in the world? I'm already tired of it long ago. I might as well let the final inheritance of the immortal Tao do something meaningful. There's hope. Brat, don't get distracted. Xianxia, you trash came as well. The Treasure Master said coldly with a frown. The two had once fought in the air. Xingwang had suffered a small loss. Now, they were officially fighting. Unexpectedly, he truly did not expect the other party to betray him. Xingwang knew that the situation was grim, so he immediately moved to block Xiaoqian. Xingwang could not stop Xingwang in time. He could only watch as Immortal Venerate Yin Chen died. The 17 immortal magic treasures struck the Treasure Master at the same time. This was the Treasure Master's trump card, a trump card that could decide the outcome of the battlefield. Why did it become someone else's in the blink of an eye? What's going on? These were internal injuries from clashing with the Iron Demon. Even if the Treasure Master lived, it would be difficult to get rid of them completely. The Penglai Immortal Sect led the 17 immortal statues to suddenly charge over, throwing the demonic world's rear into chaos. This was simply like a dream. The Treasure Master, who was already severely injured in the first place, was severely injured on the spot. He vomited a large mouthful of black blood. His hair was disheveled, and he was in a sorry state. Immortal Venerate Yin Chen nodded and said, I am different from my two senior brothers. They did their best to continue the inheritance. However, in my opinion, they're just struggling at death's door. Immortal cultivators are trapped in a place like a cage. There is no goal or freedom. There is no point in living like this. The Treasure Master did not care about Xie Changtian's words at all. You are just an ant. Scram further away. Xiaoqian frowned and said, Get your people to stop. Otherwise, I will kill you immediately. The Treasure Master smiled faintly and looked at Xiaoqian. Are you the former or the latter? Whoosh, whoosh. The treasure master flicked Xianxia away with a finger, but did not kill him. It seemed that he really looked down on the other party. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Xingtian's personal disciple, Xingju, laughed wantonly. His entire body was covered in injuries, and his internal bones were all shattered. Xiao Chun, who had been chasing all the way, happened to see the scene of Immortal Venerate Yin Chun dying and the 17 magic treasures working together to attack the treasure master. In that case, you can go and die. The treasure master looked at Immortal Venerate Yin Chun seriously and said, Yin Chun, you have to think this through. You know that the Penglai Sea's immortal energy is running out. All the immortal cultivators will die. Only I can save them. Only I can help you improve your strength. Chapter 1534. Xiao Chen's face sank as he looked at the treasure master. What'd you do to Lung Yu? The treasure master guffawed when he heard that. It looks like you are the latter. Ha ha ha. You are much weaker than the Qing Emperor. If it was the Qing Emperor of the past, he wouldn't have said a single word to me. He would have directly chopped me down with his saber. In a cold voice, Xiao Chan said, I am indeed not Qing Emperor. I am me. You don't need to compare me with anyone. I just need to be honest with myself. Cut the crap. What did you do to Lung Yu? The treasure master narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, Put away your saber, and I'll tell you. Xiao. Murderous intent flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he hacked down with his saber. First, he had exchanged a life for a life with Xiao Chun, which had caused him serious injuries. Then, he had been attacked by 17 immortal treasures at the same time. If he took another blow from Xiao Chun, he would lose at least half his life, and he would no longer be able to fight. The treasure master's expression changed slightly as he quickly retreated. Right now, he clearly did not have the courage to take on Xiao Chen's saber. It seems that you really don't care about her life or death. Ha ha ha, Xiao Chun, it turns out that I was wrong about you. You actually used this as a backup. As the treasure master retreated, he laughed and observed Xiao Chen's expression. If people had feelings, they would definitely have weaknesses. Xiao Chun was one of them. Did Xiao Chen care about Lung Yu's life? Of course, Xiao Chen cared. However, compared to the entire Kunlun realm, compared to the countless cultivators who sacrificed their lives for the Kunlun realm, how should he choose? If possible, Xiao Chan would naturally choose the best of both worlds. Lung Yu would not have to die, and the Kunlun realm could survive the demonic calamity. But if you had to choose one, which one would you choose? Xiao Chan didn't know that most of the time, he always gave people the impression that he was decisive, cold, and unapproachable. But who could understand his heart? Who knew that under this appearance, he also had a gentle heart? Ha ha, Xiao Chun, since that's the case, I'll leave it to you. Seeing that there was no way to dodge, Xiao Chen's saber technique sealed off Xiao Chen's paths of retreat and evasion. The treasure master waved his sleeves ferociously, and he suddenly picked up a figure. When Xiao Chen saw who it was, his expression froze, and he quickly withdrew his saber move. Xiao! The boundless saber light entered Xiao Chen's body, and his figure flashed as he moved back 100 steps. This scene was within the treasure master's expectations. He could tell that although Xiao Chen's saber technique was ruthless, it was not as simple as it seemed. However, amidst the viciousness, there was always a trace of hesitation. If there really wasn't any hesitation, it would have struck him long ago instead of waiting until now. It seems to be working. What if he really stops? The treasure master hid behind Lung Yu and seemed to be speaking to her. He continued, It was not in vain that I wasted a spatial secret treasure to seal you for so long. Ha ha ha. Let's test the effect again. So. The treasure master roared ferociously as he carried Lung Yu's body, brandishing her like a weapon as he charged at Xiao Chun. Xiao Chen's expression turned sullen as he retreated again and again, not daring to make a move. Such a scene attracted the attention of many people, making them anxious. This was such a great opportunity, yet he let it go. What was wrong with Xiao Chun? After a while, Xiao Chun sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. Although he knew that he had to chop down this time, he really could not do it. But he really couldn't do it. He clearly knew many principles, but he still couldn't do it. No one could understand the pain in the Blue Dragon King's heart at this moment. A water screen in the Kunlun Mountains Blue Dragon Palace showed everything that happened to Xiaochun. When the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others saw this scene, they all felt very conflicted. Fortunately, I did not chop down like this. Otherwise, I would have been crippled for life, the old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. The old dragon horse said with lingering fear in its heart. Personally killing the person it loved would put it under immense psychological pressure. In the future, there would only be one outcome, and that would be the same as the Qing Emperor falling into the demonic path. However, if Xiaochun had not swung his saber, there would have been even more trouble. The outstanding talents that sacrificed themselves for the Kunlun realm also made Xiaochun blame himself. This child really has it tough. At such a young age, he has to bear the pressure of an entire world. Although he was born in an abandoned land, his future accomplishments will definitely surpass those demonic geniuses and outstanding talents outside. The young woman's heart ached for Xiaochun. Her eyes were a little red as she spoke softly. Unfortunately, due to the rules of this world, we are unable to leave. Otherwise, we wouldn't have to be so conflicted. Let's keep watching. Maybe there will be a turn for the better. The old dragon horse said in a deep voice. In the scene, Xiaochun sheathed his saber and looked at the treasure master. He had already slowly calmed down, no longer as conflicted as before. As the treasure master held up Lung Yu, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiaochun. I have always taken everything into account. How can I lose? Since you have sheathed your saber, then let's have a proper talk. I'll let her off, but you have to promise not to attack the demons. Xiaochun smiled. However, this smile was cold and emotionless, without any warmth at all. It was like it was even more bone-piercing than the chilly wind of a winter night. Lung Yu, who was held in the treasure master's hand, had messy hair and a pale complexion. Her charming face appeared somewhat miserable. However, Lung Yu stubbornly did not shed a single tear. She only raised her head to look at Xiaochun. The two's gazes met. Many things were said without needing to be said. Do it, then. My life is already worth it if you are willing to sheath your saber for me, Lung Yu suddenly said as she looked at Xiaochun. Lung Yu's heart ached, not because of her situation, but because of Xiaochun. She felt warmth in her heart, all for the moment when Xiaochun sheathed his saber. At that moment, time and space froze. That white figure would forever remain fixed in her mind. Those who practice charm arts avoided falling in love with someone the most. However, if there was a next life, she was willing to fall in love with someone again. Draw your saber. Not for the Kunlun realm, not for anyone in this world. Draw your saber only for me. Lung Yu revealed a smile as she looked seriously at Xiaochun. This saber strike is only for you. Whoosh! A saber light flashed as Xiaochun swung his saber. In the next moment, Lung Yu's head flew into the air. It could be seen that Lung Yu still had a smile on her face. She did not have any regrets, as that saber strike was what she sought. Xiaochun sent out a saber light for her alone. Blood spurted out, splattering the treasure master's face. This made his ugly face look even more disgusting and disgusting. Yu. The treasure master was startled. He had not expected Xiaochun, who had already stopped, to really send out this saber strike. The treasure master let go of Lung Yu's headless body and rushed back. Clang! Xiaochun sheathed his saber and stabbed it into the ground. His expression turned extremely sullen as he chased after the treasure master step by step. The instant Xiaochun left, Ao Jiao flew out of the lunar shadow saber and quickly looked around. When the treasure master sensed Xiaochun's aura chasing after him, he was startled. He shouted, "Stop him! Stop him!" However, no one could stop Xiaochun. Every time he punched, a large number of demon corpses would fall to the ground. Xiaochun's fist light contained saber energy. The demon cultivators that got struck all died miserable deaths. Xiaochun did not move very fast, but he was getting closer to the treasure master. Xiaochun was like a killing god. In the end, no one dared to block Xiaochun. Bang! During the final distance, Xiaochun locked on to the treasure master's figure. Then, he soared into the air and kicked. The blue dragon divine wings on Xiao Qin's back spread open, and his speed doubled, instantly catching up to the treasure master. This kick ruthlessly kicked the treasure master into the ground. The treasure master vomited a mouthful of blood as he lay on the ground. As he looked at the sullen Xiao Qin, he said, "Even if you kill me, you will not be able to save the entire Kunlun realm. After the demonic god descends, all your efforts, boom." Without giving the treasure master a chance to speak, Xiao Qin ruthlessly stomped on the treasure master's head, crushing it into mush. Chapter 1535. The treasure master is dead? Xiao Qin crushed the treasure master, who was severely injured and then attacked by 17 immortal magic treasures at the same time. Even after advancing to martial emperor and possessing the body of an emperor, the head was still one of the vitals of a cultivator. With the treasure master's head crushed, it would be hard for him to come back to life. A large amount of black life essence flew out of the treasure master's body. This seemed to prove this point. Is the treasure master really dead? When many people saw this scene, they all revealed expressions of disbelief. Such a strong person, who had shaken the world for more than 10,000 years, died just like that. Did he really die just like that? Was it too easy? Or was Xiao Qin too strong? Many demon cultivators were stunned. With the treasure master dead, who could block the strong Xiao Qin? In the Sky Dome, many of the primes fighting each other also revealed angry and doubtful expressions, their expressions grave. Is he dead? Emperor Forsaken muttered to himself in the divine kingdom, not daring to believe it. After a while, the treasure master's corpse still showed no reaction, continuing to give off a large amount of dense black life essence. Only now did the many Emperor Wu and primes show joy on their faces. The treasure master was truly dead. Ha ha ha! The Dark Church's church master is already dead. Are the two of you still going to persist? Emperor Forsaken laughed loudly. The expressions of the Earth Demon Monarch and the Shadow Demon Monarch, who were fighting him, changed wildly, becoming incredibly complicated. The church master is dead. Let's go. We will retreat according to the plan. The two demon monarchs exchanged glances and quickly retreated. The Dark Church's church master is already dead. The news of the Dark Church's church master's death quickly spread throughout the battlefield. When the Kunlun realm cultivators heard this, they all became spirited. On the other hand, the demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts retreated in a fluster, leaving behind corpses. Originally, with the 17 immortal statues and Xiao Qin's casual slaughter, the number of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts had decreased significantly. In terms of numbers, although the demonic world cultivators still outnumbered the Kunlun realm cultivators, they no longer held that overwhelming advantage. Before the united Kunlun realm cultivators, they no longer felt any pressure. Furthermore, when news of the Dark Church's church master's death spread, the Kunlun realm cultivators immediately suppressed them. This was the first time the Kunlun realm cultivators held the upper hand since the start of the war. Kill. If they did not attack now, when would they? No one was timid or weak. The morale of the Kunlun realm's side soared. In the back, Xiao Qin looked at the treasure master's corpse with a cold and emotionless expression. Xiao Qin sent out another palm strike. The palm wind was like a mountain, crushing the treasure master's corpse into mush. His body was a mess of flesh and blood. He could not be any more dead. Xiao Qin did not believe that such a body could be resurrected. He looked around and began to search for the Nether Sect's two vice sect masters, Xing Wang and Fa Wang. Their strength far surpassed that of the demon monarchs, second only to the Thunder King. They had to be eliminated. While Xiao Qin still had the strength to fight, his injuries worsened, and it would be very difficult for him to suppress the two of them. The battle between him and the Thunder King earlier was extremely horrifying, and every single move was a gamble of life. Although he had the blue dragon war body and his vitality was vigorous, far surpassing that of the Thunder King. However, the accumulation of injuries was not something that could be easily healed. Hey, why can't I find the two of them? Xiao Qin exclaimed softly. He was shocked to discover that Aside from some demon monarchs being chased, he did not see the two. Could there be some other scheme, the demonic god? Xiaoqin's expression changed slightly. Suddenly, he remembered the Thunder King's dying words. When the demonic god descended, all efforts would be for naught. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Xiaoqin's figure flashed, and he quickly arrived beside the Kunlun Palace's palace master. Senior, do you see Xing Wang and Fa Wang? The Kunlun Palace's palace master was injured, severely so. This was especially so for his face, which had been burned by the demonic flame. There was also a wound at his waist, bleeding from which a large chunk had been cut off. This was really difficult for the Kunlun Palace master. He had to fight against two primes second only to the Thunder King alone. They fled. When the Thunder King headed to the rear, the two started fleeing. Xing Wang plotted against me and could not give chase. Xiaoqin quickly asked, which direction did they flee in? The oceanic world. It's over. Xiaoqin's face sank. The Thunder King must have sent word to the two that the demonic god blood sacrifice was about to be completed and rushed back to the altar. The Kunlun Palace's palace master did not understand. Right now, the situation was very good. The demons were being forced into retreat and would soon be chased out of the profound domain. Why did Xiaoqin say this? Could there be more to this? Just as the Kunlun Palace's palace master was about to ask, a dense black, demonic chi suddenly appeared in the distant oceanic world, connecting to the sky and the ground. Even from millions of kilometers away, one could still see it clearly. This was because the black demonic chi pillar flickered with a black light, looking very resplendent and bright. Whoosh! Before the Kunlun realm cultivators could react, a black cloud spread out from the sky above the Treasure Master Island in just 4 or 5 breaths. Just as the many Kunlun realm cultivators watched in bewilderment, this black cloud covered the entire Kunlun realm. The sun could not be seen, and the entire world turned dark. Heavens! What is that? Horror spread in the hearts of the Kunlun realm cultivators. There was a terrifying energy in the black cloud, inspiring fear in the depths of their hearts. The people of the Kunlun realm, who were originally chasing the demon cultivators, retreated in a fluster, feeling bewildered. The 7 primes gathered together and looked at the sky with grave expressions. The entire world turned dark. There was no sun. Light and shadow turned blurry as this black cloud covered everything. Do you feel it? The heavenly Tao is isolated, Ing Zongtian said softly, his body trembling slightly. The senses of primes were much sharper than those of ordinary cultivators. Without exception, all of them felt a strange feeling. They could not explain what it was, but they could clearly sense that something was missing in this world. Emperor Forsaken nodded and said, "It is completely isolated. The heavenly Tao no longer exists." Could it be? The cyclic astral lord thought of a possibility, and his expression changed drastically. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the demonic cloud churned, it suddenly formed a gigantic face looking down on all life. Millions of demon cultivators and demonic beasts knelt on the ground at the same time. They performed the same gesture, knelt, prayed, and chanted in a low voice. A demonic god. It's a demonic god. Everyone thought of such an existence. They retreated quickly again, revealing incomparable horror on their faces. Could it be that the heavens really wanted to destroy the Kunlun realm? After so many twists and turns, countless outstanding talents dyed the sky red with their blood. However, they still could not bring peace to the world. Damn it! And Xianxia, who was riddled with wounds, teared up. He really wanted to shout, why? As the gigantic demonic god face looked down, everyone felt fear spread in their hearts. The brilliant demonic might was like an overwhelming flood, pressing down on everyone until they found it hard to breathe. Shui Lingling felt incredibly fatigued as she landed on Kunlun Mountain. She held the Emperor Yi Shooting Sun Bow in her hand, her complexion pale. Not far away, despair flashed in by Wuxia's eyes, along with a heavy dissatisfaction. Before the demonic god fully appeared, it already shattered most people's fighting spirit, making them feel an undefeatable despair. Drip, drip. Suddenly, black demonic rain fell from the sky. This rain fell on the demonic world cultivators. It was like a miraculous elixir. The injured demonic world cultivators instantly regained their vigor, recovering to their peak. Roar, roar, roar. Several demonic beasts roared ferociously. Their suppressed, ferocious auras reappeared. Ha ha ha! The demonic god is descending. The Kunlun realm will definitely be destroyed. The demonic world cultivators were incredibly excited, all of them entering a frenzy. Xianxia looked around and suddenly discovered that the life essence that the Thunder King scattered in the air earlier quickly gathered and flew towards the black clouds in the sky. Oh no! He wants to use the demonic god to revive. A murderous intent flashed in Xianxia's eyes, and his aura surged ferociously. However, it was too late. The scattered life essence rose very quickly. In a short while, it all entered the black clouds. When all the life essence entered, the overwhelming demonic clouds churned quickly. A huge figure suddenly formed and landed on the ground. Boundless demonic might surged out from this figure, forming strong winds that blew over this battlefield for 5,000 kilometers around. Damn it! Damn it! Xianxia, I have already merged with the demonic god. You're the one who forced me onto this path. I will definitely wash the Kunlun realm in blood and make you suffer 100 times, 1,000 times the pain. An extremely unpleasant voice came from the mouth of the huge figure. Its expression changed many times. It was like countless people's faces were squeezed under that skin, looking exceptionally scary. The Thunder King came back to life. However, he became a monster that was neither human nor ghost. This was probably not what he truly wanted. Chapter 1536. What was a demonic god? Even the people of the demonic world did not know. They would only stammer that it was the god they believed in. However, in reality, there was no such thing as a demonic god in this world. It was just that there were many people who believed in it. Countless years of accumulation of the power of faith gave birth to such an existence. It did not have intelligence. It could even be said that it did not have life. It was controlled by the person who created it. The demonic god possessed strong energy, the accumulation of the power of faith over countless years, the energy of souls from all sorts of blood sacrifices, and all sorts of evil secret techniques infused it with negative emotions. Rather than calling it a god, it was more like a monster. The demonic world was different from the deity race. The deity race directly absorbed the power of faith and infused it into themselves. These people were not gods, but still humans. Humans would die. When they died, the power of faith would scatter. As for the demonic god, it was born from the power of faith. It was undying and indestructible, continuously accumulating the power of faith. There was also the horrifying blood sacrifices of the Dark Church, which provided the blood and souls of experts, making the demonic god even more terrifying. At this moment, the treasure master used the demonic god to revive. It looked like he still had his own consciousness. In reality, the true treasure master was already dead. Right now, the Thunder King was a monster that was neither human nor ghost. Kill. The appearance of the demonic god plunged the demonic world cultivators and the demonic beasts into a frenzy. Their eyes turned scarlet as they sank into some kind of crazed state. They looked much more spirited, their strength returning to its peak. In reality, it was just the demonic god using a secret technique to activate their life potential, exhausting their life essence. Facing the counterattack of this group of madmen, the Kunlun realm cultivators fell into an extremely difficult situation. Xianxia watched as the demon race cultivators that he had severely injured earlier suddenly appeared alive and well. Anyone who faced such a situation would feel like dying. This was too torturous. However, the Kunlun realm cultivators could not retreat, as there was already no way out. Even if it looked like a dead end, they had to use their last bit of strength to stake it all on this. Retreat to Kunlun Mountain. At this moment, it was clearly not the right time to charge into battle with the demons. They could only use Kunlun Mountain's terrain and formations as their final defense. When facing the horrifying demonic god, the various clans no longer dared to hide their resources. Emperor Forsaken stood on top of the divine kingdom and quickly formed hand seals. He wanted to summon the sealed old ancestor of the god race. That was an ancient divine sovereign of the god race. He had lived for many years, and because of the accumulation of time, his strength had already surpassed ordinary supreme beings. Unfortunately, he was restricted by the heavenly Tao and remained in a sealed state, not daring to appear in this world. A crack opened in the pitch-black space. A beam of divine light shone in the dark world. But very quickly, he was drowned in the endless darkness. Emperor Forsaken's expression turned slightly ugly. The demonic might of the demon god was simply too strong. Even the divine light of the god race patriarch was unable to illuminate this dark world. The heaven-punishing corpse god roared, and 8 corpse race elders appeared, carrying a black wooden coffin. The wooden coffin was heavily sealed and bound with chains. Each of the chains burned with green corpse flames. A martial god medallion appeared in Ing Zongtian's hand. Then he closed his eyes and muttered to himself, preparing to summon out the clone that the founder of the Bushin Palace left in the seal. The heavenly Tao is really isolated. Emperor Forsaken showed a grave expression. Every time he summoned the deity race patriarch, the heavenly Tao would attack him. This time it did not. However, Emperor Forsaken could not smile at all. How strong was a demonic god that could isolate the heavenly Tao? The cyclic astral lord smiled bitterly and said, "Things have already reached this point. I'll just do my best." The myriad law fiend master's aged face looked at the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. He muttered, "Why bother? He is neither human nor ghost. What exactly is he seeking?" The myriad law fiend master was on good terms with the Thunder King. Seeing the other party end up like this, he felt a chill in his heart. The demonic god had appeared, and the heavenly Tao was isolated. The Kunlun realm was in grave danger. It might collapse in the next second. However, at this moment, the 7 utmost beings were a lot less nervous and a lot calmer. Why was this so? It was because they were already prepared to die. They were primes, the peak existences of the Kunlun realm. After contributing all the strength they could, that would be enough. Whoosh! Suddenly, a saber light lit up in the boundless darkness. That saber light looked somewhat weak in the darkness. However, it was like a flickering star in the night sky. It was not very bright, but it existed eternally. It's Xianxia. The Blue Dragon King is making a move. The crowd was very excited. In the dark night, even the weakest candlelight would attract everyone's attention. At the crucial moment, the demonic god descended. As the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, the Blue Dragon King stood out without hesitation once more. "Ha ha! Good timing. I don't have to look for you everywhere." The demonic god was 3 kilometers tall. Its face changed many times before finally turning into the Thunder King's face. Then, it revealed a sinister smile as it looked at Xianxia. As Xianxia flew over, he did not have a saber in his hand. However, he cultivated the flawless saber Tao. His body was the sharpest treasure saber in the world. From the start to the end, his body gave off a weak saber light, resisting the might and pressure of the demonic god. Xiaoqian's expression remained calm. He ferociously flapped the blue dragon divine wings and punched at the demonic god's head. Ignorant, the demonic god smiled coldly and spat out a black flame at Xiaoqian. The blue dragon divine wings flapped gently, and Xiaoqian brushed by the flame. Bang! The demonic god had just stopped when he punched. This punch distorted space, not something that could be judged with common sense. Suddenly, the demonic god arrived above Xiaoqian's head. The mountain-like fist light contained a demonic might that could destroy the world. Cauldron! Xiaoqian shouted, and 10,000 dragon force gathered into a cauldron. It stabilized the space, solidifying the distorted space. Then, Xiaoqian executed the myriad heaven divine fist. Bang! The attack knocked Xiao Chun into the air, and a large mouthful of blood leaked out of a corner of his lips. Do you feel the difference in strength? This is the power of faith that the Dark Church has accumulated for tens of thousands of years. Ha ha! The Thunder King, who had possessed the demonic god, laughed maniacally as he sent punches at Xiao Chun. Every time the Thunder King punched, space distorted. The fist lights appeared and disappeared mysteriously, appearing boundlessly tyrannical. How terrifying! Xiao Chun was startled. However, after a while, he slowly lost consciousness. Xiao Chun watched as the demonic god approached, leading the allied demon race's armies to charge up Kunlun Mountain. If even Xiao Chun could not block the demonic god, it would be a disaster for ordinary cultivators. Xiao Chun shouted and burned his magic energy, executing the major magic skill, Dermic World. His figure trembled slightly, and his body quickly enlarged, clashing with the approaching demonic god. Bang! With a punch, Xiao Chun finally blocked the demonic god's fistlight. Then he stood at the foot of Kunlun Mountain, blocking the other party's advance. I only have 7 seconds. I have to do my best to push the demonic god further away. Bang! Loud rumbles resounded in the world. However, the demonic god did not take a step back before Xiao Chun, who had executed Dermic World. Instead, the demonic god launched a torrential barrage of attacks at Xiao Chun's Dermic World. In just one breath, the huge Dermic World was already riddled with injuries. Can you hold on? Let's see how long you can last. The Thunder King, who had possessed the demonic god, felt extremely delighted. Xiao Chun used his fist as a saber, his body as a saber, and his Dermic World as a saber. Xiao Chun clenched his teeth and gave it his all. However, he still could not truly injure the demonic god. All he could do was defend the foot of Kunlun Mountain with much difficulty. Boom! The demonic god punched again, and Xiao Chun's huge Dermic World body fell to one knee. Xiao Chun. The cultivators who had retreated to Kunlun Mountain felt heartbroken when they saw this, feeling immense pain. The kneeling Dermic World was like a guardian of the mountain, stubborn and proud, not retreating. When the final punch landed, the Dermic World body went flying. Xiao Chun reverted to his original form. Blood dyed the sky, and half the bones in his body shattered. Xiao Chun, this is all you are capable of? The demonic god laughed maniacally. Save him. However, of the 7 primes, Emperor Forsaken, Ingzongtian, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Fox King were all anxiously summoning the treasures of their respective races. They could not free themselves at all. The Myriad Law Fiend Master, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Cyclic Astral Lord charged over without hesitation. The 3 had only one thought. No matter what, they had to save Xiao Chun. Stop them. I want to torture Xiao Chun to death. I want him to suffer 100 times, 1,000 times the pain I've suffered. The demon gods roared furiously, and the demon sovereign supremes came out in full force, blocking the 3 supremes. What should we do? We've been blocked. Xiao Chun will die. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said with a grave expression as he looked at the 8 demon monarchs blocking his way. I have a secret method I can rush over. Help me hold him back. I can save him. A brilliant light flashed in the Cyclic Astral Lord's eyes. After hesitating for a while, he finally made up his mind. But you have to face the demon god alone. There's no other choice. A resolute expression appeared on Xing Zhu's handsome face, and his body suddenly turned into a ray of starlight and disappeared into the night. When Xiao Chun reappeared, the boundless starlight in the sky condensed into the appearance of the Cyclic Astral Lord. He caught the falling Xiao Chun and dodged the demonic god's gigantic hand. A mantis trying to stop a chariot. I'll kill you, an ant first. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of blood. He was somewhat surprised that the Cyclic Astral Lord would be the one to save him without hesitation. Last night's stars, last night's wind. Starlight is like the wind, sending you off. The Cyclic Astral Lord chanted. Boundless starlight shone through the dense demonic clouds in the sky, turning into a gentle, 9-colored astral wind. Carrying Xiao Chun, the cyclic astral lord flew to the top of Kunlun Mountain at an incredible speed. He left Xianxia alone to face the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. Chapter 1537. Xianxia was greatly startled. However, he was severely injured and could not move at all. Unexpectedly, the cyclic astral lord, who had always been very ambitious and sanctimonious, would make a sacrifice for him at this crucial moment. Live on properly. As long as you are alive, there is hope for the Kunlun realm. A voice appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. It was the cyclic astral lord's voice. Don't die either. I even promised to bring you out of the Kunlun realm. Leave the Kunlun realm? Sometimes people are really laughable. I keep thinking about how to leave the Kunlun realm. However, I'll always find out what I really want in the end. The cyclic astral lord revealed a bitter smile. The deaths of Chu Yang and Fu Hongyao dealt a huge blow to him. It also allowed him to see many things clearly. Even his two disciples had such a strong sense of belonging to the Kunlun realm. His own time in the Kunlun realm was even longer. However, he kept thinking about how to leave the Kunlun realm. Could it be that he was not even comparable to his two disciples? Damn it, how dare you spoil my plans? Cyclic astral lord, you must be tired of living. The demonic god raged, and its face quickly changed. Countless faces squeezed under that human skin. Joy, anger, grief, joy, and all sorts of other expressions changed continuously, looking incredibly scary. The cyclic astral lord recovered his wits and looked at the other party. He said softly, "You are really pitiful. Is there any point in living like this? I can squash you to death like squashing an ant. What qualifications do you have to say that about me?" The demonic god raged and ferociously opened its huge palm. It was like the sky encasing the cyclic astral lord. The vast demonic might press down, making it difficult for people to speak. The cyclic astral lord did not feel any fear. He only quietly closed his eyes and said softly, "The sun and moon are constant. The stars move. The great thousand realms, limitless starburst." The cyclic astral lord formed hand seals. When he finished, starlight lit up every acupoint in his body. His 200-odd acupoints looked like they hid stars, making him crystalline and transparent. His hair gave off faint starlight as it fluttered in the wind. The cyclic astral lord seemed to turn into a painting. As the painting slowly unfurled, it revealed a magnificent, resplendent, and boundless star chart. In the dark space, this scene deeply shocked everyone. This is the Star Palace's forbidden technique, limitless starburst. No, when the disciples of the Star Palace saw this scene, they all went crazy. This was a forbidden art passed down in the Star Palace. Once it was used, death was certain. The Myriad Law Fiend Master and the Bright Moon Empress, who were fighting the Demon Monarch, were stunned. Unexpectedly, the Astral Lord was so decisive. "Old friend, why do you have to do this?" Boom! Before everyone's eyes, the cyclic astral lord's crystalline body exploded with a loud boom. Boom! The demonic god's massive palm exploded on the spot, and the star explosion radiated out. Half of the demonic god's massive body was blasted away. Miserable wails came from the gigantic demonic body, echoing in all directions. Like the howls of wolves in the night, these cries of pain overlapped, tormenting everyone's ears. Dead, Xiaoqian watched this scene somewhat dispiritedly. Another person died. For the sake of saving him, the cyclic astral lord chose to self-destruct. The resplendent light was always short-lived, passing in an instant. The demonic clouds encased the world, returning it to darkness. In the darkness, the demon god wailed in pain. But what made people despair was that, however, the most despairing thing was that the destroyed half of the demonic god's body quickly grew back. The demonic god glared. When it saw that Xiaoqian was already far away, it flew into a rage. "Go to hell!" The demonic god soared into the air and threw a palm strike at Xiaoqian. Rumble! The instant the demonic god got up, the entire Kunlun mountain started trembling. The peaks of the entire Kunlun mountain began to tremble, and countless rocks began to fall. "Oh no! Just at this crucial moment, a loud dragon roar came from the Blue Dragon Palace at the back of Kunlun Mountain. A dragon claw extended from there. The dragon claw expanded as the wind blew, sending the demonic god flying. Then, it turned into a beam of light and swept Xianxia back into the Blue Dragon Palace. The demonic god that the Thunder King possessed flew back 1 kilometer before stopping. When it saw the retracted dragon claw, it revealed a cold smile. They really dare to come out. Are they not afraid of death? Whoosh! When the dragon claw returned to the Blue Dragon Palace, the palace quickly soared into the air as if it feared something. It quickly flew away, vanishing from everyone's sight. Seeing that the Blue Dragon Palace rescued Xianxia, the primes released their bated breath. Emperor Forsaken roared, and the deity race ancestor opened his eyes and walked out of a spatial tear. The chains in the corpse race coffin exploded, and a 10,000-year-old corpse king burning with green flames slowly emerged. The martial god medallion in Ing Zongtian's hand stopped spinning, and a figure came out of it. The 3 existences that surpassed primes roared ferociously and charged at the demonic god that was sent flying. Let's go as well. The Bright Moon Empress and the others will not be able to hold out much longer. Emperor Forsaken led the charge, fighting the demonic world primes together with the Bright Moon Empress and the others. In reality, the Blue Dragon Palace was only halfway through its flight when countless bolts of black lightning struck it, causing it to fall with a loud boom. When the Blue Dragon Palace landed, it wobbled. However, it did not fall over. Big Brother Dragon, are you all right? Inside the palace, the old dragon horse was charred black and covered in wounds. It fell weakly to the ground. After a long time, it said, "I'm fine. Do not go out. The heavenly Tao only isolates us to a certain extent. If people of our level go out, we will die a miserable death. Furthermore, we will bring disaster back to the Blue Dragon Palace. What should we do now? Young Master is unconscious, and he is severely injured." The girl in her prime asked somewhat anxiously as she carried Xianxia. "Bring him to the blood pool to treat his injuries. This is the Kunlun realm's own calamity. He has to rely on himself. We have already done everything we can to help him." After the old dragon horse finished speaking, it stood up and, together with the others, placed Xianxia back into the spiritual liquid pool made from the essence blood of 100 kinds of ancient ferocious beasts. I already saw it clearly. That demonic god's refinement method is a secret technique of the Black Lotus Church. The Dark Church follows the orders of the Black Lotus Church, the old dragon horse said with a grave expression as it looked at Xianxia in the spiritual pool. The girl's expression changed slightly. I recall that the Black Lotus Church is an evil sect that split from the Buddhist sects in a previous epoch. They are very strong, but do not have deep accumulations. How could such a small sect like them have such vast resources to occupy the resources of an abandoned land? Let's not care so much for now. Let's wait for Xianxia to wake up first. 4 hours later, Xianxia slowly woke up in the blood pool. By relying on the strong and surging medicinal energy of the ancient ferocious beast blood, Xianxia's injuries had mostly recovered. He no longer had any major problems. "Senior, save the Kunlun realm." Xianxia immediately cried out in joy when he opened his eyes and saw the old dragon horse and the others. "You are all experts that I cannot see through it all. You must have a way to save the Kunlun realm, right?" Xianxia asked anxiously. The girl, azure-clad man, and the others shook their heads. They only sighed silently and did not answer. "Xianxia, if we could save them, we would have made a move during the incident with the Qing Emperor 10,000 years ago. I once told you that it is very difficult to leave the abandoned land. It is even more difficult to enter. After entering, there are even more restrictions. This is also why the faction behind the Dark Church can only use the natives of the Kunlun realm to develop its faction. Do you understand what I mean? Simply put, if someone from the outside world enters, even if they are as strong as you, they will be rejected by the heavenly Tao. However, you are different. You were born and raised in the Kunlun realm. More or less, you have adapted to this place. People like us who are much stronger than you simply can't get out. The old dragon horse sighed and replied to Xiao Chun, I already took a huge risk to save you. It is not that I cannot. It is that I cannot. When Xiao Chun heard that, he expected this answer. If it could help, the old dragon horse would have left long ago. Now, the only way to save the Kunlun realm lies with you. The old dragon horse looked at Xiao Chun, and its expression suddenly turned grave. Xiao Chun felt a glimmer of hope again. He asked eagerly, What method? Tell me. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Although you cannot inherit the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance now, as long as you can touch him, you'll be able to obtain the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. As long as we awaken the blood-soaked dragon emperor's remnant soul and obtain some pointers, defeating the demonic god will not be a problem. The old dragon horse said seriously. The blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance. Xiao Chun thought, why did I not think of this? However, the scarlet dragon seal above the veritable essence energy lake was incredibly firm. It did not look like it could be touched at all. It was not that Xiao Chun had not tried it before. That seal was too strong, far from what he could touch now. I got it. The purple thunder divine incantation. As long as I break through to the purple thunder divine incantation's 9th layer, the horrifying energy from the tribulation should be able to touch the scarlet dragon seal. After the purple thunder divine incantation reached the 7th layer, every breakthrough was a test of life and death. The lightning tribulation would multiply. If one was not careful, one would die. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a narrow escape. However, the impact of the lightning tribulation was something that Xiao Chun could not do. He definitely could touch the scarlet dragon seal. Xiao Chun originally planned to wait until he left the abandoned land and became stronger before making a breakthrough. However, he could not care so much now. He needed to risk his life. With this thought, Xiao Chun immediately flew out of the blood pool and headed out of the Blue Dragon Palace. The old dragon horse and the others quickly asked, What are you doing? Don't be rash. Don't worry about me. I'm looking for a quiet place to make a breakthrough. Only then can I touch the dragon seal. Xiao Chun showed a determined expression. He did not want to worry the seniors, so he did not say anything more and quickly walked out of the Blue Dragon Palace. Chapter 1538. It was clearly daytime, but the outside world was dark. Xiao Chun walked out of the Blue Dragon Palace. This place was far from the profound domain battlefield. However, it should not be the Tianwu domain, as Xiao Chun had never been here before. Xiao Chun looked at the sky. Demonic clouds covered the sky, making it dark. Relying on his sharp senses, Xiao Chun looked in the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Sound could no longer transmit the battle there. Xiao Chun only vaguely sensed some auras, which still made his heart tremble. A battle that would decide the life and death of the Kunlun realm was taking place there. If no miracle happened, the Kunlun realm's defeat was only a matter of time. The demonic god was practically immortal. Even after half of its body was destroyed, it could still recover perfectly. The ordinary cultivators of Kunlun Mountain also faced the demon race cultivators who had overdrawn on their life force. A peak battlefield versus an ordinary battlefield. No matter which side won, they would immediately feed back to their allies, quickly ending this bitter battle. Since Xiao Chun arrived in this world, he had never experienced such a miserable scene. Even the bloodshed that he experienced on the Emperor's Road could not compare to 1,000th of this battle. Friends who were alive and well in one moment might die in the next. The scene of life and death was playing out at every moment. It was destined that there would be no winner in this battle. The demons were just pitiful bugs that the Dark Church kidnapped. From the moment they offered their souls to the demonic god, they were destined not to betray him. The Thunder King's transformation into something that was neither human nor ghost was clearly not what he wanted. After 10,000 years of scheming, in the end he was still the loser. Pitiful, lamentable, and even more hateful. Far away from the battlefield, Xiao Chen's anxious heart calmed down for a rare moment. In that instant, he thought of many things. The death of the cyclic astral lord was a great shock to Xiao Chun. The man who once used the Oath Stone to threaten him was dead. The person died, and the person who made the oath died. Naturally, the restrictions were no longer there. However, Xiao did not feel relaxed at all. As he looked at Kunlun Mountain in the distance, many scenes flashed in Xiao's mind. Many people had placed their lives on the line to bet on him. This time, he could only succeed. Failure was not allowed. With a light tap of his feet, Xiao soared into the sky and scanned the surroundings, searching for a suitable location. A moment later, he landed on a mountain and sat down cross-legged. It was not easy for the Purple Thunder divine incantation to break through to the 9th layer. That was already the limit of strength allowed by the heavenly Tao of this world. After the 7th layer, every breakthrough brought Xiao an experience that was engraved in his bones. When he recalled it, other than the pain, there was only one word that came to mind. Sky Dome, Immortal Lord, don't laugh at me if I die from the cultivation technique you created. Before starting, Xiao teased himself to relax. Then, the smile on his face disappeared and was replaced by a serious expression. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes. Just like eating and drinking, the Purple Thunder Divine incantation circulated naturally in his body. He had practiced this cultivation technique day and night. He was already extremely familiar with it. Even when he was unconscious, his body would automatically move. He was simply too familiar with it. Xiao drove his veritable essence energy and circulated it in his meridians. The lightning attributed spiritual energy in the surroundings quickly gathered in Xiao's body. After one great cycle, Xiao's surroundings started flickering with crackling electric light. Logically speaking, he should have stopped at this point. That was already sufficient. However, it was clearly not possible to break through now. Xiao calmed himself and opened up new meridians. With every increase in the Purple Thunder Divine incantation's layer, more meridians would flow. The so-called breakthrough was opening up new meridians, lengthening the time it took to complete a great cycle. When cultivating, one would absorb more energy, and their speed would be faster. This was originally a rather difficult process. However, Xiao had 2 years of accumulations, so it was not difficult. What was rare was that after opening the various meridians required for the Purple Thunder Divine incantation's 10th layer, a lightning tribulation would descend. Only by truly enduring it could one be considered to have broken through to the 9th layer. Otherwise, it would all be for naught. The more dangerous part was using the lightning tribulation to activate the Scarlet Dragon Seal. Time ticked by. When Xiao opened the final meridian, tribulation clouds appeared above his head. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning tore through the sky and landed on Xiao's body. It's starting. Xiao opened his eyes and silently endured the lightning tribulation. Following that, bolts of lightning descended continuously. As the lightning ravaged his physical body, Xiao guided the lightning tribulation's energy to charge at the Scarlet Dragon Seal in his dantian. The Scarlet Dragon Seal was half the size of a palm, but it was like a vast and boundless sea. The lightning tribulation's energy was like a drop of dew. When it charged over, it did not cause any waves. Xiao was not in a rush. Based on his experience, the lightning tribulation would slowly grow stronger. This matter could not be rushed. Using the lightning tribulation's energy was an extremely risky thing to do. In the past, Xiao did his best to block the lightning tribulation's energy from his physical body. This time, he did his best to absorb it into his body. If he was not careful, the lightning tribulation's energy might go out of control and explode in his body. Without any surprises, Xiao would be blasted into smithereens on the spot, not even leaving a scrap behind. Boom! After about 7 minutes, a divine dragon palace materialized by lightning descended. A huge pressure immediately crushed the mountain Xiao sat on. Rumble! Before the lightning arrived, the mountain crumbled. Xiao tensed up. As the lightning descended, countless sparks flew on the surface of his body. His body, which was already numb from the pain, felt like it would fall apart. With a strong will, Xiao endured and guided the lightning tribulation's energy to circulate in his meridians. rumble. The lightning tribulation's energy was like an unbridled wild horse, quickly galloping around. Xianxia found it extremely taxing to control it. Bang! This time, the scarlet dragon seal, which had not reacted all this time, finally shook for a moment. It only shook for a moment, not even for a second. If Xianxia had not been watching closely, he would have thought that he saw wrong. However, Xianxia did not notice that the instant the scarlet dragon seal shook, countless scarlet molecules separated from the dragon seal and merged into his blood vessels, healing and recovering his physical body. It separated from the dragon mark and melted into his blood vessels, healing and recovering his physical body. Xianxia laughed loudly and reared his head back, shouting, "Darn heavens!" Again, 10,000 bolts of lightning flashed and gathered together, turning into a ferocious, venomous lightning snake that bit at Xianxia. Before the first wave passed, another wave came. Xianxia was like a small boat in the waves, drifting about in this berserk lightning tribulation. 10,000 bolts of lightning flashed and gathered, turning into a ferocious, venomous lightning snake that bit at Xianxia. The scarlet dragon seal shook for an increasingly longer period of time. All the signs indicated that the scarlet dragon seal could truly be touched. All of a sudden, the storm of thunder and lightning stopped. The entire place turned quiet. Is the lightning tribulation over? No, it is brewing an even more ferocious lightning tribulation, the final lightning tribulation. Suddenly, a sword tip emerged from the clouds. The sound of 10,000 horses galloping resounded in the clouds. The lightning tribulation turned into a ferocious weapon. This startled Xianxia. This was his first time seeing tribulation lightning materialize into a weapon. It made him feel like he had committed a sin and was placed on the execution platform by the heavenly Tao. Oh no! Even if I can endure this lightning tribulation, I cannot draw it into my body. Sharpness. Other than the berserk power, the lightning tribulation this time also had a sharp edge to it. Whoosh! The lightning ferocious weapon arrived in an instant, so fast that Xianxia could not react in time. The sword blade pierced through Xianxia's head without a drop of blood. I'm fine. However, in the next second, Xianxia's expression changed drastically. This lightning tribulation was targeting his physical body. It completely ignored his defenses, wanting to explode in his body. The lightning ferocious weapon that entered Xianxia's body shrank as it descended. When the electric light shone out, Xianxia's entire body turned transparent. His internal organs, flesh, and bones were all clearly visible. This was gathering the power of lightning, continuously compressing the tribulation lightning's energy. At the end of the compression, Xianxia would explode, instantly vaporizing. In reality, this time, it was not the right time to make this breakthrough. If not for the scarlet dragon seal slowly strengthening Xianxia's bloodline in secret, Xianxia's physical body would not have been able to last until now. With Xianxia's physical body, he would not be able to last until now. The purple thunder divine incantation only had 12 layers. The danger of the final 3 layers far surpassed his expectations. Xianxia watched helplessly as that lightning ferocious weapon slowly compressed and condensed in his body. The lightning ferocious weapon turned into a small dot. Its light was already as resplendent and dazzling as the sun. However, there was no earth-shaking explosion. Without a sound, the last bolt of tribulation lightning exploded just like that. Before Xianxia could think, his flesh, and bones vaporized on the spot. Only a coiled blue dragon image remained, surrounding the scarlet dragon seal. Whoosh! It seemed like something in the scarlet dragon seal woke up. The blue dragon image opened its eyes. That was a pair of cold scarlet eyes, lonely and proud. It looked like it was outside the world, looking down on everything under the heavens. Interesting. To think that this barren land managed to find a successor who matches my temper. The secrets on you are extraordinary. You shall be the one. Chapter 1539. Dragon Race Secret Technique Blood Rebirth. A low chant came from the scarlet dragon's seal. Then, strands of blood mist started to appear in the air. The hazy blood mist slowly condensed into drops of blood. Then, all the drops of blood suddenly retracted. 1 second ago, Xiao Chun had disappeared. Now he was perfectly fine. Then, he miraculously reappeared. Am I dead? Xiao Chun asked in a daze as he opened his eyes in a mysterious space. This world was dark. Countless stars dotted the sky, but no starlight shone down. Dead? If I had woken up a second later, you might really have died. Saving you is not easy. Forcefully using blood rebirth before reaching the required cultivation is not that easy. Of course, I am an exception. Suddenly, a voice rang out in the space, startling Xiao Chun awake. Who am I? Haven't you always wanted to see me? What's wrong? Are you frightened after seeing me? The voice came from behind. Xiao Chun quickly turned around and saw a white-clad person with a sinister smile. His lips curled into an evil smile, and a faint blood-red light flickered in his eyes. This person's aura was very strange. His expression was sinister, and he smiled evilly. However, after seeing those eyes, no one would think that he was smiling. The eyes were cold, emotionless, lonely, and proud. There was also a boundless killing chi that seemed capable of melting people. You are the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor? Xiao Qin asked quickly when he reacted. In that case, he did not die and was saved. The white-clad person did not answer Xiao Chun. Suddenly, he raised his head, and the killing chi hidden in his eyes shot out. The white-clad person reached out and grabbed. Then, he revealed an extremely cold expression as he firmly grasped a clump of black fog in his hand. The black mist twisted and distorted, letting out a series of painful and unpleasant sounds. As Xiao Chun looked at that black fog, he felt fear for some reason, raising his guard involuntarily. Boom! The white-clad person grabbed, and the black fog shrieked miserably. Then, it turned into a clump of blood mist and vanished. What is this? Xiao Chun asked, feeling bewildered. Your inner demon. But don't worry, I've already killed it. Don't be so strange. I cultivate the Tao of Massacre and have been dealing with heart demons my entire life. I have killed so many heart demons that even I can't count them. Actually, the heart demon is a good thing. For you, if you can get through it peacefully, your mental state will be strengthened imperceptibly. Unfortunately, you've come to see me in such a decisive manner. Naturally, I can't let the inner demons waste any more time. The white-robed man casually explained, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, Xiao Chun was shocked. He had never heard of heart demons being killed. Speak, then. Why are you in such a rush to see me? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor seemed to be in a rush, urging the stunned Xiao Chun to speak. Xiao Chun startled awake. Then he explained what happened to the Kunlun realm and the matter of the demonic god as simply as possible. How troublesome. There's actually someone spending so much effort on a soul path secret technique in such a small place. After the white-robed man heard that, he frowned slightly. This made Xiao Chun nervous. Could it be that even the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor could not deal with it? Don't misunderstand. This soul Tao technique can be destroyed with one look by a newly advanced Spirit Sea Realm cultivator. It is too immature and crude. However, it makes sense when you think about it. It is already very incredible to be able to complete a soul Tao secret technique in such a barren land. The white-robed man continued. Let me think. At your level, what methods you have to deal with it? Xiao Chun did not know what the soul Tao was. However, he guessed that it should be the soul Tao. That was not something that a veritable personage could deal with. The human soul was incredibly mysterious. Since ancient times, it had been a cultivation forbidden zone. In the Kunlun realm, only the people of the ghost domain could scratch the surface of it. However, one could not enter it. The soul Tao was too ancient and extremely dangerous, a forbidden zone for the human body. The origin of the soul was even harder to trace. The Kunlun realm did not have a single cultivation technique or martial technique related to the soul Tao. If one wanted to truly cultivate the soul Tao, one would have to reach an extremely high cultivation. At the very least, the current Xiaochuan was still far from that level. Senior, is there really no way at all? Xiaochun looked at the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor with a pleading look. The Kunlun realm was in danger. It might fall completely in the next second. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at Xiaochun and said, although a secret technique at the level of the demonic god is extremely inferior, it is of a much higher level than you. It is innately undefeatable. You have no means to deal any substantial damage to it. There is no way at all. There is. Naturally, you also need a Soul Dao martial technique to deal with a Soul Dao secret technique. I have grasped many Soul Dao martial techniques. However, I simply cannot find one that you can cultivate at your cultivation. In that case, can Senior personally make a move and defeat the demonic god? I'm just a strand of a remnant soul existing in this dragon seal. My strength is not even comparable to yours. Are you going to send me to my death? That demonic god would love for someone like me to go out. It would be great nourishment for him and be very comfortable. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at Xiao Chun with disdain, crushing Xiao Chen's final hope. Doesn't that mean that there is no hope? Humph! Suddenly, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said sullenly, as my blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritor, how can you be so lacking in ambition? This is an impossible task for ordinary people. However, as my blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritor, if you cannot even clear this stage, then I can only say that I am blind. What do you mean? Xiao Chen asked, feeling confused. Nothing much. I'll teach you a Soul Dao martial technique. Even if you do not know it, you have to learn it from me. Otherwise, if the demonic god cannot kill you, I will personally kill you. To think that you want me to personally make a move for you over such a small matter. I really feel ashamed on your behalf for having such thoughts. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor looked at Xiao Chen with disdain and a cold smile. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly as he demanded angrily, small matter? I will allow you to look down on me and humiliate me. However, don't joke around with the lives of my Kunlun realm compatriots. Let me tell you, this is not a small matter. This is not a small matter. Seeing Xiao Chen's disrespect, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor did not get angry. Instead, he laughed. You have a temper. However, if you want to be my blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritor, just having a temper is not enough. I'll pass this Soul Dao martial technique to you. As long as you can learn it a little, you will be able to kill the demonic god. If you cannot learn it, I will kill you and find another inheritor. Also, don't neglect the basics. My blue dragon bloodline is one of the great desolate 100 races. The strongest thing is the power of our bloodline. However, you are foolish enough to not use it. Right after the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor spoke, he pointed at Xiao Chun. Boundless information entered Xiao Chen's mind. Let's go. Don't disturb me for no reason. This remnant soul of mine cannot exist for long. If you wake me up and do not learn anything, it will be a waste. With a wave of the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's hand, Xiao Chun returned to reality. Xiao Chun opened his eyes. Under the dim light, the surrounding terrain was cracked and in a sorry state. The terrain had changed completely. The tall mountains were gone, and the plains were gone. Cracks filled the ground, and sand and rocks flew everywhere. When Xiao Chun regained control of his physical body, he immediately felt that his physical body was stronger than before. In his bloodline, there was a power that wanted to roar. Everything seemed to be very different. Vital Qi gather. Xiao Chun clenched his fist, and all his vital qi surged. Strands of dragon-shaped energy flew around in the air. As Xiao Chun clenched his fist, two ancient dragon cauldrons hovered above his head. Two cauldron force. Xiao Chun felt shocked. His vital qi actually doubled. What's going on? Could this be the power of the bloodline that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor mentioned? Xiao Chun entered deep thought. Thinking back, he vaguely recalled that his blood seemed to have changed when he underwent his tribulation. Every time the power of the lightning tribulation, it would strengthen his physical body, undergoing some kind of tempering, polishing his blue dragon war body. Aside from his vital qi doubling, The magic energy origin in his sea of consciousness also doubled in size. Xianxia rejoiced in his heart. This was the most obvious benefit of the Purple Thunder Divine Incantation advancing to the 10th layer. With the expansion of his magic energy origin, he would be able to execute magic skills more easily. His dermic world would also last longer. However, these were not the important points now. The important point was the soul Dao martial technique that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor left in his mind when he chased him out. Soul-breaking finger. Chapter 1540. Soul-breaking finger. This was a soul Dao martial technique that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had obtained long ago. One had to reach the veritable personage realm at the very least before one could cultivate it. But now, he had thrown it to Xianxia and wanted him to learn it immediately. This was a bit too much. After all, Xianxia was only at the first minor stage of the perfected being realm, the veritable essence realm. After that, there was still the Yin essence realm and the Yang essence realm. This was equivalent to Xianxia crossing two cultivation realms to learn a martial technique. Xianxia carefully thought back to the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's words. After calming down and thinking about it, he realized that while the other party's words seemed unreasonable, they were actually not that heartless. If he really didn't think highly of him, he wouldn't have given the soul-breaking finger to Xianxia, nor would he have saved him. In reality, there was no other way. If they could not break the rules, they could forget about saving the Kunlun realm. Familiarizing himself with the mental cultivation method of the soul-breaking finger, Xianxia did not rush to try it out. Soul Dao martial techniques exhausted a cultivator's soul energy. If one failed, one soul would be injured. This was especially so for someone like him who forcefully cultivated. If he was not careful, the damage would be even greater. In a worst-case scenario, he might even turn into a fool or have his soul dissipated. In the message that the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor gave Xianxia, he said that he could only suffer 3 failures at most. If Xianxia failed the 3rd time, his soul origin would be damaged, and it would be difficult for him to recover from it. First step, mobilize your soul force. Xianxia slowly circulated his mental cultivation method. As his mental cultivation method deepened, he realized that his consciousness was drifting away from his physical body. The taboo energy in his body was being controlled by him. Winds blew and clouds surged. A powerful aura burst forth from his body. This aura was several times stronger than his Dao might. A strong wind howled, and clothes flapped noisily. At this moment, anyone in the Kunlun realm who stood before Xianxia would feel fear in the depths of their soul. Second step, condense soul power. The condensation of soul power was the most crucial step. Without condensation, soul power would not have any power, and it would be impossible to release it. Huchi. As the soul energy gathered, invisible storms appeared in the sky and gathered in the clouds. Bolts of lightning were torn apart, emitting a soul-shaking sound. Huchi. Before he even had time to reveal a trace of happiness, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood, his soul power scattering from his hand like water. In the sky, all the strange phenomena disappeared, and the terrifying aura disappeared. After summarizing his failure, Xianxia rested for a while and began his second attempt. This time, the soul power was successfully condensed, but at the 3rd step, the release of soul power, something went wrong. As a result, Xianxia felt as if his soul had fallen apart. His entire body felt weak, and his mind was exhausted to the extreme. Again, after resting, Xianxia immediately failed for the 3rd time. This time, he could only succeed. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who was in the scarlet dragon seal in his body, did not sleep. Instead, he stared at Xianxia intently. What a terrifying talent for the Tao of the soul. Just 2 attempts, and he has already reached this level. His soul power is also shockingly powerful, much stronger than mine in the past. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor muttered to himself. Perhaps it has something to do with his secrets. As Xianxia thought, he formally began his 3rd attempt. The first step, circulating soul power, was successfully completed. The second step, condensing soul power, was successfully completed. The 3rd step, releasing soul power, was successfully completed. There was still one final step, just one drop of dragon blood. The dragon race was one of the strongest races of the great desolate Aeon. After millions of years, the dragon blood was like a mythical bloodline. Although there were no pure-blooded dragons, Xianxia's blue dragon bloodline was a peerless 8-color dragon bloodline of extremely high quality. One drop of peerless blue dragon blood was sufficient to increase the might of the soul-breaking finger tenfold. Without the dragon blood, the might of the soul-breaking finger would be very ordinary. After Xianxia successfully released his soul power to his fingertip, his chest tore open, and a drop of heart blood immediately melted. The tip of Xianxia's right index finger released a scarlet light. The entire world turned scarlet under this light. What was even more strange was that when the scarlet light radiated, clear lines could be seen even in the insides of rocks and grass. Am I going to succeed? The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor felt excited in his heart. However, his expression suddenly changed. That's not right. The dragon blood and soul energy have not completely merged. Boom! A scarlet beam of light with dragon patterns on it shot out from Xianxia's fingertip. However, this beam of light suddenly disintegrated halfway, vanishing into nothing. This time, Xianxia was not injured. However, disappointment filled his face. How can it be like this? I clearly already succeeded. Why did it still disintegrate? This won't do. I have to try again. Whoosh! Space suddenly twisted, and Xianxia was pulled into the Scarlet Dragon Seal's space. Then he saw the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor again. Stop trying. You already failed, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said expressionlessly. Xianxia said, I have to try again. Otherwise, I will definitely succeed this time. What if you fail? You will die a miserable death. Are you sure you want to try? I'm sure. I can only gamble on this. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor sighed silently in his heart. Xianxia is really stubborn, just like me back then. Perhaps I can really revive the extinct blue dragon bloodline. Just like me back then, I can revive the entire declining dragon race by myself. Very well. Go ahead and try. I won't stop you. However, I really have to sleep for a while. You can wake me up after you surpass the veritable personage realm. Remember, make good use of the power of your bloodline. That is a huge asset. After the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor finished speaking, his figure slowly faded, vanishing from Xianxia's sight. When Xianxia returned to reality, he revealed a smile. This blood-soaked Dragon Emperor was truly an interesting person. While the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor criticized Xianxia harshly, he did not mention anything about not wanting Xianxia as an inheritor after he failed. The third failure should be because the dragon blood and soul energy have not completely merged. I have to think of a way. On the other side, the huge battle at Kunlun Mountain had already reached its final juncture. Under the leadership of the Fiend Celestial, the Fiend Celestial army carried out violent attacks on Kunlun Mountain again and again. It was possible that they would charge up Kunlun Mountain at any time. Once this final line of defense fell, what awaited the Kunlun realm cultivators would be a one-sided massacre. The demonic god fought the deity race ancestor, the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse, and the clone of the Bushin Palace's founder alone. The demonic god had an innate advantage of being undefeatable. No matter what kind of injuries it suffered, they would not be fatal to it. It would recover quickly. On the other hand, the Kunlun realm's 3 great trump cards, the clone of the Bushin Palace's founder, grew dimmer. The deity race ancestor was riddled with injuries, looking like he would collapse at any moment. Only the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse was in the best situation due to its physical body's advantage. Upon seeing the demonic god suppress the 3 great trump cards, Xianxia and Emperor Forsaken, who were fighting the Earth Demon Monarch, the Shadow Demon Monarch, and the other demonic world primes, revealed helpless expressions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The clone of the Bushin Palace's founder suddenly started flickering, its figure growing increasingly fainter. Xianxia's expression changed drastically. Oh no! Time is almost up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the clone vanished without a trace. The fragile balance was instantly broken. The demonic god laughed loudly. "You undying old man, you can truly die now." Bang! A scarlet light burst out. The deity race ancestor, who had been holding on for a long time, finally could no longer hold on. He got knocked into the air, splattering blood everywhere. As the injuries piled up, the deity race ancestor's life force weakened continuously. Strands of life essence scattered in the air. Ancestor, Emperor Forsaken, cried out in despair. The deity race ancestor had protected the deity race generation after generation. Today, he died in his generation. Of the 3 great trump cards, only the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse remained, holding on bitterly. Kunlun Mountain would fall soon. However, Xianxia was still making one last attempt. Chapter 1541. First step, circulate soul energy. Second step, condense soul energy. Third step, fourth step, release soul energy, melt the dragon blood, and merge the two. After thinking for a long time, this was Xianxia's 4th attempt. This time, he took the risk of carrying out the 3rd and 4th steps at the same time. This was the only way to completely merge the dragon blood and soul energy. As Xianxia's cultivation was insufficient, he could only forcefully cultivate it. Naturally, a cultivator of a higher cultivation realm would follow the normal order, which was safe and stable. However, Xianxia needed to use some unconventional methods. Otherwise, he would never succeed if he followed the normal order. The drop of dragon blood in Xianxia's heart melted, and the condensed soul energy entered his right index finger at the same time. His soul energy and dragon blood merged continuously during this process. A strong aura burst out from Xianxia's body. Success or failure depended on this. Dragon blood soul, breaking finger. Xianxia roared, and a scarlet light lit up the space on his right index finger. The blood-red light beam shot out for a full 10,000 meters without dispersing. Success! Xianxia revealed a smile, rejoicing in his heart. He finally succeeded on his 4th attempt. By carrying out the 3rd and 4th steps at the same time, he had made the right gamble by taking the risk. When the scarlet light faded, fatigue washed over Xianxia, and he slowly calmed down. Perhaps this was not enough. After all, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor had not seen the demonic god personally. Furthermore, what if this dragon blood-soul-breaking finger could not completely kill the demonic god? He really couldn't afford to lose. He couldn't afford to lose. Just this dragon blood-soul-breaking finger is not enough. I have to think of other ways to raise the purple thunder divine incantation to the 10th layer. My Thunder Domain should not be much weaker than the Thunder King's. However, the Thunder King's Thunder Domain has already mutated. As Xianxia thought, an idea suddenly came to his mind. Although my Ice Domain is not as strong as the Thunder Domain, it is close. If I can merge the two, I will have another asset to deal with him. What kind of medium would the fusion of ice and lightning take? Naturally, the first thing that came to Xianxia's mind was the saber. He was the most familiar with the saber. However, he already grasped a complete Tao for saber intent, which was 1 level higher than a domain. Merging the 3 was somewhat difficult. Other than sabers, I'm most familiar with dragons. That's right, that's it. Xianxia's eyes flashed. He had the bloodline of the blue dragon and had seen all kinds of dragons. It was the perfect vessel. Opening his palm, streams of lightning energy emerged from his palm, crackling and flickering nonstop. Then, with a thought, the power of ice appeared in his palm at the same time, and the two continuously mixed together. Under Xianxia's gaze, it quickly took the shape of a dragon, becoming more and more exquisite. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor said that my dragon blood is a huge treasure. However, I still did not know how to use it. But just now, the dragon blood soul-breaking finger had fused with the power of the dragon blood soul-breaking finger. Only then could it be called the true soul-breaking finger. Could the Thunderbolt Ice Dragon be infused with a trace of dragon blood? Thinking of this, Xianxia took action. A drop of scarlet dragon blood seeped out of his palm, which was covered in ice and lightning. Like an extremely gluttonous child, the Thunderbolt Ice Dragon instantly absorbed this drop of dragon blood and turned into a berserk tricolor dragon. The purple of lightning, the white of ice, and the red of blood. As the thunder domain and ice domain's energies drained, the berserk tricolor dragon in Xianxia's hand grew larger and longer. When Xianxia's energy of lightning and ice was completely drained, a 10-meter-long berserk tricolor dragon soared out of his palm. Its main body was purple lightning, and white ice covered its scales. Blood dotted its claws and horns. I succeeded. I will call you the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon, then. Xianxia clenched his fist, and the berserk tricolor dragon vanished. Heavy confidence flashed in his eyes. He had gained another killing move. Furthermore, with the strengthening of his physical body and vital qi, his strength had undergone a complete transformation. He was now 50% confident of dealing with the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed. Xianxia raised his head and looked at the demonic clouds in the sky. He muttered, "If I can break the demonic clouds and allow the isolated heavenly Tao to reappear, the demonic god's strength will decrease significantly. 50% will become 70%. Whoosh! With a thought, Xianxia arrived under the demonic clouds. After hesitating for a while, he entered. When Xianxia entered the demonic clouds, all sorts of negative emotions immediately surged over. This was an extremely terrifying mental attack. However, to the current Xianxia, this was not too much trouble. He just had to guard his heart. Xianxia flew higher and higher. After flying for 10 kilometers, he still had not emerged from the demonic clouds. This startled him greatly. No wonder it could isolate the heavenly Tao. The thickness of these demonic clouds was simply incredible. Blue Dragon Divine Wings. A pair of dragon wings spread out on Xianxia's back, and he suddenly accelerated. Then, he leaped out of the demonic clouds. Rumble. The long-awaited sunlight appeared. Before Xianxia could reminisce about it, bolts of lightning shot towards him. After Xianxia dodged, he quickly withdrew his aura. Right now, his strength was already on the verge of being killed by the heavenly Tao. More accurately, Xianxia had already broken through, hovering around the limit. However, Xianxia was a cultivator who grew up in the Kunlun realm. The heavenly Tao was more tolerant of him. As expected, there is a clear gap between us. Beneath the demonic clouds, I can be unbridled. But outside the demonic clouds, I have to be cautious. If I am not careful, I will touch the red line of the heavenly Tao. A calm expression appeared on Xianxia's face. However, compared to the demon god, he is still the one at a disadvantage. Without the demonic clouds, his strength will decrease by at least 2 to 3 times. As for me, it will only decrease by 20% at most. Xianxia still vividly remembered the sorry state he had been in when he fought with the demon god, even though he had used Dharma World. Even after using all sorts of means, he was still unable to receive Xianxia's attacks. Every punch was excruciatingly painful, and Xianxia's defeat was extremely miserable. After executing his heavenly eye, Xianxia could barely see through the clouds and see the blurry terrain of the Kunlun realm. After a quarter of an hour, he arrived above the mysterious domain and stopped. He looked at the demonic clouds thoughtfully. How could he break it and let the heavenly Tao penetrate it, disintegrating the demonic clouds of the entire Kunlun realm? As long as there was a hole in the 500-kilometer-long dike, the flood would immediately destroy it. However, the might of the heavenly Tao was much more ferocious than the flood. Once Xianxia had a chance, he would definitely disintegrate the demonic clouds above the Kunlun realm. To pierce through the 10-kilometer-thick demonic clouds, aside from having great might, one's penetrative power had to be strong. Otherwise, Xianxia would not be able to pierce through them. The demonic clouds would quickly close up, and the demon god would notice Xianxia's existence, not giving him another chance to attack. There was only one chance. His attack had to be ferocious, and its penetrative power had to be strong. Standing in the demonic clouds, Xianxia grabbed a clump of demonic clouds. Then, he opened his palm and looked at it carefully. The black demonic clouds in Xianxia's palm changed continuously. Unexpectedly, They turned into many evil spirits' heads. All of them had malevolent expressions, looking extremely horrifying. Xiao Qian's heart sank. Just a clump of demonic clouds already had so many evil spirits. For tens of thousands of years, how many innocent lives had the demonic god blood sacrifice killed? This method was simply too cruel. After calming down, Xiao Qian analyzed the situation. The demonic clouds were mainly made up of all sorts of resentful spirits and demonic qi. It seemed like Xiao Qian's strength attribute was not very useful against such existences. It would be great if he had an attribute like the state of holy light. I can only use brute force. With the support of the Dao might and the Saber Dao's great Dao energy and 2 cauldron force, that should be enough. After taking a deep breath, a Dao disc appeared behind Xiao Qian. Then, it condensed into a point and continuously elongated. When it elongated to 3 centimeters, Xiao Qian punched ferociously. 2 cauldron force gathered on his fist light. With the support of the Dao might, the berserk energy became incredibly dense. 1 kilometer, 2 kilometers, 3 kilometers, the saber light that the fist light turned into continuously pierced through the demonic clouds. Xiao Qian was very confident in his attack. Before the demonic clouds were completely pierced through, Xiao Qian leaped out of the opening. Chapter 1542. Kunlun Mountain was the final trump card of the Kunlun realm, the 10,000-year-old demonic corpse. In the end, it still fell to the demonic god. No matter how strong the demonic corpse's physical body was, it would eventually run out of strength. Its injuries piled up. In the end, it would explode into a pool of black blood. As for the demonic god, he was innately undefeatable. No matter how badly his body was damaged, he would recover in an extremely short time. Furthermore, the demonic god was terrifyingly strong. With 1 punch, he could easily knock back a prime. No one could block the demonic god's repeated attacks. Just look at how strong Xiao Qian was earlier. However, he did not last long against the demonic god, not to mention Zongtian, Emperor Forsaken, and the Fox King. It's over. Seeing the final 10,000-year-old demonic corpse explode into a pool of blood, all the Kunlun realm cultivators sighed in their hearts. Qiqian, there is no need for you to struggle. The Earth Demon Monarch and the other demonic world primes stopped their attacks. Their anxious hearts finally released their bated breath. After this, there was no need for them to make a move. The demonic god alone was sufficient to destroy 7 primes. Emperor Forsaken, Zongtian, and the others remained silent. At this final moment, they did not feel fear or despair but pity. Pity that they could no longer see these great mountains and rivers. Pity that they would no longer have the chance to fight alongside their fellow Taoists. Zongtian, I'm sorry. I have never apologized in my life. I believe that if I do not apologize now, there might not be another chance. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. The heaven-abandoning deity, Sovereign, said indifferently. His expression was somewhat sorrowful and somewhat helpless. He also felt some regret. If he had not been so utilitarian in the past, the entire Kunlun realm would not have lost so much of its high-end combat power when Xiao Qian advanced to Martial Emperor. In this battle, there might have been a chance to protect the Kunlun realm. Although the demonic god was strong, if the demonic god killed all the other cultivators and demonic beasts of the demonic world, he alone would not be able to truly occupy the Kunlun realm. Zongtian smiled and said, "All right, I forgive you. I have never forgiven anyone who has made a big mistake in my life. Before I die, I won't let you have this regret." The few remaining Kunlun Supremes stood side by side, prepared to withstand the last wave of attack from the demonic god. Shui Lingling was a little tired. Standing on a mystic bird, the primordial energy in her body was almost exhausted, and her spirit was even more fatigued. Is it about to end? And Juanqi leaned against a mountain rock. He truly had no strength to continue fighting. He needed to rest, and his injuries also needed to recover. Feng Xingsheng, Xianyuan Zhantian, Imo Chun, and the other Dragon's Gate cultivators all showed helplessness and dissatisfaction in their eyes. At this moment, It was as though the entire Kunlun realm was sighing. Qiqian, you thought that you've fought against me your entire life. However, from the very beginning, you've only been toyed with by me. Thousands of faces squeezed together under the demonic god's skin, changing continuously. Finally, they turned into the Thunder King's face. Qiqian said coldly, Thunder King, if you want to make a move, do it quickly. Look at your current appearance. You look neither human nor ghost. You probably won't be able to die, even if you wanted to. Humph. A dead person is not qualified to mock me. Wuxia. Just at this moment, an intense beam of light suddenly descended from the sky. In reality, it was not that the light was very intense. It was just that the demonic clouds had covered the world for too long, preventing people from seeing sunlight for too long. Hence, the light was so piercing and intense. Light? These demonic clouds are 10 kilometers thick. Even I cannot pierce through them in one breath. Who did it? Zongtian exclaimed in shock as he raised his head. That intense beam of light in the boundless darkness immediately attracted everyone's attention. The moment the light beam fell, a white figure slowly descended from the pillar of light. It's Big Brother Xiaochun. It's Xiaochun. It's the white-robed bladesman, Xiaochun. The Blue Dragon King is back. Those with good eyesight immediately saw the white-clad person's appearance and could not help exclaiming, The Heavenly Tao is back. I can feel it. Emperor Forsaken, who had already accepted death, suddenly became excited. The Thunder King revealed a horrified expression. How can this be? He was so severely injured. How did he recover in such a short time? The demonic god could no longer care about killing Emperor Forsaken. Its huge body shrank continuously. The demonic god did not release its demonic might, fearing that the heavenly Tao would kill it. Hence, it had no choice but to take the initiative to scatter its cultivation. The beam of light continued to expand. By the time Xiaochun landed, the entire profound domain had recovered. The demonic clouds were like heavy snow in winter, continuously melting under the radiance of the sun. The demonic clouds covering the entire Kunlun realm vanished at an extremely fast pace. Just like how justice would definitely prevail over evil, darkness would not cover the land forever. As long as someone dared to stand out and poke a hole, the light of the heavenly Tao would spread over the land. How painful! How piercing! My strength is gone. So tired, so sleepy. I don't have any strength left. What's going on? Why did I suddenly age so much? Why? Why did my old injuries relapse? Countless demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts were horrified to discover that all sorts of terrifying problems had appeared around them. Several demons even started crying in despair. Earlier, they had been full of energy and strong bodies. Now, their hair had turned white and their bodies were riddled with injuries. No one would be able to accept this. Draining one's life force to heal one's injuries and strengthen one's combat prowess. The side effects would arrive sooner or later. By poking a hole in the sky and weakening the demonic god's strength, Xiaochun had only brought this moment forward. Saber. Xiaochun stretched out his hand, and the scattered lunar shadow saber on the battlefield turned into a beam of light and returned to his hand. The absence of Ao Jiao in the saber stunned Xiaochun for a moment. However, he could sense that Ao Jiao was still alive, so Xiaochun let go of this worry. Holding the saber horizontally in his hand, Xiaochun sent out a saber light. A tyrannical aura that looked down on the world erupted from his body. The saber light swept out in all directions. All the demons and demonic beasts within 50 kilometers of Xiaochun were struck by the azure light. Dark Church's Churchmaster, do you dare to fight me again? The saber light on Xiaochun's saber flickered as he pointed it at the Dark Church's Churchmaster. A strong aura spread out from Xiaochun's body, giving the impression that he was a powerful saber sovereign, ruling the world, unrivaled in all directions. Defeated opponent, this time, the Heavenly Tao is not isolated. Those old monsters of the Blue Dragon Palace will not dare to come and save you. I will make sure you die thoroughly. The Dark Church's church master returned to the height of a regular person. He held back his overwhelming demonic might. With a gentle leap, he arrived before Xianxia, not showing any fear. At this moment, the thousands of demonic world cultivators and demonic beasts fell into chaos. The cultivators and demonic beasts that had already charged up the mountain all retreated in a fluster. The state of their bodies suddenly plummeted from their peak to rock bottom, accompanied by all sorts of pain. The side effects of overdrawing on their potential erupted. They were now even weaker than regular people, like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. The Kunlun Realm's war banner rose up behind Xianxia once more, fluttering loudly in the strong wind. The war banner did not fall. It was like a blazing fire, igniting the hot-bloodedness in everyone's hearts, turning it into a blazing flame. We cannot let them leave so easily. Rage burned in Xianxia's eyes. His entire body was drained of energy. However, he gritted his teeth and stood up in the end, trembling. The many fatigued Kunlun Realm cultivators gritted their teeth and stood up. They tightly gripped their weapons and charged out with their final breaths. Although they were injured and fatigued, they had not overdrawn on their potential. They did not have the side effects of the demons. Before the Kunlun Realm cultivators, the demons did not have any combat prowess at all. They fled in panic, utterly defeated. Miserable cries rang out at every moment. Those were the miserable cries of the demons. Good and evil would be repaid. It was not that there was no retribution. It was just that the time had not come yet. After massacring so many people of the Kunlun Realm, it was time for them to pay their debts. As Xianxia listened to the miserable cries, his expression did not change at all. He looked at the demonic god coldly and said, "This is their retribution. Soon, it will be your turn." Humph! Do you think that you can kill me by letting the might of the heavenly Tao descend again? Let me tell you, I will not die. As long as I am around, this war will not end. The Thunder King's eyes turned somewhat crazed. As he looked at Xianxia, he hated him so much that his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. He was just one step away from killing all the Kunlun Realm primes and obtaining the Rock of Origin. However, Xianxia's reappearance shattered this beautiful dream. The situation of the battlefield also reversed. "You little bastard, you are even more loathsome than the Qing Emperor. If not for the fact that I had no choice, why would I nurture a tiger and invite disaster? However, since you do not treasure it, I will not show mercy either. Die." The demonic god leaped into the air and punched. Overwhelming demonic might erupted intensely on his fist light. That strong demonic might could knock back a prime with just demonic might. Show mercy? You'd best use your full power. Otherwise, you will die very quickly. Xianxia casually swung his saber, not showing any fear of the other party. He met force with force, not dodging at all. Dang! The fist light and the saber clashed, producing a loud clang. The two each moved back 100 steps, evenly matched. Blood leaked out of a corner of Xianxia's lips. Then, he held his saber with both hands and looked at the other party coldly. The Thunder King, the demonic god, felt stunned. However, when he saw the blood on Xianxia's lips, he smiled and said, "What a surprise. You became so strong. Unfortunately, I am immortal. However, your flesh is your greatest weakness." Amid loud laughter, black sparks flew out of the Thunder King's fingers. With every step the demonic god took, a black lotus flower appeared under his feet. As the lotus flowers drifted in the air, the demonic god executed Thunder Hell. This time, the Thunder Hell was even stronger than the one the Thunder King executed. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. As Xianxia swung his saber, countless mysterious phenomena shot out of his body. There was a bright moon, snowflakes, a lightning dragon, a blazing sun, and boundless saber lights. Xianxia poured out all his comprehensions, eventually turning into a huge dragon head. The dragon head opened its huge mouth and sucked in all the lotus flowers, black lightning, and all the negative emotions. What martial technique is this? The Thunder King was startled. His thunder hell and the lotus flower mysterious phenomena were all gone. "I'll return them to you," Xiao Chun shouted, and the saber in his hand spun around, sending out a pure black saber light, spreading lightning and negative emotions. Wuxia. Xiao Chun vomited a mouthful of black blood. The saber light formed by his thunder hell chopped off half of the Thunder King's body. Although his body continuously recovered, the Thunder King felt an unprecedented worry when he saw Xiao Chen's eyes. The Thunder King saw strong confidence in Xiao Chen's eyes and a hatred that even the sky and the sea could not contain. Chapter 1543. It looks like I have to get serious with you. Xiao Chen, you are stronger than I thought. The Thunder King's body quickly recovered. Then he waved his right hand, and a huge axe suddenly appeared in his grasp. Xiao Chen's eyelids twitched slightly. This huge axe was also a transcendent divine weapon. During the king conferral ceremony, the other party had used this axe when he fought the heaven-abandoning fist. The past truly made one sigh. Suddenly, a thought occurred to Xiao Chun. Earlier, the other party said that he regretted nurturing Tiger. Could it be that there was some hidden trouble? However, this thought disappeared in a flash, because the demonic god that the Thunder King possessed had already charged over. The demonic god wielding a weapon did not change its aura much, but it could let go of its arrogance. It no longer fought in a simple and crude manner. Instead, it played combat techniques with Xiao Chun, which posed a greater threat to Xiao Chun. In terms of combat experience, who could compare to the Thunder King, who had lived for more than 10,000 years? Perhaps the only thing that Xiao Chun could rely on was his sharpness and his ultimate killing move. Dang, dang, dang. The huge axe clashed with the saber. The two started an intense battle in the profound domain. The Thunder King had plenty of combat experience. However, Xiao Chen's saber techniques were not weak, either. Soon, the two fought for real, becoming increasingly ferocious. The two fought a frenzied battle, accompanied by the miserable cries of the demon race cultivators. As time went by, demon race cultivators fell in large numbers on the battlefield. The demonic world primes held on bitterly, placing all their hopes on the demonic god. They only hoped that the demonic god could turn the tide and kill Xiao Chun before turning the situation around. Aside from focusing on the Thunder King, Xiao Chun also split off a portion of his attention to observe the fight between Zhongtian and the other primes. The primes mostly held the upper hand in their fight. Only the Kunlun Palace's palace master fought against Xing Wang and Fa Wang alone, appearing perilous. Xiao Chun found an opening and suddenly executed the divine lightning eye. Xing Wang, who was currently fighting with the Kunlun Palace's palace master, did not react at all. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other and landed on him. Xiao Chun, who had just experienced a lightning tribulation, gained a new understanding of lightning tribulations. The 3 lightning tribulations merged together and formed a statue of a deity made of lightning. Then it came crashing down. Pucci, severely injured, Kingly Punisher was unable to dodge at all. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood and collapsed. How could the Kunlun Palace's palace master let go of such a good opportunity? He swung his saber and chopped Xing Wang in half. After finishing off one, the pressure on the Kunlun Palace's palace master immediately decreased significantly. In a one-on-one fight, even Xing Wang and Fa Wang would not be a match for him. You dare to be distracted while fighting me? Xiao Chun, you're really arrogant. With a sneer, the Thunder King swung his axe down. Boundless thunder roared in the sky. A bolt of lightning tore through the sky and was pulled down by the giant axe. Black lightning descended from the clouds and spread to the giant axe, causing the speed of the axe to suddenly increase by several times. Dang! Xiao Chun, who blocked this axe with his saber, was knocked back 1 kilometer before he managed to stand stably. This is just the beginning. Xiao Chun, let's see how long you can last. Even if I fight for half a year, I will not be able to exhaust my demonic energy. What about you? 3 days? 2 days? Or even 1 day? As the Thunder King held the giant axe, his words dealt a blow to Xiao Chen's confidence, breaking down Xiao Chen's fighting spirit. I don't need that long to kill you. At most, half a day. Xiaochen did not get angry or happy. His figure flashed, and he took the initiative to charge over. Xiaochen needed to find an opportunity. As long as he could find one, he would execute all his killing moves and then combine them with his sure kill move to kill the other party. During this period, he could not give the other party any chance to catch his breath. Thunder Purgatory. After fighting for half a day, the Thunder King roared ferociously and used the same move. He did not believe that Xiaochen could break his domain this time. Black lotus flowers floated in the air once more, each one as heavy as a mountain. They contained extremely compressed demonic chi and flickered with black sparks. They could turn into sharp killing blades at any moment, catching one off guard. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless lotus flowers spun around, flying at Xiaochen in an airtight formation. Fish dragon art, like a fish in water, thousands of changes. In an instant, Xiaochen's feet moved about within an inch of space, moving thousands of times, creating countless human figures and saber lights. Some of the black lotus flowers were dodged by Xiaochen, while others were shattered by the saber. One Bodhi leaf, one world, one flower. The Thunder King formed hand seals with one hand, and the situation changed again. Every lotus flower that Xiaochen shattered turned into countless lotus flowers again. Caught off guard, the afterimages that Xiaochen created shattered one by one. Unable to dodge, his true body got struck by several lotus flowers. It was as if he had been struck by several mountains, and the huge impact sent him flying. The lotus flowers exploded, and countless strands of demonic chi and lightning ran amok in Xiaochen's body. The situation suddenly turned grim. Now was the time to kill in one strike. The Thunder King saw an opportunity. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, and he gave up on his plan to fight steadily, becoming more aggressive. Aside from frustration, the main reason was that the demonic world's demon monarchs were being killed one by one. The situation was becoming increasingly disadvantageous to Xiaochen. If he waited for those supreme beings to free themselves and attack him together, it was very likely that he would be tortured to death. Even if Xiaochen did not die, he would have to flee to the demonic world and recuperate. It's coming. Xiaochen's heart sank, feeling somewhat nervous. This time, the other party went all out and finally revealed an opening. Sharp Spirit Finger. When the Thunder King's axe landed, Xiaochen quickly executed a secret technique that he had not used in a long time, the Sharp Spirit Finger. Xiaochen focused all his energy, vital chi, veritable essence energy, magic energy, and the demonic chi and black lightning running amok in his body. All of them were concentrated on a single finger. He had purposely revealed a flaw, waiting for this opportunity. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the berserk energy contained in the Sharp Spirit Finger knocked away the Thunder King's axe, causing it to fly out of his hand. However, the Thunder King still maintained the posture of holding the axe with both hands, chopping down with all his might. This finger was too fast and too strong. Xiaochen did not realize that he had lost the axe at all. By the time he reacted, Xiaochen opened his left hand. He had already finished storing up energy for the Ice Blood Lightning Dragon's killing move. A berserk tricolor dragon flew out of Xiaochen's palm. The Ice Blood Lightning Dragon immediately opened a huge bloody hole in the Thunder King's chest. Xiaochen's movements were smooth and coherent, as if he had practiced them 100 times before. Everything happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. The Thunder King's body had not even landed. Xiaochen's right hand, which held the saber, quickly followed up with a chop. A resplendent saber light chopped the Thunder King's body in half. Countless faces squeezed under the demonic god's skin, looking distorted and horrifying. Clearly, he was in incredible pain. Xiaochen, I'm going to kill you. I definitely have to kill you. After the demonic god reacted, he threw a palm strike at Xiaochen at a crazy speed. However, Xiaochen was already prepared. He placed his left hand on the tip of his saber and blocked this palm strike. However, he was still injured and went flying back while vomiting blood. Clearly, this palm strike from the demonic god was extremely painful. Dragon Blood Soul, Breaking Finger. Enduring the intense pain, Xiao Chun executed his final sure-kill move as he retreated. Success or failure depended on this finger strike. After putting in a lot of effort, the Thunder King struggled free from the tens of thousands of faces, turning the demonic god back into him. After recovering his face, the demonic god laughed maniacally and said, "Xiao Chun, this is the killing move that you planned for a long time, right? Unfortunately, it still cannot kill me. I am undying." However, as the demonic god spoke, he suddenly felt immense horror. The instant the retreating Xiao Chun sent out that finger strike, his aura suddenly changed drastically. Mysterious phenomena appeared in the sky. Countless strong winds swept through the battlefield. At this moment, Xiao Chen's aura truly suppressed the demonic god. This caused the demonic god to feel fear in the depths of his soul and immense pressure. After recovering his face with much difficulty, the Thunder God's face started changing again. At one moment, it was the Thunder King's face. At another moment, it changed into something else. That was the soul in the demonic god's body feeling fear and starting to struggle. A soul Dao martial technique. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. Suddenly, the Thunder King felt extreme fear. He wanted to make a move and change something. However, he discovered that he could no longer control the demonic god. A scarlet light shot out from the tip of Xiao Chen's finger. Everything within 10 kilometers entered the scarlet space. With Xiao Chen's eyes, he could see through everything. Soul energy spread throughout the space. It was like there were no secrets in the world. The scarlet light, with dragon patterns on it, pierced through the demonic god's brain in an instant. Whoosh! The countless souls in the demonic god's body shattered. Countless beams of piercing black light burst out of the demonic god's body from the inside out. As the light bloomed, the demonic god's demonic might receded like a flood. Boom! The demonic god's body exploded. The might and pressure belonging to the demonic god vanished from the entire battlefield, vanishing from the world. Xiao Chun fell to the ground in exhaustion. He held his chest with his right hand and coughed. Then he got up and headed for the place where the demonic god exploded. He wanted to verify whether the demonic god was truly dead. The tip of the saber sliced the ground, giving off sizzling sounds. Then, Xiao Chun walked over step by step. Only an image remained in the deep pit created by the explosion. It looked like it would vanish at any moment, flickering about. That was the Thunder King's soul. His soul was the strongest. Unlike the other souls, it was not destroyed by the soul-breaking finger. However, it was not far from destruction. Looking at the Thunder King's current state, it was clear. Xiao Chen relaxed. He knew that the demonic god was truly dead. Looking at the Thunder King's soul that looked like it would vanish at any moment, Xiao Chun asked, "Do you regret it?" The Thunder King's soul smiled and said, "Regret? I only regret that I did not ruthlessly kill you back then. Don't be happy too early. Unless you do not leave the Kunlun realm, you will not be able to escape death once you leave. I just die before you. The winner takes all. From the day I became the Dark Church's churchmaster, I never regretted it." Ha ha ha. Xiao Chen's heart sank. He felt that something was wrong. However, just as he was about to ask something, amid the maniacal laughter, the Thunder King's soul started to flicker intensely, growing fainter and fainter until it vanished. Even in death, this madman who toyed with the many Kunlun realm primes did not show any regret.